tick tock, hit the countdown, bro. 5 minutes left, yeah, we bout to take control. The speaker's corner, get ready to talk. Step up to the mic, time to walk the walk. Got a theory of truth, a crime of complaints. Wanna bring that fire, or you just gonna faint? Love Jaren a lot, or hate him with passion. Either way, get ready, time for some action. Waiting for Jaren, it's almost time. Mic gets hot, let the people shine. 4 more minutes till the show goes live. It's Speaker's Corner, and it's 2025. Ain't no filters, ain't no script, say what you want, don't bite your lip. Truth gets messy, lies get wrecked, but only the real ones get respect. Countdown ticking, energy's rising, voices loud, no compromising. One mic, one chance, spin it raw, get it off your chest. Win or fall, you have only 4 minutes, so don't delay. Grab the mic and get your say. Say what you want, you got 4 minutes, dog, just hoping it's not a vagina monologue. But Jared, it's almost time. Mic gets hot, let the people shine. 3 more minutes till the show goes live. It's Speaker's Corner, and it's 2025. Y'all ready or what? This the moment, this the test. What you bringin', give it your best. Truth, a joke, a wild hot take. Clock runs out, no time for fakes. Love them or hate them, the floor is yours. Kick down the gates, we open the doors. Jaren's almost here, it's time to go. Mike's live now, welcome to the show. Share the show now, cause it's about that time. Support your boy, cause he need that dime. Forget the past, ignore the former. We about right now, and it's Speaker's Corner. Waiting for Jaren, it's almost time. Mike gets hot, let the people shine. 4 more minutes till the show goes live. Speaker's Corner, and it's 2025. Ain't no filters, ain't no script. Say what you want, don't bite your lip. Truth gets messy, lies get wrecked, but only the real ones get respect. Countdown ticking, energy's rising, voices loud, no compromising. One mic, one chance, spit it raw. Get it off your chest, win or fall. You have only 4 minutes, so don't delay. Grab the mic and get your say. Say what you want, you got 4 minutes, dog. Just hoping it's not a vagina monologue. But Jared, it's almost time. Mic gets hot, let the people shine. 3 more minutes till the show goes live. It's Speaker's Corner, and it's 2025. 4 minutes left, can you feel the vibe? 3 minutes now, and it's coming alive. 2 minutes in, damn it's heating up. 1 minute left, you ready or what? It's almost time for Speaker's Corner to fly. It's Thursday night, y'all, you chance to grab the mic. You got 4 minutes to say your piece, but for the next 4 minutes, dig this beat. Welcome to the show where we keepin' shit real tight. Jaren is your host, always honest and sometimes right. No host bar, breaking the mold, bold soldier. Questions unfold, answers colder than that shoulder. Stand back, he's a sight to behold. He's like you but tenfold. Asking questions that cut, giving answers that bite. Giving people a voice, he put you in the spotlight. Unplugged, unfiltered, what you get's never planned. Truth in his hand, wisdom so grand. Chasing mysteries, just proving history's no scam. Peek behind the curtain, he's the man with the plan. Jaren's the best, no second guessing and no contest. Clever and bold, he on that truth to conquest. He's from the best coast, yeah, that's the West. Giving voice to the people, and yeah, he blessed. Break the chains of stranger lanes, thoughts reign. Mind unbuckled, never shackled with the mundane. Paper of the way, never led by the pain. Jaren stays real, never plays the fame game. He brings 10 inches of rain, yeah, you'll get wet. If you wanna challenge him, then prepare yourself to lose this bet. Finding truth, section secrets unfold. With new information, need to toss out the old. Unlocking minds, clearing skies for new eyes. Guts and grit, no disguise, breaking ties. With conventional wisdom to be revised. Seek and conquer, always real and wise. Let's start the show, Jaren got the reins. Unless you want that road race, stay in your lane. Jeranism stands tall, unafraid of the fight. Speaker's Corner is here, yeah, it's Thursday night. It's Speaker's Corner, yeah, it's your time. No script, no filter, just speak your mind. It's Speaker's Corner, speak truth, fuck lies. Stand up tall, take the world by surprise. It's Speaker's Corner, yeah, it's your time. Say it loud, make the haters cry. It's Speaker's Corner, who's next in line? The crowd's all waiting, so don't be shy. It's Speaker's Corner 25 and we're live.
This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is only a test.
Welcome. This is the Jeranism show.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is the Speaker's Corner, where we speak truth, see truth. Speaker's Corner, yeah, they see through, we see you. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is all on the Speaker's Corner. 3 minutes hit the spotlight. Speaker's Corner, where 3 minutes gets your mind right. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is all on the Speaker's Corner.
We are here. We are here. How are you? Welcome one, welcome all. It is the Speaker's Corner 2025, July the 3rd. Happy 4th of July to you and yours. That'll be tomorrow. I know that. Well, we are having some issues today. We're going to try and figure this out. We're going to fight through it. We are going to persevere because otherwise we have a very slow computer. I don't know why. If I type any letters on the computer, it takes like 3 seconds for them to show up. That's always fun. And some other issues. So what are we doing? We are on to July 2025 edition. If you'd like to jump on the show, you may do so. But you have to go to tinyurl.com/cornerism. You can see it there underneath the 4-minute clock. tinyurl.com/cornerism. I got to check on the... You guys let me know how the sound is. Is the sound delayed? Might be getting all kinds of issues. Let me go over here and see what you guys think. Let me pop out chat. Or are we a 5x? Or are we 8x? Are we a 10x? Are we a 6x? Hey, human being, thank you very much for the super chat for being late and having a slow computer. I like it. It's exactly how it should be. Let's see if we got any 5x here. Damn, Singus, now I see why he won't work for $100 an hour. Awesome, man. We got anybody sound is good? All right, good. That makes me happy. That pleases me. All right, let me just turn these up a little bit. I don't see good numbers here. I don't see it. Is that a little better? A little better. That's in my ear. Loud in the ear. And let's go with this one. All right. So you can also submit if you want to be a puss. You can go to tinyurl.com/July 3rd. No, just July 3 corner. See it in the upper right there? July 3 corner. And that will get you to the form. And you can fill out the form. And from there, you'll be fantastic. We do have Enrique here, if anybody was wondering. We got Enrique on a touchscreen, and we got the NBA Jam guy. He's here, too, as well. I know a lot of people asked about him. Would he be back? And the answer is, of course.
Oh, kaboom!
All right, that's a little loud. That didn't have any delay there, and that working. All right, I think that we got that a little bit better. And I might accidentally, if I touch this button wrong. No, it's good. It's good. It worked. And this one? Good, not bad. All right. Good. All right, I'm just trying to make sure this is all working. I like that. Okay. Good. All right. So we do have the NBA Jam guy. He's here. He is ready to go. And we've got Enrique. Enrique, are you here? Everybody wants to make sure that you are alive and well, my friend. Can you please let us know?
Hey, Jefe, let's play a game, yeah?
Sure.
You say a number. I'll say what that number is.
Oh,
okay,
yes.
ready, set, go.
25.
Oh, that's easy. That's Flatzoid's IQ.
That's true. He's got a point. Can I unblock Paul Schober? I cannot right now, but is that his channel name? Then I could. Thank you very much for that, Flatzoid. I mean, not Flatzoid. Sorry, I called you. Oh, man, that's not very nice of me. Not very nice of me at all. That was Enrique. I'm trying to... Oh, this touchscreen's a little weird. All right, there we go.
Flat Earthers be like, evidence? Nah, I trust Larry from YouTube.
They do be like that. The celestial theodolite, don't you know? #1 proof in all of flat Earth. All right, so I think we're good. Jaron, you saw Human Beings super chat, but did you miss Singus Steps? I have not looked at super chats yet, so I just happened to glance up and see a color. But I will get to those. 1 second. Still trying to figure out if I can figure out what the hell's going on with this computer. Why is it so slow? My CPU percentage is 82. That's not good. I usually run under 20. So something is jacked up. Something is playing when it shouldn't be. Maybe it's a video. Oh, maybe it's the thumbnail video behind the thumbnail. Let me try that. Properties. No, close the file is inactive. If any of you are OBS people, let me just tell you that the biggest culprit ever is when you have a video and you don't put close when inactive. And so you're just doing other things in OBS. And of course, you have the video running the whole time, and that hurts your CPU. But that does not seem the problem. Let's look at the super chat since we got a couple of them early. And we've got nobody in the waiting room yet. Anyway, we're going to get to a quiz first, so you don't need to go in there first. We're going to give away $50. And if you want to help offset that cost so that I don't continue to bleed money out my rectum, which would be appreciated if you guys could do that, you can send a super chat like Alan did. Oh, no, he joined the Jeranism VIP Club. Thank you much for that. Singastep said, what the hell? $100. Says, if I can super chat to put words on FTFE's shoulder, I can give Jaren a few dollars. Oh, I saw that tattoo. Thank you very much, Singastep. That is awesome. You just made up for the... So I'm very happy to give away $50 now. $50 is going away to the quiz winner, although we have to make sure it's going to run in good time, so that's going to give me a second. And this is from @me. $10 from Human Being. And that's really from Megan? Is that what you're saying? Or from me? The me gets very confusing. Very confusing. What do you have to... Why are you trying to tell me about Marty Leeds? What about Marty Leeds?
Marty Leeds. That Gway still rapping to sacred geometry like he a white Tupac with no rhythm, he less teeth? That's not math. That's meth, bro.
All right. Well, I got you. I got you. Enrique, get back to work. Please. I don't have time for this. Don't have time for it. And I'm just checking a few other things here, and we'll be ready to go. And does the room work? Yes. It appears ready. What about this one? What do you think?
Here comes Nathan Oakley off the bench, completely ineffective without that mute button.
It's true. Good point. Very good point. I agree. Let's try this one. No, that one worked. All right. We look good. Do we have Dave the Waffle House? Not yet. Dave, I got your now when your thing's queued up, and we can't use it. Unbelievable. All right. We are looking good. What's this?
And the Earth appears to be moving upwards, said no one ever.
True. Good point. All right. Well, he's good. He brings some comic relief. And let's make sure this is ready to go. Let me put it back on the regular chat. And we will get started with the quiz. It is going to be 11 questions, I believe. But I have 2 more to transfer here. But I only can copy paste because if I use my mouse, I can't type in. Isn't that funny? Or it takes forever. Where are we at here? Yes. Okay, so we just have these ones left. Okay, we're going to get those. Let me think if I got something for you to watch in the meantime, because this will take me 2 seconds since it's slow as hell. Since it's slow as all get out. Maybe a Flashback Friday real quick. We'll just do that while I finish this up. And there's nobody in the waiting room anyway. Yeah, we'll do that. Let's do that. Or do we have a new song? Oh, I do like the I like the moon landing song. It's pretty good. Let's go with the moon landing song because it's fun. It is fun. Let me get on to, where's the waiting for Jaren? Yes, turn that one off. Thank you. And let's get this going. We'll be right back. We're just going to bring this up. Media source. Yeah, there you go, Jaren. Think, use your head. Use your cabeza. It's not that hard. And if you're wearing pants, by the way, you are at the wrong show. I'll tell you that one right now. I certainly am not. I see no reason. And it's hot. And it's hot. Let's go with, I believe it's going to be here under, yes, and moon intro. There we go. And we don't want to loop it, but we do want to close file when inactive and use hardcore. Okay. Be right back. We will have the quiz ready. Get your typing fingers ready as a winner. We'll walk out of here with $50. Cash money. Cash money. Enrique, if I do something like that, there's got to be a cash register or something you can do. No? All right, well, that's a little late, bro. Okay, thank you. That's better. Better. All right, here we go. This might not look good at the beginning. Oh, it does. Don't pay any attention to the clock. Well, I guess the clock is kind of... Oops, we got this out. Of course, it's not something else. All right. Oh, no. Is that running slow? Oh, no, the intro worked fine. I wonder why that's not working. I don't know. Let's try this. Be right back after we tell NASA If you guys really did that in 69, you guys weren't lying. Put a goddamn man back on the moon. Thank you. Immediately, by the way, if I didn't mention that. Still no sound. Oh, there it goes. We're good. Be right back, guys. Sing along at home if you would. It's fun. Lyrics are on the screen.
If we went way back in 69, if that was real, and y'all ain't lying, then that's put a man back on the moon. Always over budget and always way behind. You need 5 more years and another billion dimes. And you promise to put a man
That is slow.
back on the moon. If y'all pass the belts and that's the truth, then load the rocket and show us all the proof. Hey NASA, put a man back on the moon.
Yo, they went in 69 with tech that's dead and gone. Brain code off punch cards, now we're swiping on our phones, but no boots since that's half a century past. Who would have thought that that one small step could be the last? And burn the blueprints. Come on, stop with the cap. You don't lose how to do the moon, bruh, that's a trap. Artemis is late, constellation got trash. Starship keeps exploding, SLS burns cash. Promise moon by 2020, got delay after lie. You went from world's greatest feat to our rockets hardly fly. So it wasn't Neil made it through the Van Allen zone and get your ass back out there. Stop hiding
Now way back in 69, if that was real, and y'all ain't lying, then NASA put a man back on the moon. Always over budget and always way behind. You need 5 more years and another billion dimes. And you promise to put a man back on the moon. If y'all pass the belts and that's the truth, then load the rocket and show us all the proof. Hey NASA, put a man back on the moon. Yo, Bershit crashed, Vikram crashed, Russia's Luna 25 straight lunar trash. Peregrine dead, constellation gone. Blue Origin is a carnival ride. Stop me if I'm wrong. You had the crown, now you stalling like a clown. Got SpaceX gambling while your budget bleeds out. Saying soon we'll land, yeah, I heard that too. Back in 2004 from freaking George W. 50 years of maybe billions blown on plans, but not one damn boot in that lunar sand. So if the science is settled and y'all really went, then do it again. Stop paying rent to pretend. If we went way back in 69, if that was real, and y'all ain't lying, then NASA put a man back on the moon. Always over budget and always way behind. You need 5 more years and another billion dimes. And you promise to put a man back on the moon. If y'all pass the belts and that's the truth, then load the rocket and show us all the proof. Hey NASA, put a man back on the moon.
They said we went in 69 with no computers, but now we got AI, GPS, touchscreen cockpits, and they still can't land a fucking robot without blowing it to pieces. Something don't add up, homie.
They say the moon's too far, like that line just sells. But they sent a car to Mars. Man, what the hell? You filming high res on a 1 billion mile probe, but your moon feed in 69 look like a strobe. Look, if a see-through buzz and Neil got their curtain rosin string, then fire it up again and do the damn thing. Don't show me cartoons, don't bring me delays. Don't spin me dreams with the Artemis phase. We seen all the lollygag wasting our green. Some even ask if our green is paying green screen. Just stop with the talk, the gas and the lies. Either put up a flag or kiss the past goodbye. If you did it back then, and that's really the truth, then strap in tight, shut the fuck up and show us the proof.
The longer you wait, the more obvious it gets. As things become late, there's no more bets. The one question left is, did you put a man back on the moon? If we went way back in 69, if that was real, and y'all ain't lying, then NASA put a man back on the moon.
Always over budget and always way behind. You need 5 more years and another 1 billion dimes.
And you promise to put a man back on the moon. If y'all pass the belts and that's the truth, then load the rocket and show us all the proof. Hey NASA, put a man back on the moon.
put a goddamn man back on the moon.
All right, thank you very much. That was great. Good job, guys. And we do have another super chat from Dave's Waffle House. Dave, we do appreciate it.
From the Waffle House, located just off the Beltway.
We do appreciate it. Thank you very much for that. We are on question number 10. I have 2 more to input. And I have to do copy paste like a crazy person because I cannot type. It's 3-second delayed, which is fun. Really fun. So get ready to do a test, and we're almost there. We're just going to do a couple more things. Trying to think if I could tell you any stories, anything I need to tell you. Okay, I don't know what that is. Okay, we'll get that going. We do have somebody who showed up, and I'm just going to bring them in. We're going to have while I do these questions, we're going to go ahead and let our first person in. So we're going to go first person in for 4 minutes, and then we will. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We got one other thing to go here. What is going on? Man, there is something going on with this computer. It's really bad. Well, for some reason, my camera now is not coming up. I mean, it's trying, but it's just like incredibly slow. Wow. What could cause this? Although, I know what I did is because I got a touch screen little panel here that I turned into my sound effects board, which is really cool. But it wasn't working for most of the day yesterday, and so I eventually went into BIOS, made some moves, made some changes, came out of that, didn't work, tried some other things, finally got it to work. Now my camera comes on. Fantastic. Let me see if this is correct. Why is that so slow? Anyway, it eventually worked. I figured out what it was. I didn't know, NVIDIA cards, even the, what is this? The RTX 3090, which is like one of the best cards, or it was a couple years ago, has a 4-monitor max. I didn't know that. There's 5 freaking inputs in the back of the card. So you would think that it wouldn't, I know there's black screen. I know. I'm trying to get this to work here. We are having lots of issues. Let's put it that way. Many a issue. And this is just slow as could be. Come on. I already hit transition and it hasn't moved over yet. Why is that? Come on. Up, now it goes. That was like a 4-second delay. That was like a 4-second delay. All right, we're going to put this back up here. All right, I see what we did here. Let's move this down here. And that's done. And I believe we have up first, looks like Elder Bear is going to be jumping on. Elder Bear, what up? You got some free time here because I need to move your screen in place. So.
Hi, can you hear me?
I hear you great. Yes, how are you, my friend?
How you doing?
Good. You're a little bit hot. Let me see if we can turn you down just a hair.
Yeah, go on.
That's mute mic.
1, 2. Ooh,
Edit
hello,
mic
hello.
settings. Automatically adjust mic volume now. Okay, try now.
You need me to talk? Give you some volume?
That's good.
1,
That's good.
2,
Right there.
testing 1, 2. Are we alive on the Jeranism show?
We are. We are alive on the Jeranism show. You are welcome to start talking.
Yeah.
I'll start your clock here in a second.
How you doing?
Great. And you?
Have you got any old flat Earth friends left? Is anybody putting their arm around your shoulder and
Two or three. 2 or 3.
good.
Yeah, it's not bad. Josh Monday, good guy. Jenny Wera, it's good, good girl. I don't know. Is that? I guess,
yeah,
I don't know if there's anybody.
yeah,
else.
it's a long journey. Long journeys to not end up with any friends, eh?
It's okay. It's all right. They weren't real friends to begin with. So.
I was speaking to one of you. I was speaking to your old smoking buddy this week.
Who's that?
Grandpa Sav.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
He's on one.
Yeah, he's a bit really. Yeah. I mean, I came along kind of trying to, Flat Earth came up in my life as a question. I was hearing it around. I thought, I need to go and see what they're talking about.
Right.
See if it's the nonsense that people say it is. And it's been an interesting journey. So I've come across lots of sort of anomalies, discrepancies, things that I kind of feel like I
For
want to
sure.
ask a question about. And most of it's towards the flat Earth, because that was the new paradigm being offered to me. So I kind of thought, well, I need to check to see if that is actually something I can fit in my reality. And I don't know whether I mean, you change now, but when you're in the flat Earth, I mean, I haven't heard any arguments. I mean, they're calling out for globes to bring logical syllogisms, and but I haven't heard one from the flat Earth yet.
Give me an example. What you mean, just so I can make sure I'm on the same page. What are you talking about?
Well, a logical, if and if then statement, like a modus tollens type, a logical argument, I mean, got the black swan, but we know that's pretty poor and
for a couple reasons,
really. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I guess you know what they are, but I don't know, maybe you never came across an argument for the flat Earth when you were in that world. I mean, did you? Apart from the black swan, was there anything else?
No, not like not logically stated or anything.
No. Well, it came to me, that was quite important thing to have. It gives you a good firm grounding, to put forward an argument and gives people a chance to rebut it and things. And
right,
and I've been talking to Flatsoid and Sov and
fine for you.
This question that I had for them, and it kind of brought me to thinking, you need to make an argument, try, how to make an argument. And in fact, you inspired me because you've got an argument now that you've formulated.
I do,
and and I mean, I'm a bit of honor to you that it kind of pushed me to try and put something together. I mean, it's a bit of a pivotal moment in a sense in the history of the topic for somebody come up with an argument. FE never had one, and anyway, so I've come up with this, right? And this came out of my talk with Flatsoid and Sov, and I can tell you a bit more details. But anyway, This is it. The circumference of a circle is derived from the geometric function pi d. Given that the circumference of the equator on both the globe and flat Earth models are equidistant, then it follows that the radii of each model must also be equidistant. And follow me?
Yep. Which it's not.
Right. The flat Earth radius derived from the North Pole to the equator is derived at by 90 by 1 degree increments, each equaling 69 statute miles in distance along the ground, totaling 6,210 statute miles, often called flat Earth miles. Therefore, the numerical value for pi on flat Earth must equal 2.
Correct. And
follow?
Yep.
Oh yeah. But because I was talking to Flatsoid and Grandpa ran it to Sov, and I was asking them about it. How they could what they thought about the.
When was this though?
Earth
I just want to know when was this? Like a week ago or?
Oh, in the last couple of last week.
Okay.
And then McToon did a little stream on it.
Okay, yeah, I saw that. I saw that show. It was hilarious.
Oh yeah. Well, a funny thing was that McToon said, although it pains me to admit, I had to agree you were right. Amongst other people, but so that was quite amusing.
Right.
So that so it wasn't just like some mad person on the internet who might be classed as
But this isn't Bev, right?
Hey,
you're not Bev.
Is what? I'm not Bev.
Okay.
No, I'm not Bev.
No. But I heard Bev. Bev was so it was you and Bev basically was talking to them, right?
I was there too, but I also then spoke to them again in the last couple of days, day before yesterday, and well, if you probably heard that what was going on there, that if the flat Earth has a distance to the equator from the North Pole of 6,210 miles, and the globe has a distance of 3,959. Yet the circumference is the same on both, then something's going wrong. It doesn't add up because you have two different radius values.
Right.
Flatsoid was conflating the flat Earth radius with an arc from the North Pole on the globe, from the North Pole to the equator, on the surface, so a quarter of the arc. So he was saying that's the radius. He actually called that a radius. But
yeah, very confused.
I mean, when you were in flat Earth, was it? I mean, did you think about that? Did you come across this and were confused by it?
I think I went by what that Herb Irbone guy, the guy that used to race boats. in the South?
No, I don't know him though.
Yeah, he's Taboo Conspiracy's done a couple videos about him, but he basically said that he thinks that the miles in the north are short to make up for the fact that they had to basically shorten the north and then lengthen in the south. It was very convoluted, but it seemed like at the time everything that I thought was a good answer. Now, I mean, this is the thing I wish flat earthers would be able to see, but you don't see it till you're out and looking back. That many of the answers that we accept are just terrible, and it's because we have a preconceived notion that the earth is flat, and so any information that comes in, if it doesn't immediately meet that, then your brain just is trying to find some answer for it. So when Dave Weiss says, oh, why can Jaren see rockets from 185 miles away a minute after they take off? Well, it's because there's a 20,000 foot cloud that happened to move down to the horizon. Now that completely flies in the face of many of the other evidences that flat earth gives, like seeing Canigoo and these kind of things, because they're obviously that same distance, but they're a 9,000 foot mountain that we can see way above the horizon. So where's the clouds in that case? But it's like, just because he says it and it's enough to get people to go, oh yeah, that's it. Then they just don't think about it and they move on. So it's like nobody's actually going back. Nobody's keeping track. Nobody's actually caring about, are we actually answering these things that are unanswerable? Or are we just moving on to the next story because we don't? And really, it is just a personal incredulity that people can't imagine that they live on a giant sphere. I mean, that's the laugh that I get people, when I talk to people. They just laugh hysterically at that. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to work out whether the people I've spoken to are kind of blinkered compliant believers, or they're just pretty dumb at maths, or they're just thinking, well, that guy, he's the top guy, we'll follow him, he sounds good, he's swearing at a lot of people,
right.
Let's just repeat his shit,
like Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley's been a problem for that reason, and then I call it the Whitsitt effect, because I do think Whitsitt comes across as being so smart that everybody else can check out. A lot of people are like, oh, he's got it, we don't need to worry about these things.
I mean, I have tried to sort of confront him on that, but he when he was in Discord, he had a lot of supporters there would mute you and shut you down so you couldn't ask a question. So
right.
That's the general method of which I find they're pretty much like the establishment in many ways. They have a hierarchy, they silence the dissident questions,
right.
delete people. I don't find that the truthers are really anything different from the establishment that they say are programming us and trying to control us. I think it's just a repeat of that for myself. But I don't. I mean, the narrative
give me about 1 minute left.
Changing.
1 minute, if you could.
Okay. Well, the narrative is obviously changing because of all these things. Now they're sort of maybe saying that they can't even verify the equator. Now, like if you talk about the celestial theodolite, they're only kind of using the angle to anything up in the sky between 30 and 70 degrees. Outside of that, it's all a bit vague. Anything could be happening. I even heard somebody today saying that the sun doesn't actually make this circular path that you were describing in your argument. They said that was, nobody says that. And I've heard loads of people say that. I haven't heard anything different. I mean, they might not say they agree with the AE map, but when people describe a north-centric latitude system, they're describing a model. I've just been trying to get to the truth for me. That's what I've been about, trying to find out. And I'm not, on either side of the fence of false dichotomy at all. I'm still, trying to see, well, does that fit in reality or not? Holding one, each of those in separate hands, look at them and going, interesting. Not.
Do you think that the setting sun and the rising sun, the left, right, right, left diagonal, isn't that the best proof that there is?
Well, well, who sees that?
Yeah, I see it, but
you've had the privilege to see it. You've seen the whole thing.
But I mean, anybody who lives in the South or anybody who's ever been to the South, you only have to go there for a night and you'd see it. Right?
Yeah. But I mean, I talked to Flatsoid.
Yeah.
And I said, when you look at the sun, when it rises in the morning, and if you follow it through the day, which way do you physically turn to follow the path of the sun? And he just couldn't do it.
They don't. Yeah,
they won't say anything. They say east to west. I said, no. Right. Which direction? Now he's turning anti-clockwise, but I'm turning
Yeah, I mean, the
What?
thing is once you get into
I
that
think you have-
motion, it's hard to explain it because it's really just better just to say when you're looking west, everybody look west. Which way does the sun go when it sets? And for people in the south,
Well,
it goes the
yeah,
opposite
yeah.
of people in the north.
But he's looking north.
No,
to
but when
follow
it's
the path of the
no, no,
sun,
but
and
when
I'm
it's
looking
setting,
south.
just look west because it's the same. This way, they can't get away with saying that. Turn around and it's clockwise. No, 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 no. Just look west. You look west.
Yeah,
I'll look west.
but-
Everybody
but-
look west.
Yeah, but you've thrown a big spanner in the works, haven't you? Because now they've got to explain how the sun goes in an opposite direction. How the sun circles in an opposite direction. This is
It's a paradox.
This is
Can't really
yeah,
happen.
yeah. I mean, it's pretty impossible to explain. It seems.
Well, it's pretty
know,
impossible unless you invoke that sphere thing.
Well, I don't know. I've heard about the two-pole flat Earth model.
Yeah, it doesn't
that's
work.
arising.
Yeah,
And
it doesn't
has
work for
those-
several reasons. Number one, if you think about how we see the sun here in the north, it always does the left to right, left to right, left to right. But in that two-pole model, it's got to switch at the equinox and start going right to left. We never see that,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it defeats that.
Yeah. But I've asked them. I've asked where the crossover point is.
Oh, yeah.
But and also then the equator is it's going in a straight line on the equator.
Right.
So I'm trying to work out which point of rotation derives the equator.
Right. Okay.
And if the equator returns on itself, in which plane is that rotating, and where is its center point?
Right. And yeah, we could invoke Pac-Man if we want to. That'll make it interesting.
Well, this is the problem. But these series of questions, all they do is get me banned and stuff. So, but I'm still going to ask.
Well, thank
them
you for
because,
asking those things because I don't want to go on
is
the
there
show and deal with them. So I'm glad you did. All right, we got people behind you, so
yeah.
go ahead and finish it up.
Good luck. Good
Okay,
luck.
thank you.
Good to see you. All right, take care, man. Thanks
Later.
for having me on. Thank
We
you.
got,
Good job.
Up next, is that Jesse? It is Jesse.
Hey, it is. Can you hear me?
Are you now a globe earther? I mean, are you now a flat earther considering the celestial theodolite has buried the globe earth and everything that it ever was?
Oh, was this only for flat earthers?
Yes. Sorry.
Oh, I do apologize. I'm so sorry.
No, what's up? Start your clock for you.
Oh, I just wanted to give a report on the very broken celestial theodolite.
Thank you, please.
It is in utter shambles.
you
Initially, they thought it was working because they only had a couple data points, but when we got more data points in, it turned out it can match flat Earth, it can match globe Earth, and now there's results rolling in from flat Earthers themselves that match the globe Earth. So now they're trying to fix it. First, they says, "Oh, we got to adjust the azimuth," but turns out that was a mistake because that doesn't fix it either. And so then they're like, "Well, we'll just adjust the time until it matches flat Earth, basically." And so that, of course, was not acceptable. So they are trying to figure out what to do. And they don't know what they're going to do, and I don't know what they're going to do.
The
Because they
scary
have got
part is
themselves
that
in a
they've
pickle.
gone way in on this one. They've gone all in.
What's that?
They've gone all in on this one.
They
Because-
have gone all in on this one. It's do or die.
Yeah, because Witsit had that as like his number one proof during the debate, and he said it matches the flat Earth perfectly, which I knew wasn't the case. But then I asked Alan the other day, "Hey, would you agree with this statement that the celestial theodolite matches the flat Earth perfectly?" And he came back and said something like, "Yeah, now that we've done this and this and got this number right, yes, now that is correct." So I knew that was a problem. And then you've got Saint Pierre. Basically just saying it's the greatest proof of all time and the globe is done.
Yeah.
So
Well,
You know.
what they did was they adjusted, like, for example, the Greenhorn Mountain, they adjusted the time in Stellarium by over 3 minutes in order to move the altitude angle of the star to where they wanted it to match the flat Earth. But that also moved the azimuth, the right to left angle, so far to the right that it would not have even been in frame of the camera, and they would not have been able to film it set. So
that's
it's like-
sounds wrong.
so that's a long ways from perfect. A long ways.
Yes. So what is your take on it then? It's a faulty method that returns various results, and it requires you to basically turn off something that we know takes place every day, which is refraction. Right? They turn it off in the Stellarium software. Which anyway,
Right,
they're
it's
using the Stellarium software, which in and of itself is globe mathematics. So
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's a faulty method because they're just using Stellarium as a black box to generate a number that they like. That's all they're doing.
Right.
And the results they get are exactly what you would get on a globe if you followed their procedure. You know, on a globe, if you turned off refraction, moved it to the mountain peak, that is the number that you would get on a globe. And now they're trying to fudge that to make it, you know, match flat Earth. And so far they've tried 2 failed correction methods, one of which simply replaced the occlusion time with the desired time needed to make it match flat Earth, which means the original, you know, with that method, there's not even any need to go measure the occlusion time because you're just discarding that anyway.
And if it was a flat Earth evidence or proof or whatever, then you'd be able to go anywhere, use any mountain, and use any star and keep getting the same results, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have to just make these wild fudge factors. And if their variation was just due to, you know, random atmospheric conditions or, as they claim, a bug in Stellarium, then I wouldn't be able to predict their outcome with simple globe math. But I can assume a globe, do globe math, and I can tell them what angle they're going to get before they even go get it. So the numbers they're getting are exactly matching what would happen on a globe.
Okay.
So
I don't think many people were worried about it, because that's one of the things about being a globe earther I've realized is that you're never really stressed. The globe earth isn't going anywhere. Nothing's coming along that's going to knock it off its perch. As a flat earther, you really don't. You do feel like it. If you have a bad debate, you could set flat earth back, right? If you get something wrong, it could set flat earth back. You really do feel this constant nervous kind of energy that you want to not do anything that's going to hurt flat earth. But with the globe, I mean, I can't do anything with it. I could.
It just doesn't matter with the globe.
No, it's just it answers all questions. That even though people want to slag off that and say it's not the case, I heard Nathan Oakley saying today. Somebody sent me a clip of him yelling and screaming about TFE, but he says that it's over and over again that we measure the Earth flat, and it's just one of the dumber things I've ever heard. Just to keep being repeated, but then the people pick up on it, and he says it every day, and they say that the way that you can convince something or have somebody change their mind is through either repetition, indoctrination, or trauma. And I think he kind of gives us all those at one time.
I was going to say all three. All three at once.
So you have no chance, basically. If you watch that show, good luck. You are going to be in trouble. All right.
Yeah.
What else do you have? Finish us off.
That is all I had today.
Well, thank you, Jesse.
Hey,
whatever happened with your boat experiment, your fishing line?
Oh, that is still. I'm really hoping to get that done this summer. I'm almost ready. There's really only a couple things I think I need to do. One is to make a little bracket that holds the spool while I motor across the lake to let the line spool out.
Okay.
And the other is to take the little boat and the motor out. It's just a canoe with a 3 horsepower 1968 vintage boat motor, and just make sure that the motor can run nonstop at full power for a couple hours without burning up, because
you're gonna need it.
I'm gonna need it to.
Where are you doing this at again?
At a lake in my area that I'm not releasing yet, because there are some nasty flat earthers in other venues that would try to make trouble if they knew ahead of time. But once it's done, then I'll release it all.
Are you West Coast?
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe I'll even go there. If it's, I don't know where you're in the West Coast you're talking, but if it's
cool.
within reasonable distance, I'll see you there.
Yeah, I'm up in Washington, so that's a little ways.
Well, yeah, I mean, I like to take road trips.
I'll add you to my list of people that I'm notifying when I'm doing it.
Sure. Yeah. You have a Telegram group or no?
No, but I'm in yours.
Yeah, I watch you in the. Did you watch the guy with the with the Chat GPT? That true man. Oh my God! It was the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen, man. He was like, Roofy would say something, and like 30 seconds later, he'd come back with like a huge response with it's all layered, it's all formatted like ChatGPT, and then like Roofy would call him out, and he tried to pretend like he wasn't. Oh, you just don't understand what good format looks like.
Yeah.
All right, bro. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
We've got Mellow Dome in the house. Mellow Dome. Do I have any songs for you? I think I got something. What do we say about this one? Oh.
I want to get high.
There we go.
How's my audio?
Here we go.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I think you're listening to the wrong audio. I can hear it repeating.
I'm in the car. Hold on.
Can you? Are you listening to YouTube or speakers? I mean, or the StreamYard?
Let me take Bluetooth off.
Yeah, I wouldn't use Bluetooth. We'll see if he comes around. Now you're muted. In case you didn't know that. Don't worry, we will be still doing the quiz. Hold your horses. We're just going to try and get through. I'll just tell everybody we have 2 more people. We're going to give to both them. If you come in, good. If you come in after that, you're going to have to wait till after the quiz. Just letting you know. Go ahead. Mellow Dome.
I can't even hear you. I'm going to try jumping back in.
You what? All right, let me try the next person just to make sure that it's not a mistake on my part. We've got Bev. Try thinking. Bev, you are on mute. There we go.
Check that. Mic check.
What up? What up?
What up? Sound good?
You sound great. Your clock has begun.
I went to talk. You obviously heard about the conversations that we had with Flatsoid and mathematics.
Yes, it was hilarious.
Yeah. Well, I was interested in, because we've always been interested in the argument, and I was interested in you and your argument. I did happen to mention it to McToon the other day.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Because they were going over. I think everybody's been over the Witsit and you debate.
Yeah.
So they've all reviewed it because it was released onto YouTube.
Yeah. Well, yes. Not. Yes.
I know. You didn't do it, but somebody did.
Yes.
And that's what they've all reviewed, right? Now, in that review, you made an argument, which, I mean, I thought was brilliant. You know,
the modus tollens.
Obviously, it's worked in your head. I've seen you working it out, right, over the months since you went over there.
Right, because the very first thing I got was people saying, "Oh, that's an affirming of the consequent," and I said, "Okay, let me." And then I think about the black swan and how often that's used and how that's structured, and I said, "Well, if that's allowed, if they're going to allow that, Flat Earth allows that, so let me see if I can structure it the same way," which was pretty easy.
Yeah, I thought it was genius.
Yeah.
So that's what I've been doing. I've been, I had a sort of bet with myself that I think everybody in the arena has been neutered by the black swan.
Right.
I've been saying for years it's a fallacious in form argument.
Correct. It's got a couple things wrong with it.
Yeah. So when you sort of duplicated it, right? Your argument's a feasible argument, but the way that you linked it to the black swan was genius. So this morning I went and talked to the Flat Earthers at 24/7.
Okay.
About it. And it's hilarious, right? Just to know that they haven't got an argument, right? My approach was that I'm trying to see if people have progressed their argument since the Black Swan, because that's been 5 years, that, right?
Yeah, no, they have not been doing that. You know, Banjo,
No.
you could do Banjo cleaned it up real good. He says that the sun sometimes goes 23 degrees an hour, sometimes 17, sometimes whatever. The sun just we don't know what it does. Sometimes it's 36 hours going around. You never know. It's not 24 though.
The point is that you've obviously changed your mind and you've formulated your own argument, on the back of thoughts that you've had.
Correct. I mean, I think that, the setting sun and the rising sun in the south and north, the difference of those, I've never heard a Glober say that, and I think it's the best evidence.
Yeah, well, they are incapable of making an argument, and the spanner that you've thrown in the works, because now I think in order for them to address your argument, they are going to have to look at the Black Swan, and I don't think they can do that.
No,
they will then realise how bad that argument is.
No, that's part of Flat Earth is you can never go back. You can't. Can't get things wrong. At least that's the way they feel.
Yeah, they can't even address the arguments that they did have, or like the Black Swan.
Yeah.
Like Elder Bear was saying, we've now been banned from Flatsoid. We're not allowed to talk to them. We're not allowed to go on any of their streams.
Well, you're racist. I think all the things you're doing on that. You're just, I get it.
Asking questions. I mean, I got banned from Flatsoid's Discord for saying that Logos was my guide.
Don't say that.
Yeah, I know you're not allowed to say those sort of things to Flatsoid.
So have you adjusted what you say, or you use the same general premise that I did, that if the Earth is flat with a circling sun going around and bringing light and heat to all the continents in 24 hours, then at no time can there be somebody on the outskirts of that orbit seeing the sun go backwards around their head in 24 hours as well. Since we went and saw that, then we know that the Earth isn't flat. Are you changing any of that?
Well, no, I was in McToon's Discord server beforehand. He has a room called Bev's Room of Shame. What do you know about that?
I don't know about it.
Well, I was over there asking them, saying, if it's a final experiment, then there should be an argument to support the experiment.
Right.
Since I understood it as a social experiment, but the argument I made, and this was beforehand, it was, if the sun circles a point as it does on the AE map or the Sun and Moon Clock app, then it cannot also circle another point on its own circumference.
Correct. That's a good way to put it.
Because a circle with two centers is preposterous, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was my argument that I made. It's a little bit simpler,
right?
Than yours, because you obviously went and saw a lot more. And
yeah,
I didn't figure in the reverse rotation,
right?
Which throws another spanner in the works.
Yeah,
but basically, mine was just about the circles.
Well, and you've heard me before. I don't really believe in necessarily in proof of any kind. I mean, you can get as close to that as possible. Things can become facts, but as far as like proof, so I liked the trip because the trip was a falsification. That if the sun set, then we could say that the globe Earth had been falsified. If the sun circled, then we would say that the flat Earth had been falsified. So I liked it. Yeah. It seemed simple, and it was kind of irrefutable. I mean, it's not. You could never say that because maybe there is a way to come up with it, but they can't come up with it. And that was kind of the whole thing with Witsit saying that my is a personal incredulity fallacy. When I say, well, explain how it works on a well, the reason I say that and the reason it's not personal incredulity is because it's never been explained by anybody. So that's much different than if somebody's talking about gravity and then I say, well, I can't believe that gravity exists like that. And they say, that's personal incredulity. Well, you're right, because there are people who can explain gravity. I'm just somebody who doesn't believe it and says, I'm just going to dismiss it because I don't believe it. So I do believe that that could be a fallacy. But when you're talking about something that nobody in the world can do or has never been explained, well, then that's not personal incredulity. That's worldwide incredulity. that's somebody better show, if you come home and your kid's got chocolate all over his face and you say, hey, what do you have chocolate over your face for? And he says, well, because the dog ate that brownie. Then the correct answer there is, I don't believe that. That's ridiculous. That no one's ever seen a dog eat a brownie and it end up on your face. So it's not personal incredulity at that point. That's actually the correct logical way of looking at it, is to say, no, I don't believe that. A kid can't tell his dad at that point, well, that's personal incredulity, Dad. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it's not true. No, but it's not just me that doesn't believe it. It's that no one's ever seen that. So same thing with flat Earth, is that nobody has ever been able to explain the flat Earth and it matched the sun. And then they act like the sun's just some one single observation. It's like, no, the sun is kind of the most important thing that there is. So if you can't explain the sun, then you haven't got off the bench to play the game yet. Or you can't. You gotta stay benched. In my opinion.
Yeah, I think when we had a conversation quite a bit ago when you and Dave came round, probably a couple of years ago now.
I remember that.
We were trying to explain to you the problems with these circles, and you didn't see it then, but when you actually went to see it, like it changed. It's a different thing once you see it for yourself.
100%.
Now, I think the problem with what they've got at the minute is these two counter-rotational sun circles they're impossible to explain.
Yeah.
And the mind can't comport to a contradiction given to it as such. So it just shuts down. there's no thought that can be made about something that's impossible to explain because you can't get there. Your brain can't get there.
So you'll notice that they just divert. They won't even let it get into there. They have to say something else, or they don't know which way they're looking. Everything's got to be something because if they really thought about it, then your brain is going to tell you, hey, this can't happen.
Yeah, no. I mean, the flat earthers can't globe the problem away, whereas the globe's made for that, right? For that very reason.
Yeah.
That's why the globe's always going to win in these type of arguments.
Yes.
So I think you've done really well with your argument, and I think you should still keep pushing that because, in my experience, the flat earthers cannot explain it.
No, that won't be a way. No, unless you invoke, multiple suns, apparent suns, and all the things that no one's ever seen. Reflection suns, any of that, there would be evidence of that.
Yeah, they're going to shut out all of their ability to communicate with anyone.
Correct.
Because they can't answer any questions. They can't even be involved in a discussion about it.
Right.
And I'm hoping, fingers crossed, eventually QE and Nathan will have to come out and sort of compete with your... Because what you've done is you've set up now the false dichotomy argument, right? They say not sphere, and you say not flat. So basically, you can take your pick which argument you want now,
right?
And you can falsify the other side,
right?
And they've got to join in with that conversation about these arguments.
But they can't because they realize that they're not using refraction, which is a known thing. They don't even include it in their story, and then they also are, they say if it's a sphere of a certain size, then they go through the rest of their statement, but they then say, well, the Earth is not a sphere. Well, no, it's not a sphere of that size. That's what all you're refuting. All right, I got to let you go. Thank you very much. Oh, I don't see Melodome now, but we do have Kevin, Michael, Hayes. But thanks for coming in. Kevin, what's up?
Hey. I was just wanting to ask about that song, the Putting the Man on the Moon.
Yes.
Did you write the lyrics on that?
Yeah. Well, what I do is I usually will send it through ChatGPT one time to see, give me a structure, and then I'll go through and change I like a certain chorus. I like a certain pattern that, repeats. If you kind of look at all my music, it's all like that. So then I go through and really clean it up.
Yeah, that is freaking fantastic. Is that on Spotify yet, or?
No, I've never even uploaded anything like that on Spotify, but I'll put it on my channel as soon as the show's done.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome blossom.
I do like that song.
So I kind of got on, the flat earth caught my attention, came up on my radar back in, 2016 or so?
Okay.
With the flat earth clues and stuff. And so I watched that, and then I saw you and Austin Whitsitt and then Melodome and the rest of the ragtag crew. And so I was very interested, and I found it curious, and I liked listening to the arguments and the debates and everything, but I wasn't sold on, the earth is flat. And so when you went to the South Pole in December, I was
to the south.
I was following along, riveted.
Nice.
And I really enjoyed the entire progression.
Oh, good.
All of the fallout that's happened since then. So, props to you.
Did you watch when we were there? I mean, were you watching my Telegram that I was updating? Well, thank you for doing that. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Good times. Other than when we got back and I lost all my friends. But anyway, what are you
right?
What are you gonna do?
Well, so I became a member of the channel just because
thank you.
I'm on a fixed income on disability, and so it's I can't really afford to contribute large sums and stuff, but the little small part that I can do, I just figured, hey, it's time for me to actually become a member.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
much appreciated.
Rock on and keep your head up. You got it.
We'll get through it. I got some things planned. It's going to be okay.
Awesome.
Yeah. Anything else?
That'll be it. I'm just going to head out. I just wanted to.
Right. Well, thank you. I appreciate you coming.
Ask about the song and all that. So
yeah, I wrote a note here. I'm gonna upload that after the show, so it'll be on my channel.
Awesome.
All right, take it easy. All right, we've got Mellow Dome MDTV in the house, and
yo, am I good now?
You're good.
All right,
what's up, Show? How are you?
Good, dude. Good. Just got out of work early because it's storming like crazy. So
you get your scope yet?
It'll be here Saturday.
Nice.
Yeah, wanted to call in and announce that and say thank you again. I got a Daystar Solar Scout 80 millimeter with 1400 millimeter focal length.
Nice.
Yeah, with like just $100 left over from the donation, so I ordered an adapter piece to put my phone attached to it, so I can live stream from my phone.
Dope. You think it'll be able to zoom in enough to see like Sov's brain, or no?
That's why I got this one, because it's the 1400 focal length.
So we'll
it's like it's the closest. It's the one I could get with the biggest magnification at that price.
All right, well, good. Well, hopefully we can find it. Because he's
but even after, like, I'll be able to zoom in and get, after shots, like running it in and chopping it up a little bit. But during the live stream, it still should be good. And
nice.
But when it comes Saturday, so I'm gonna have some time off next week. I'm gonna live stream while I'm unboxing it and putting it together and saying thank you to all the donators and
very cool
things like that. So look out for that on my channel.
Make sure you say what's his name a bunch of times. I was going to call him
Callum.
Yeah, Callum. Thank you.
Yep, definitely.
He hooked you up. He was like 25%, I think, or something. I don't even know how much of it.
Yeah, bro. I know. We've been talking. He's been very interested in this, guys, too. He just got him a nice little solar filter for his camera, so he's been out there documenting, getting his own observations in.
Nice. Yeah, I'll be talking to you. I go to a bunch of auctions again. I have to, buy things to sell. And I saw a bunch of telescopes in this last one. I bid on a couple of them, but they got a little bit higher than I wanted to. But like one of them was like a $6,000 setup. I forgot the brand name. It's something like something physics or something. But yeah, it ended up going for like 11 or 1,200, and it was just more than I could spend on it. But I mean, it was like $5,000 brand new. So I just wanted to talk to you about some of those things because I'd be interested in maybe getting something if I can get it cheap like that. But
yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah, because one thing I want to do for sure is that I want to, and I'm gonna try to do it tonight. So when the moon rises tonight, because it's about half full, if you zoom in fully on the moon and take a nice little image or two of the moon when it's rising, and then wait till it sets, and then do it again, that you can actually see the shadows moving on the ground from the mountains. So that eliminates immediately of anybody saying it's it's a plasma thing, it's a projection, it's probably.
You mean the angles of the shadows like rotate?
They'll actually grow or shrink.
Right.
You can determine even in the same day. You can't do it an hour apart, but you could do it what would be about 12 or 11 hours apart, and you'll get you'll see significant movement. I've seen other people do it, so I can't say for sure because I've just seen people who've done it, but I want to do it myself. So that's my
I was able to zoom in and get some good shots of the mountain peaks, like Mount Harbinger, I think is one of the mountain features on the moon, and I was able to get the peaks of it as it was going through its phases, and each night it would just reveal more of the peaks.
Oh, wow.
I remember being a flat earther mistaking that peak being lit up as a star,
right.
like,
yeah, because it's sticking up higher.
Oh, it's a star seen through the moon, but it's just the peak of those mountains being lit up by the sunlight.
But dude, moon map. Have you seen that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's the answer.
But yeah, man, just want to say thanks again, and just want to give the audience and you a heads up on
awesome.
On the
Looking
stream.
forward to it.
I'll be doing like an unboxing. So
very cool. Yeah, I think we all owe you a lot too, or at least I do, because who knows where I would have gone if I hadn't already come to the conclusion that the sun was physical and actual. Who knows? I might have been one of these people that's like, well, it's an apparent sun and there's 13 of them, and who knows? but I knew that it was physical.
Yeah, but you're not, man. You're one of the real ones, and I appreciate you. This whole journey, even the whole flat Earth thing, because if it wasn't for all this, I wouldn't be. I mean, there's so much more now that I know about where I live and what's above us, and
we probably
so
know
it's
more
just a
about
huge benefit.
Do you think we know more about the globe Earth than 99% of people? I would think we do.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, I got buddies who want to come at me and they're like, haha, so you don't think the Earth is flat no more? Like, they're trying to laugh at me, but it's like, dude, what do you know about where you live? Tell me.
Right.
Throw out something at me. What you got? You got nothing.
Yeah,
all right.
nothing.
So I can tell you all kinds of shit. And yeah, I did. I believed flat Earth, but now I'm very well educated to a point where I can pass a lot of this information on to my children.
Right.
And this guy's over here like want to make fun of me because I challenge my beliefs. You just going along to get along. Like, you don't even know where you live, you know? So
yeah, or the people
I've
just
had a little
messaging
bit
me
of
like
that.
turncoat this, I'm like, so what you're saying is that you would rather me have lied to you than to be honest. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You're like,
yeah,
it's
dude.
just
Oh yeah, I'm a
insane.
truther, but please lie to me. Don't tell me the truth, man.
Right.
Yeah.
This is a truther.
That's what it's all about, dude. That was a huge red flag too, beyond any of these sun observations. Just the way they carried themselves and the vitriol. Like, I have questions about my observations I wasn't allowed to ask, and it just went south bad. Because I'm the type, I'll match energy real quick, dude. So it doesn't work out too well.
Don't phase you. All right. Well, I'll let you go.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, sir.
Keep it up, dog. I
Appreciate it.
appreciate you, man.
All right. Take it easy.
Later.
Later. All right. We're going to do the quick. What did he leave? We got him. Okay, we're off. And I did have a sound effect that I couldn't quite get to in time for the bringing the truth to the truthers. Was it this one? Let's hear this one while we get set up for the quiz.
Eric Dubé brings
There
the
we go.
ball up the court, doesn't want to pass it, finally does over to DJ Curious, who just stands there looking confused. Wait, from inside his shorts comes Mark Sargent, who was hiding in there, grabs the ball, and crosses half dork, hand off to David Weiss, who is in Mark's pocket, dribbles, tries to sell the app to those at courtside. He ducks, dives, lies, and cuts ties. He's still playing damage control. He's pressured, so he passes to his Microsoft whistleblower, who doesn't exist, and the ball skips away. There's Jaren. He saves the day. Comes up with the ball based on facts and evidence and not his religious text. He's got a wide open path, but the entire team is surrounding him, and oh boy! Oh geez! Jaren made a mistake. It appears, yes indeed it looks like, he brought truthers the truth. They want none of it. They just grabbed the ball and popped it. The ball has been popped by those loud, snot-nosed, possibly retarded flat earthers down there. How could they? And look over there. Now they just threw Jaren under the bus. Brutal. Well, I guess we're going to play Frisbee now.
No, we're going to play trivia, not Frisbee. It's trivia time, guys. Get ready. If you're in the chat, all you got to do is answer 1, 2, 3, or 4. And it does matter who answers faster. If there's a tie, it will go to whoever's been answering the quickest. Here we go. Are you ready? Get set. Let's go. Question number 1. If we add the following odd numbers, what do we get? 15 plus 2 plus 22 plus 10 plus 1 plus 17 plus 5 plus 99 plus 16. Again, we're adding the odd numbers. What do we get when we add the odd numbers that are there in front of you? 15, 2, 22, 10, 1, 17, 5, 99, and 16. You have 10 seconds. Is it 1, 77, or 2, 35, 3, 137, 4, 120? One of those answers is correct. Your time is up. We're going to be blowing through these. Who got it right? Who's going to win? By the way, $50 cash money for first place winner. Who's it going to be? Let's see. I hope that the majority of people got this one right. They did. We got only 6 people playing. It's a very, very low amount of people. All right. Here we go with question number 2. Good luck to all. It is, who never co-hosted Raw? 1, Rose 777. 2, Missa. 3, Dave Weiss. 4, Bob Nodell. Again, I used to run a podcast called Monday Night Raw. Who was never a co-host with me? Was it Rose 777? Put a 1. If it's Missa, put a 2. If it's Dave Weiss, put a 3. If it's Bob Nodell, put a 4. That is your question number 2. We got 11 questions. First place, $50. Last place, $0. Actually, every place other than first, $0. You win nothing. We've got another one coming up. Let's see if we can get some sound effects in here. I'm learning how to use my touch screen. It's pretty. But There's only one problem. The little arrow buttons are a little too small. I'm going to end up hitting a sound effect when I don't mean to. All right, who got that right? Oh, it's all over the place. Bob Nodell is actually correct. Missa was my co-host. Dave Weiss was my co-host. Rose 777 was my co-host. Bob Nodell, co-host of Glowbusters, not Raw. Let's... Ooh, that's pretty nice. We got, if you see the sun setting diagonal left to right, which of the following is true? Number 1, you're in the south. Number 2, you're in the north. Number 3, it's the equinox. Number 4, it is summer. 15 seconds. If you see the sun setting diagonal left to right, which of the following is true? You're in the south, press 1. You're in the north, press 2. It is the equinox, press 3. It is summer, press 4. I'll get to those super chats 1 second. Let me get back to the regular chat, make sure there's people playing. Trying to win that 50 cent, $50. Let's go to top. No, not top. Come on. Go to live chat. All right, here we go. Get ready. We got 3 seconds. I do see some people answering. That's good. All right, we've got. Go. Oh, come on. Oh, 3. What's going on? Oh, there we go. Question number 4. Why did Jaren and Missa have to change their dog's name a year after the dog was named? Number 1, they didn't know the actual meaning. Number 2, the name was 33 in gematria. Number 3, Mabby couldn't pronounce it. Number 4, they got the sex wrong. Why did Jaren and Missa have to change their dog's name a year after the dog was named? 1, they didn't know the actual meaning of the name. Number 2, the name was 33 in gematria. 3, Mabby couldn't pronounce it. 4, got the sex wrong. Let us see. Who got it right? Who got it right? Who didn't know? Come now. The correct answer was they got the sex wrong. Mr. Puppy became Miss Puppy after a year. Let's go to the next one. You've got 4 seconds. I'm sorry. Why do I keep running to get the time? There we go. Jaren's hometown is known as the what? Number 1, meth capital of the world. Number 2, green bean capital of the world. Number 3, the garlic capital of the world. Number 4, the artichoke capital of the world. 1, meth. 2, green beans. 3, garlic. 4, artichoke. Which one is it? Oh, Holden Smith is here. Holden, the cops never contacted me. I wonder why. Probably because you were full of shit. Did you ever think of that? I did. I knew it from day one. All right, let's go to the next question. Somebody's going to take home $50. $50. Garlic capital of the world is correct. We got 2 people got that right. Yes, it is the garlic capital of the world. Oh, my sound ran out. All right, here we go. We got the next question. Question number 6 coming up in 1 second. Here we go. What's the official term for a group of flamingos? Are they 1, a drama club, 2, a pink gang, 3, a flamboyance, 4, a sparkle? 1 of those is correct. 3 of them are not. 1 of those is correct. 3 are not. Do you want to phone a friend? We can phone a friend if you want. Who are you going to call? I don't know. Neither of them. Nope. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? We've got the results of question 6 coming. If you said that they were a little flamboyant, you are correct. They are a flamboyance. Is that 100%? Holden, can you stop capitalizing your entire comments? Nobody's reading that. There we go. Thank you, me. Flamboyance is correct, and we got 73%. Nice. Okay, we got question number 7. Which animal can't stick out its tongue? Monkey, crocodile, chinchilla, cat. Number 1, monkey. Number 2, crocodile. Number 3, chinchilla. Number 4, cat. Which one is it? A group of dupes? Indeed. Dude, you're so confused, Holden. If you think I watch Jake's show, you're a retard. Why do you keep stealing my name? I don't do stuff like that. I don't have any sock accounts, you loser. Just tells me what kind of loser you are. You must have 10 of them. Crocodile is correct, 96%. We just had 1 person, Catch-22. We won't say his name, though, Catch-22. Only 1 person got that wrong, Catch-22. Just 1, Catch-22. All right, let's go with number 8. What is tomorrow? Is it 1, a day in June? 2, Mrs. birthday? 3, Jaren's 45th and a half birthday? 4, the 3rd of July? What is tomorrow? 1, a day in June. 2, Mrs. birthday. 3, Jaren's 45th.5 birthday. 4, the 3rd of July. It's one of those. It's one of those. What do we need? Do you want to play with the 1 second? Tetris sound effect? Nah, don't like it. All right, the answer is Jaren, yes, I have. The answer is my 45th and a half birthday. My 45th and a half. 45 plus 6 months. In 6 months, I will be 46. Number 9. Which planet would float if you could put it in water? 1, Venus. Sorry, Venus. 2, Uranus. 3, Saturn. 4, Neptune. I can pretty much know that Uranus would not float, but who knows? Who knows? We've got number 1, Venus. 2, Uranus. 3, Saturn. 4, Neptune. Who is taking home 50 cash money millionaires? Do we have any 50 sound effects? Enrique, do you? I don't know. Let's tell me. Which planet? Adjusting for curvature. That's hilarious. If I must say so myself. If I must say so myself. We've got Saturn is the correct answer. You've got 2 more questions, I believe. 2 more questions. Question number 10. Who's going to win? It is. In what country is it illegal to own just 1 guinea pig because it's considered animal abuse? 1, Switzerland. 2, Peru. 3, Germany. 4, Florida. Because I don't know why that's a country, but could be. Could be. Who is going to take this home? Who's going to win that 50? All right, and the answer is, of course, Switzerland, because I don't know. I don't know why that's them. They have weird laws, I guess. Switzerland is correct. Only 25% of you got it. It's going to be a close one today. A lot of people missing. Is anybody perfect? I don't think so. All right, we've got one final question. Sorry, these were kind of rushed at the end. I had to copy paste all these in. Which of the following is not a real town name? 1, Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. 2, Please Leave Arkansas. That's supposed to be Arkansas. I don't know why I spelled it wrong. 3, Chicken, Alaska. Or 4, Boring, Oregon. One of those is not a town. 1, Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. 2, Please Leave It, Arkansas. 3, Chicken, Alaska. 4, Boring, Oregon. And that is it. The quiz was going, and now, you know.
But it's over now.
Must have been good, but I lost it somehow. Sorry. I won't sing anymore. The answer was, Please Leave Arkansas is not a real city. Truth or Consequences, New Mexico is a real city. All right, who won? Let's take a look. You win $50. Congratulations and all that stuff. And if you think, write in the chat, if you think that you want to do this on a weekly basis, I'll have a bigger show. We can have even bigger prizes, maybe get some donations. Rebel Raider in first place with 8 correct. Megan second with 7. And then Fitz of the Galapagos Islands are the holy something. Got 3rd. So congratulations to Rebel Raider. I don't even know if you've played yet, but Rebel. If you have Telegram, please reach out. t.me/Jeranism. If you don't, you can go Jaren@Jeranism. Email me there. And we will get you your prize. So I'm thinking about doing a show 1 time a week. It could have bigger prizes, but I was thinking it might be better if we do, well, I've got a couple ideas, but I think it'd be better if we take the top 3 each week, and then we'll spin the wheel, and on the wheel will be like 3 slots will be carry over the total, and then 3 slots will be the people, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. Should we make it like a bigger slot for, maybe we'll put this 1st place, I don't know. I'm still thinking about that. Then we spin the wheel, and it's either a 50-50 chance that either one of those 3 will win the money, or it will be carried over to the following week, and we'll do it again. And we'll do like a 25 question. I want a lot of people in the chat. I think it'd be cool. Anyway, that is a plan. If you're interested in that, please write in the comments or chat or something like that. Jeranism, the Dearth Ball is still MIA. I'll get you a tracking number. Did my wife send me a tracking number? I think she did. Let me check this real quick. Human being, it should be there. Let me go to my Telegram. Let's go to her and just see if she sent me. Might be, it's either her or, I mean, it's either that or somebody else that she sent me the tracking recently. No, but I will ask her for it, and I'll tell you. We'll look up the tracking. All right. So congratulations again, Rebel Raider, for his 8 correct answers. Oh, if you want to see the chart, how do I do this again? I'll put it in the chat. There's a way to get a chart out. Where is it? Here. Nope, that's a plugin link. I'll give you that. Where is the results link again? Huh. Trivia game. Oh, here it is. Open leaderboard, display leaderboard, instantly displayed top leaders. I guess we could go halfway through and give an update on who's winning. That'd be fun. Where is link for players? On, all right, here we go. Link for players to claim prize. Link for players to claim prize. That's weird. Open leaderboard. That's what I want. I don't want anybody claiming prize. All right, here we go. So I'll give this if you want to see this. This is going to be in here and put it in the chat. All right. YouTube. Jeranism would be better, but you could put YouTube. It's not. It's going to still get to me. All right, there we go. That is the link if you want to look at that. You can't actually open. Refresh the page to see up-to-date results. 8 correct answers. You can see everybody who played all the way down. Landry, you didn't do too well. Landry got 1 for anybody. I'm the Craig got 2. All right, let's get back to the calls. That was a fun trivia game. And Rebel Raider took it down. Took it down. All right, let's go to over here. Definitely a snot-nosed kid. And they took the ball and they popped it. Popped it, but they don't want to play the game anymore. Isn't that right, NBA Jam guy? Yes, he's got some good ones. He's got some, what are you going to say about Dubé?
Eric Dubé is off tonight. Will be busy copying his next book word for word off Robotham. Such a great writer Eric is.
Right. It's true. It is true. Great writer. He basically just takes the work of Robotham and then copies it and puts it out as his book. It's kind of cool. I got to start doing that. It's pretty cool. One of the cooler things you could do is just take somebody else's work and just make it your own. Why not? Why not?
Look up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a double-sided mirror dome with a superfluid ceiling that perfectly matches all calculations using the formulas from dome refraction.
Or not. Or not. All right, let's bring it back. Here we go to the calls again. We've got up first is Ian Krog. I don't know. See, it turned off my camera again. What is going on? Why does it do that? It'll come back in a second. At least it did before. Ian Krog, you are on the air, even though you can't see me. I am there in spirit.
Yo, can you hear me?
I can.
Sweet, sweet. Yeah, I was the one who asked the question about the tropics, the northern and the southern ones.
Right.
How does so if I'm right, the sun appears above each tropic and it doesn't go above the Tropic of Cancer directly overhead, and it doesn't go below directly overhead in like Australia, Tropic of Capricorn. Yeah.
You said it doesn't go above ahead? It does go above their head.
Well, it does go above your head, but I mean, like,
it doesn't go north or south of those.
North or south, yes.
Correct.
Yes. And so, so you shouldn't see it anywhere further north over your head above the Tropic of Cancer, correct?
No. Imagine that you're standing on the Tropic of Cancer and the sun's setting in the high summer. So you're talking, let's say, June 21st. Well, the sun's going to be following that line, but to you, it's going to look further north than the line. I can show you a quick example, but again, you can tell which direction it's going, though. That's one of the things. And that's the problem with the south one. The one in the south, on a flat map, the sun always goes clockwise. So it's always got to go off to the right when you're in the south and you're watching it set. But it doesn't. It goes to the left. It goes to the south, which doesn't make any sense unless you look at the globe. Then that makes sense. I'll just show you real quick so I can show you. So, yeah, if you're at the Tropic of Cancer on June 21st, you would be able to see the sun north of you. A little north of you. if that makes any sense. So here's Tropic of Cancer. We'll get down here.
Okay, so it does go above the Tropic of Cancer. It doesn't stick within the tropics.
Well, that is within. It's right above it at the furthest. That's the furthest north it goes. So if we look here, though, okay, so I think you can kind of see that. So if I go here and I'm going to change the date to sun, that's July. It's kind of going to work the same. So this is July 3rd. So you'll notice as the sun comes here, you're going to notice it's further north than. Oops, where are we at here? Up there it is. So see how it's north? Oh, you can't see it. I hate this thing. Let me move this way. It's always off the screen. So you'll see there. Here's the tropic. Of course, you can't see that either. There. Now you can see the tropic is here, but the sun's way over there to the north. But it is still above. If you kind of rewind it, so it's coming back. It's going to be above our head, and then it's going over there. So it is above that. I mean, you could just kind of go like this to see it. If we kind of move, you're going to see that you actually right, and you can kind of go over there and you'd be underneath it because it's turning to the right. That's why you're seeing it off in the distance. So when you go left, when you go over here to the Tropic of Capricorn, you would expect if the Earth was flat, it still needs to go off to the right. That's the only direction the sun goes. But if you notice this little dip in the line here, it's going left. So you would actually see the sun over here south of it, but it's still above it on the other side. It's just the way we see it.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Yep. That's it.
Yep, that was it. I was just curious because somebody was pointing that out, that you could see during the summer solstice in the southern hemisphere that you can see the sun rise in the south, but the Tropic of Capricorn is to your north.
Yeah, it's really pretty much the end of the story right there. Is that if people actually got off their high horse and stopped thinking that they know everything, and that, everybody always tells me, well, we know it's not a sphere. Okay, just for a second, step back and pretend that you're really coming at this with an open mind, looking at the evidence. Well, the evidence tells you, God tells you, the world tells you, with the sun only. You don't need anything else. You don't need any man-made anything. And you'll know right away where you live because it only can be explained by a sphere. In fact, it's a paradox on the flat Earth because somebody in the south who watches the sunset by looking west, the sun sets diagonally right to left. At that same sunset, if somebody's in the north watching the same exact sun, it sets left to right. So we've got, on a flat Earth, you have two suns moving in different directions. It's a paradox. But on the globe Earth, of course, both people see that because of the nature of the sphere. It's what the sphere predicts. So it sucks that we were wrong for 10 years, but you know what? We were looking for the truth of the shape of the Earth, and I found it, or we found it. So I'm happy.
Sweet, thanks.
All right, later. We've got Fitz of Rage. What up, Blue?
Hey, how's it going?
Very good. You?
Yeah, not too bad. Just had a nice little Alaska cruise last week, so.
Alaska cruise?
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Who'd you go with?
My wife and kid.
Oh, nice.
So.
Okay. Gotta love cruises with the wife.
It was fun, but having the kid along
yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Does present its own challenges.
Yeah, I would try and do that to get away from the kid, but.
Yeah. But actually, funnily enough, it kind of matches along with what you're just talking about. I was wondering how you think about this as a potential more monetarily available method of disproving the AE map personally.
Okay.
Of going to the equator on the equinox, where the sun is going to rise exactly due east and go in a complete straight line above you, and then set completely due west, and how that does not match what you would expect if it's going in a circle above you.
Correct. Yeah, it's a great. It's another one. It's a good one.
Okay, so yeah, do you think if you had done that
No, I knew about that because Wolfie did it, but I really thought that I guess I just thought that, of course, we know that's what it does, that they're looking at observations. But yeah, when you really think about it, you're right. Because, I mean, remember, the day before that, it's actually circling. And then the day after that, it's circling. But on that equinox day, it's going straight. So that just can't happen. There's no reason for that other than the sphere.
Yeah. I guess, I guess it's not too likely that most of the flat earthers still out there would be willing to do that and would change their mind if they saw that. Probably, would be my guess.
I'll bring it up and keep talking about it, but I've gotten to the point now where I don't think flat earthers are truthers like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if they were, then you just want the truth. That's what you claim. But it's, what I've learned is that the flat Earth truthers are people who have already made their mind up about the shape of the Earth, and that they have made fun of everybody who thinks it's a globe so much that they've kind of pigeonholed themselves in a corner now, because it does take some apologies. It does take some walking back, some saying to your friends, hey, I was wrong, some saying to your parents, hey, I was wrong, to your brothers or sisters. And people hate saying they're wrong more than anything else in the world.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Okay, so, yeah, I just kind of wanted to run that by you.
Yeah, it's a great one.
I don't think I had anything else.
All right, well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Later.
Good talking.
Flat Earth theory just got dunked into a fucking dumpster.
Tone Blair in the house. I like Tone Blair. Oops. I lost it. There
What up, man?
What up, Tone? Good. You, yourself?
Good, man. Hey, quick question, man. That Moon song is hella funny.
Thank you.
Is that all AI, or are you writing those lyrics, or how you doing that?
Yeah, I wrote the lyrics. Yeah, ChatGPT starts it out, and then basically I just kind of take from that what I like about it, and then change some words, and then put it through Suno a bunch of times. I mean, because Suno, you never know what's going to come out, and it's it'll be like one of those things where it'll come out with a great beat and a great song, but it misses a couple words wrong, so then I have to do it again, and then I'm like, I wish I could get back to that beat. But you kind of have to just keep going until you get something that you really like. So yeah, the lyrics
the lyrics were good, man.
Yeah, you notice I put in there all the all the moon missions that have crashed, and the Constellation and SLS burns cache, and so it was.
Yeah, I was like, damn, like AI's got to be real good to write all that shit, but that makes better sense.
No, yeah, and I like when the rhyming structure is already set up for me, so I'm just if basically they make the rap and then I don't like the words, and I just know what word I'm looking for, so it's just easier than being completely original.
It actually throws out like a rhyme for you already, and you just kind of match the cadence, so to speak.
Yeah, if you write anything in ChatGPT, like write a rap song about blankety blank, then it will write a song, but at least adds some structure that you can kind of base, then you throw in a chorus every once in a while or something like that. But it does a pretty good job with it. Better than Suno, I think.
Yeah, gotcha. That was dope. Man, what, so, I haven't been watching the moon landing stuff that you guys been doing. I mean, so what's your opinion on that? Did he convince you on that, or is it still
he
still up in the air?
He convinced me that I don't think that there's good evidence for it being fake like I thought before. I mean, I really think that you get in this habit of when you hear it so much, right? So the conspiracy crowd, there's nobody in this conspiracy crowd that thinks we went to the moon. So you just get used to hearing everybody say nobody went. But if you really kind of look at like, okay, what evidence do we have? I asked Alan from Space Audit the other day. I said, Alan, what's your number one proof we didn't go to the globe? And he said, oh, it's the one that you've brought up where they're driving in the car and their voice isn't, making an inflection. And I said, yeah, that's probably one of the better ones. But it just kind of hit me like, if that's our best proof, that's not very good, right? Like I guess this is what kind of really threw me for a loop, is that last week before Dave and I had our meeting, is I said, okay, I want to go through Apollo 17 because I've seen some of the pictures and they look a little bit ridiculous. So I started going through it, and I went through with the Surface Journal, so all the things that they were saying, and I kind of found that like that whole trip that they took was like pretty much perfect. I mean, imagine that being fake now is kind of like, wow, how would you fake that so good in real time? And then I started thinking, well, maybe all these images change. Maybe they changed the images after the fact. So I started trying to search for the oldest image I could find, and a lot of them were the same image. Like, or if I did find a difference, there was no visible difference. Like you couldn't say, oh, that mountain changed size or anything. So my whole thing is that I would not argue on the team that says that the moon landings was fake, but I certainly would not argue on the team that says the moon landings were real. So for me, I think it's they got to go back. Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, man, and that's what's good about that song. It's like, why the fuck you ain't been back yet? Right, or let's just take it from the position of let's say they did go. Okay, still go back. Like, because if I was Neil Armstrong or Buzz Aldrin, I'd be livid. Like, you don't send us somewhere 50 fucking years ago, and then people start calling it fake because you won't go back, and then you just keep slacking off and you won't go back. Like, you're making it look like it's fake now. So right, I'd be pissed if I was those moon guys. I'd say, hey, can you just go back? And it's 2025. We've got HD cameras in our pockets. So this is why I think that ultimately, they're slow at this, because it's going to take a lot. You have to show us a lot. You can't just get away with see-through people on a moon with its CRT screen scanned. You know, that's just not going to cut it. So that's going to be my position, is that and I really want them to go, because I would like to think that humanity did something incredible like that. Like, if you really think about it, if we went 250,000 miles in a craft 6 times, landed people there, drove a car around, that is by far the greatest thing mankind's ever done. So I don't want to just throw out my whole life and then pass away and never really know whether we for sure did that or not. And they can end it by just going. And then people all want to say, oh, well, flat earthers wouldn't believe it. Flat earthers, well, it's easy to say that, but you haven't produced anything. So, I mean, you make that claim once they've produced it, and it's a great HD film, and go, look how hilarious this is. This is a great HD, and these guys, you know, rather than just make that claim, oh, you guys wouldn't believe it anyway. Well, that's not reason to not go. So, I want them to go back.
You know, man, it's kind of hard to get past just the shitty ass quality and footage of all that shit, man.
It is.
You know what I mean?
It is, but it is very difficult.
And I get it. I get the technology was different, but it just flat out looks fucking phony. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And
Now
I know that doesn't mean it is phony, but it looks that way. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, 100. And I don't know if there's anybody who even believes in it that would say it doesn't look phony at times. But again, if they're on a foreign body like the moon without atmosphere and this kind of thing, would it look funny? Well, I think we'd expect it to look funny, but it does look funny. Plain and simple, it does. So, you know, I guess for me, with the cameras nowadays, what they are, what a GoPro, what everybody has in their pockets, the phone, what they would do now should be extensive. They should just have tons of footage, and each guy's got a camera that's 24 hours just filming on their suit. So I think that there can be no more excuses, really. I mean, you give them another 2-3 years, and then after that, there's no more excuses. And if people want to keep, it's politics, it's politics. No, it's not, because it's not that hard. If what you did 50 years ago is true, then it's not that hard, because you put a craft in orbit every other day at this point. We have a rocket goes up every other day. And so you can put a craft in orbit, and then from there, it's like one squirt of your little engines, and then you're off to the moon. And then when you get close, you obviously get into the orbit of the moon, and then you squirt your engines again to slow down. You drop to the surface. So it's not like, oh, it's this crazy. It's not that crazy. So I think that it's something that should be done. And I don't know why the world hasn't said, or at least the country, like NASA, we need to make sure that you can have a goal and do it. Because if you can't, then get rid of them. We don't need, I mean, what are you doing? I mean, they really are just like a jobs program right now. If it's, you know, I would rather they put, because they're always like, oh, but back then they put all this money in it. Well, then do it again. Because think about that. It's the greatest thing that humanity's ever done. And a good majority of humans don't believe it. So that's reason enough to go. If I did something that was the greatest thing I'd ever done, and then a bunch of people claimed I didn't do it, I would show you. I wouldn't just be like, you better believe me. I did it back then.
It's complete bullshit, man, because the technology today is like fucking, you know, fucking alien technology compared to back then.
Should be cheaper.
I mean, there's no fucking way, bro, that we can't do it today.
And then back then, think about it. So if they say they had 20,000 companies. Well, all those companies were communicating over the phone, and they would have had to have handwritten plans sent. Like, there wasn't even a computer. You couldn't draw it on a 3D software. You couldn't. So how did everything fit from 20,000 companies? They just all shipped it to NASA and everything fit together. There we go. Send them up. So I think that today would be much easier. You have email. You've got plans. You've got 3D software. You've got 3D printers. It's multiple times. Maybe, I don't know how many. 20 times easier. I mean, something like that. That it should be a no-brainer. So again, that's just me. I think that there's not enough evidence to say that it was fake, but I'm talking about like physical evidence. Like, people should be, if something's fake, then there should be tons of things wrong with it. Like, to imagine, like I said to Dave, I said either it's the greatest thing humans have ever done, or it's the greatest trick ever played. But it's like great because of there's like nobody who's ever shown two pictures and be like, this picture doesn't work with this picture, which there's 16,000 photographs. That's tough to have 16,000 photographs, and they all jive. They all match up with times. They all match with the people when they had a camera on them. Like, we have video of a guy with a camera on his chest, and then if you go look at the photos, you can find the photos that guy's taking at that exact time. Nothing has been, if you could find him with his hands up and he's taking photos, we have a problem. How do you take that photo? His hands are up. But every time they take a photo, their hands are on the camera. So there's things like that that make me go back. That's why I say that, because if it's true, then just go back. What are you waiting for? It's not just this hilarious. They have better things to do than prove it to you, flat earthers. Not really. What are they doing? It's better than that.
Well, yeah, prove it to humanity, really.
Right.
You know, back then it was just easier, man. Just because, there wasn't the internet, and they could pull some shit off like that. And we look back at it now and scrutinize it, but people just like, it's the same thing how people were looking at your guys' Antarctica trip and looking at the shadows, and you just sound like a crazy person now trying to be like, man, look at the shadows on the moon and all this and that. But
thank you, Megan. But we're talking about with men going there.
Right. So, to me, I mean, I don't really know is my bottom line, but to me, it just sounds like a bunch of bullshit. It's like, if they really could do it, they could do this shit easy, like with their eyes closed. You know what I mean?
Give them a times table. Would you give them through 2025 and 2026? So by the end of 2026, they better be up there. NASA.
I'll give them to 2030, man.
Put a goddamn man on the moon. Right. Yeah, I agree. Yes, Megan, you're listing all of the crafts that have gone there without man, but you're even actually making the point more. If they can do that, they can just send all these crafts there. Then it's not that crazy to say we put a person in there. It's like, okay, it's a little bit more. I'm not saying it's equal, but it's not something that would take 50 years. It's just
not at all, especially with how technology is. And then sure, they could be like, the secret moon base on the other side of the moon, and use all those reasons to say why they can't go. But I mean, it just sounds like a bunch of bullshit. The telemetry data missing. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
Does sound like a little something. But thank you. What else you got for me? You got 30 seconds. I went way over time.
I think that's about it for now, man. I just wanted to call and say that song was fucking funny.
Good. I'm going to post it on my channel. Somebody else called that liked it, so I'm going to put it right after the show. I'll put it up for you.
Right on, bro. I'll holler at you.
All right, later.
Peace.
I just wanted to play this because I think this is probably why we're not on the moon. Probably has something to do with the head of NASA being the opposite of brilliant. Let's just hear him because I think it's hilarious.
On the moon that China has. Well, that's exactly what we're doing with the CLIPS mission, CLPS, that you mentioned.
This is the head of NASA.
We are using commercial instruments that, in effect, is that what your question is?
Now listen,
we're trying to get at what's the Chinese are doing, you think, on the backside of the moon. Do you have any insights in that? They are going to have a lander on the far side of the moon, which is the side that's always in dark. Side of the moon.
Sorry
Do you have
again?
any insights in that?
I don't think that's right.
Going to have a lander on the far side of the moon, which is the side that's always in dark. We're not planning to go there. And why not? And what's the benefit of doing so?
The head of NASA thinks that the far side of the moon is always in dark. That's scary. That's scary. Bill Nelson.
Oh, the weakest link. Goodbye.
Goodbye. That's scary. Because the head of NASA thinks that the backside of the moon is always dark. I think he's got a little bit of work to do. We've got Globe Turd Society in the house. He's the founder of the Globe Turd Society. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's going on, John?
Another day, another 50 cents.
Cool. I just want to say those questions in that test were bullshit.
Were they? Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Why were they bullshit?
Because
they're too hard.
I came fourth place. So you guys realize my cat's going to starve for the next week because of this.
You needed that $50. Huh? The cat's not going to eat. All right. Maybe you could give it a little bit of some of your food. You could probably lose a couple pounds.
Yeah. I could.
Yeah. See.
I think that song was bullshit, along with the test.
All right. Do you think anything's not bullshit?
Well, here's my critiques of the song. It gives a false impression that we went, that we only just went in 69.
That's true. It does kind of doesn't say we went from 69 to 72.
You always say that the you're like, oh, Buzz and Neil must, feel all upset and hot and bothered. But what about the 22 other people that you never mentioned that also have made the trip to the moon?
Correct. What is it? 12 have walked and 24 went? Is that what it is?
24 total men have been to the moon.
Yes. If you mean counting driving around it or being shipped around it.
Yes, of course.
Yes. No,
They made the trip to at least lunar orbit.
Correct. And then there's one extra one that didn't get that far, right? Or wait, did 13 go around the moon or no? Or
Yeah, 13 made it to the moon. Yeah, went around and then came back.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's true. And then I think there's even a line in the song that says, "Who would have thought that one small step would be the last?" Which even when I heard that this morning, I was listening to it and I was like, I don't know if I really should have said that, because that it wasn't the last. Even right, like even if they did go and have never gone back, still there's a lot more steps on there. So anyway, but I think
they definitely
that
went a few more times.
But if you listen to both Neil and Buzz, and I think I've heard Alan Bean, I'm trying to think of who else, but they all said back in the 70s that we would have people on the moon and Mars in 10 years. So
of course,
something's not looking good there overall.
I won't back NASA whatsoever when it comes to that sort of thing.
Right.
I mean, we went back then because we were gung ho. This is what we want to do. We put all the money in the world towards it and was like, this is what we're going to do. And we went, I mean,
So I think that people deserve that. People deserve that again. People deserve something like that should, because this world sucks right now. And I think that everybody who looks at it probably thinks of it that way. And really, we need something that kind of brings everybody together again, something that people can get behind and see that, okay, humanity still got it. We're not just a bunch of racist, people who don't want women in men's sports and, things like that. So I think that it's important to go back. I think we should start a campaign to make me the head of NASA. I at least know that the dark side of the moon is not dark all the time. So.
Yeah, well, that. I mean, I can't defend him, but he was like I don't know, a businessman type person. I'm not sure if I would.
He's also part of a secret society. He's also he's been part of the NASA. What do you call it? The Space Appropriations Committee. So he's been in charge of how much money they get for 25 years. So he's been deeply involved in NASA for years and years and years. And he's not the greatest guy. I mean, he's Book of the Snake, a Yale Secret Society guy. I don't know. I don't like him myself. But he's not. I don't think he's there anymore. I think it's somebody else now. I think when Trump came in, there must be somebody who's in charge of it now. That's not Bill Nelson. Who is it? I don't even know who's in charge. Who's the deputy of NASA right now? I don't know. Administrator of NASA.
I came up with a really good analogy that I wanted to tell you. That I thought up of while listening to you and Dave talk. That moon hoaxers are analogous to people saying that they absolutely hate a movie that they've never actually gone and seen.
Yeah, that's probably true.
They've seen a couple deceptive,
couple edits here and there, right?
Previews. Exactly. You could edit a preview of a movie and make it seem like it doesn't have anything to do with what the movie's actually about.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or you could just lie and just do just other things. But yeah, that's basically all moon landing hoaxers. They've never seen the whole movie.
So when I'm talking about with doing Apollo 17 was probably the most eye-opening thing to me that I've done in a long time, which was really going through piece by piece, because I found one magazine that shows them driving around, and I was able to go find the surface journal, and then I was able to see how long they were at each station, verifying that like it looks like they're on the same set, but then you actually watch the rocks and you watch the hills, and then you can see the landers way in the back, really tiny, and they keep getting closer and closer and closer to it. It's pretty cool. But I can't imagine it being
a
fake.
tough thing. Really, and like that last guy was saying that it looks off. It looks like weird, goofy. Well, that's how it's supposed to look. Like he's saying that, comparing it to the Earth.
Right.
It's not supposed to look like it looks like on the Earth. It's supposed to look like it looks like on 1/6 gravity.
Correct. And that's another
No
thing.
offense
Well,
to
I will say that though, that if you're looking for the best evidence that we did go, I don't have any answer for all the things that they throw, all the dust, everything comports to the 1/6 gravity and vacuum environment. So you can't. How are you going to have both those? I mean, you could make a vacuum chamber, but you're not going to be able to change the gravity in there. Or you could put people on balloons and things like that, but then you're not going to be in a vacuum chamber. So
exactly.
to have them both is pretty tough.
And another note that I made on that song, you said that the Blue Origin is a, what do you call it? A carnival ride?
Glorified carnival ride, yes.
Glorified carnival.
But let's say this too, real quick. We do not ever call an astronaut anybody who goes in a ride and is there for 3 minutes. That's called a tourist.
No. I would call them space tourists. I would qualify a astronaut as somebody who has been to orbit and who has come back from orbit. Yes,
I agree.
They do, but still, you have to give them that they're strapping themselves to the top of a rocket.
Oh no, I'd say
going to the Kármán line and then coming back down.
No, I mean I would do it. Would you do it?
Hell yeah, I'd do it.
I would do it in an instant. Yeah,
I would love to do that.
Me too. So it's me and you. We got to put in a good word with Jeff Bezos and just tell him that sometimes when you have that kind of money, can't you just it's like if me or you dropped a couple pennies, we wouldn't even bend over to pick it up. That's what it's like if he just paid for us. So I think he's a jerk for not paying for us, really.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I think it would
it's a glorified. I think it's a reverse bungee jump. I mean, they told everybody that there would be space travel, and this is kind of like the intermittent thing, just so people go see, it's space travel, but it's not. It's literally a parabolic flight, but just thrown up as high as you can. Same thing with Virgin Galactic was. Basically, it was flying up there really high and then just letting it float down with its little wings out, so that you could get some zero.
I can guarantee you, though, to see the Earth from that height is going to be like a spiritual experience.
I think so. Yes,
I guarantee it.
I think so. Yeah, because it's incredible. I mean, even looking at the Apollo 17 stuff, like I've been looking at recently, seeing that Earth out in the middle of nothing is just insane. It's like, is that real? So I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Anything else for me?
Yes. You want to know something really trippy?
Yes.
If you're looking at the moon above you,
yes,
and you're just looking up there at the moon, and if you were standing on that moon, you would be looking up at you. So which way is up?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. There is no up.
Trippy.
Yes. That's been the hardest thing to get across, because I keep getting people say, well, do you believe in upside down people yet? I'm like, well, here's the sad thing is that nobody's upside down. And they're like, what do you mean?
Exactly.
Like, well, whose head is where their feet should be? And they'll try to rationalize it, and I'll be like, well, no, but everybody's feet are where their feet should be. So there's nobody upside down. Then they lose it.
They don't get it. They think there's an up and down in space, and there isn't. And the moon example kind of.
Well, it's because we don't have examples of living on spheres. It's just that's what evidence tells us. So we live on a sphere. All right, thanks, Globe Turd. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, no problem.
We got Robert S. up next. Robert.
Jaron, how are you?
Good. Yourself? Oh, down in L.A. Nice to see another California.
Yeah, you too. Likewise.
Sorry about that, by the way.
No problem at all. I missed the beginning. I've been watching you for some time, and I've been following this flat Earth stuff for a while. And at first, I thought to myself, there's no way somebody could actually really believe that the Earth is flat. I said there must be some sort of they're trying to do this for money. And I watched all these people, and I watched you, and I watched Whitsitt, and I watched Weiss, and I watched all these crazy nut jobs. And when the final experiment happened, and you guys went down there and came back, you were the only guy that went down there with an open mind and actually was a real person, because I watched your debate with Whitsitt, and I just can't know how that guy with a straight face can sit there and say the things he says after going down to Antarctica with you.
You'd be surprised the amount of people that have said that.
It's just amazing to me, and I just wanted to say that it's like I commend you.
Thank you.
And I think you're a real human being.
Thank you.
Because you're actually out for truth.
Yes.
And the people that say they're out for truth really aren't out for truth. They're out just to enrich themselves. That's just my opinion. Because I hear Dave Weiss, and I say to myself, there's no way that this man thinks that.
Yeah, I struggle now. I do want to say that he believes it, but the more I listen to his interviews, it's if he believes it, he's okay with lying about it. which shouldn't be the way that you get a truth across, right? Because then there's things that he knows aren't true that he keeps saying, and but I also know what he's doing. He's blocking anybody that says anything different than what he. So he blocks. If you're just a globe earther and you make one video that that he'll just block you. So then he never sees you again. And the flat earthers are afraid to bring up anything to each other. They think everything's perfect. You're not allowed to even say, "Hey, what is that really on Mars?" Well, you can't do that. And so it just creates this self-fulfilling belief system, echo chamber, where they're all getting more and more sure of themselves, because if they keep hearing it every day, repetitive, this is why no matter who I talk to, they're like, well, we know it's not a sphere. I'm like, well, if you're going to start that way, then why are you even talking to me? Don't start with that, because you've now already eliminated one of the possibilities. You need to look at it both and say, okay, where does the evidence lead me? And I don't think people are doing that.
It's a frustrating thing, because I think that no matter what you do and whatever, how many debates or talking to somebody, they're never gonna say, "Oh, you're right."
Right.
It's just not gonna happen. So it's at this point, to me, watching this stuff has become like entertainment. That's basically what it is. Because I know I'll never be able to go onto a debate and say to somebody, "Hey, this, and this," and they'll be like, and they'll just say all sorts of crazy other things like Austin Whitsitt says to try and sound. And
fallacy. Yeah,
he throws out these words, like he starts talking in this vernacular, like he's like some sort of PhD astrophysicist.
Right.
And he talks so fast, and it's like, I don't know. I just really want to come on here and commend you for going there and doing what you're doing, because I think you've actually become quite a successful proponent, and you're actually very good at explaining the globe Earth.
Yeah, I think I've got the luxury, if you want to call it, of being a flat earther, so I know how we think, and I know the things that we had problems with, and then just finding answers for those and being able to explain those. Yeah, some of the answers aren't what people want to hear, of course, but because I'm never going to be able, water finds its level. Well, yeah, if you don't understand the size of the Earth, it does find its level. Everywhere you're at, water finds its level. It just so happens that level is not exactly horizontal, but we're too small to see that. So you're never going to notice that it's curving. But again, when you think of a sphere, everybody thinks of spheres that are small. Even if you think of if you picture the universe, or our solar system, even the ball planets are small, right? Everything's smaller than us. It's on the screen. It's smaller than us. So we think of the ball has curve, but the Earth ball is unfathomable. It's not. You can't even. Your brain won't even. You can't even think of that.
Yeah, it's just like the sun. You can't imagine the size of the sun. That 1 million Earths could fit inside of that sun.
No way.
It's unimaginable.
To
comprehend that size.
You can pretend like you get it, but you don't get it. Your brain's not going to allow you to do that.
I think about it at night, and my mind just starts to burn. It's like, oh my god. But one thing you say that I liked, I thought was very good, was that if you went 660 feet,
right,
it's a 1/8 of an inch curve.
Yeah, it's my.
I mean, that I never even knew that. That's mind-boggling to me how minuscule that is.
Yeah, in fact, we don't even have tools really to measure that. Like if you were 660 feet, which again, and then I started realizing that there's no rigid piece of anything that we build that's 660 feet. So therefore, you would just always build where you're at, level, flat, and then even if we had a big piece of iron that was 660 feet, it would actually, the gravity would bend it. It only needs to bend 1/8 of an inch. That's the height of a nickel. So you can't even. That's why once I started seeing that, I'm like, oh man, this makes way more sense. And the odds of like, oh, this is all fake, and no, they know the size. I keep people saying, well, could the Earth be bigger than they say? No, can't be. So 69 miles per degree. I mean, it's just they wouldn't have a way of hiding those things. And then when you get into the longitude, the degrees of longitude, you cannot hide that. I mean, even at like 50 degrees south, I think it's a difference of like 140 on a flat Earth miles, but it's 40 miles on a globe. How are you going to hide 4 times distances on the? I mean, you just couldn't do it. It would take a week, and people would be like, something's wrong here.
So that, and then one last question for you, Jared. Have they, is anyone coming up with a map that supposedly is their map now?
No, it's impossible.
Yeah, I know it's impossible. I'm just curious if anyone has said, "Hey, look, we've come up with a new map."
There's a couple people who have brought this dual pole map, so they put basically a north and south pole on a flat map, and then they were able to make. But it doesn't match any observations because in the south the sun would need to start heading that direction, which then from us in the north we would see the sun set right to left, but it always sets left to right because it's always in the same circular motion. So no, and there'll never be another map because we know that the tropics have to be where they're at, and the equator has to be where it's at, and the North Celestial Pole has to be where it's at, and then once you lay the continents in the order that they go in, that's the A map. So the only flat map it can ever be. And I could see where there was question 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, but at this point, there really shouldn't be a question anymore.
No, definitely not. There shouldn't be a question. I mean, it's so obvious that we live on a globe that's why it's just, to me, it's kind of like when I watch these guys talk, I'm like, God, guys, I go, how do you even think that way?
Yeah, I mean, I feel for them because I do realize that once you're in it, your brain builds up a little barrier where it doesn't want any of that to go away, right? I was speaking at conferences. I was having people come up to me and ask me for autographs or want to take their pictures with me. And it's not a cognitive thing where you're like, oh, I really love this so much that I don't want to look into what I'm saying anymore. It's just your brain kind of does it for you, where anything coming from outside, it kind of dismisses. And it really just thinks that it's really on top of things. Oh, man, you got this nailed for sure, for sure. And then you see all these little things that pop up in the world. And you're like, oh, man, that's just more evidence, more evidence, more evidence. But it's one of those things like if you think of a car or something and you start seeing that same brand of car everywhere, you really do find what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Which is not good for research and things like that, because then you end up thinking you found something. Like I said, I would read a whole book about the globe, and I would find like one paragraph that talks something that I could kind of lean towards flat, and I was just able to forget the whole book I just read. It's just sphere proof after sphere proof after sphere. It's like, wait, but this paragraph. So I'm happy to be out of it. It feels so much better. And now you're on the team that, people were asking, were you nervous about debating Witsit? And I'm like, no, because it's not the same. There's like nothing I could do that's going to hurt the globe. So I mean, it didn't matter.
I was very anxious to watch, and it was entertaining to say the least. I just like after I watched it, I thought to myself, God, I said this. Now Witsit I don't know if he just knows how bad he looks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I don't know either. I don't know if he's got that brain thing that I am talking about, still has it. So he's just like not even listening to me. He's just kind of dismissing it. And then he's really sure of his position. So he's just able to articulate that. And then he's gotten so good at calling out fallacies. But like that doesn't mean that something's incorrect. Somebody could be fallacious in their argument. The whole thing could be fallacious, but they're still arguing the truth. So you can't just say, oh, that's a fallacious argument, so I'm not going to listen to it. We'll still take it into account with the things what we're saying. But again, if that's your tactic, well, then, yeah, you can be a flat earther forever. Any debate that you get in, somebody starts bringing up good points, you just call out fallacy this, fallacy that, point out something wrong with the globe that you think, oh, this is off by this percent. Okay, but that doesn't mean you're flat.
Correct.
So
another thing they do also is they throw out these crazy things like, oh, we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. It's all shock value.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like we're spinning around once every 24 hours. It's half the speed of the hour hand of the clock.
Yeah, go watch the moon.
It's not that fast.
How fast is it moving? Or take something in your hand like this and then make it turn once a day.
Yeah, it's not fast at all.
What are you going to do? I mean, so water would stay on there. It wouldn't go sloshing around. We wouldn't fly off into space. No, and then again, people. I used to say, people would say, well, what about on a plane? And you would just dismiss that. Like a plane has a roof, a ceiling. But the globe Earth is much the same, that there's an atmosphere. The Earth is moving slowly. The atmosphere is pressing on the Earth with its weight, which is causing it to stay with the Earth as it slowly rotates. So that all makes sense to me now. And I do regret being in it as long as I was. But hey, we found the truth.
No, of course.
It took me 10 years.
No, but you're a real human being. That's all I want to say.
Well, thank you. That is true.
The other people that went down there and he's saying the same thing to me, that's just they're fake. They're not real truthers.
Yeah, I know. That's what bothered me so much is just because then again, that's what opened me up to the moon landings and things. I'm like, oh shit, these are the guys that tell us that the moon landing's fake, and they're not able to provide one bit of evidence for TFE being fake, but they just have already made that assumption or come to that conclusion ahead of time. So then it's just. And then anything they find, it's like, oh, but Witsit said that mountain was different. And it's, yeah, people make mistakes. What are you talking about? So, I mean, it's like, that's not evidence of anything. So it just made me relook at everything again. But I do appreciate the call.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Nice. All right, take it easy. We got Swallow. I got to find a sound effect for you, some sort of...
yes, g'day, Joan. How you going?
What up? Oh, wait, who's that?
Sorry, what's up?
Oh, sorry. I thought I saw DeBunks down there, and then your voice sounded like his. I got confused. Don't confuse me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think we have a very similar voice, but we do both have the same accent. So yeah,
now I can hear that's different. But for a second, my brain was playing for something.
I wanted to preface one sort of thought
sure.
by asking a question first. Back when you used to think that the AE map was pretty much, the map of flat Earth, did you also tend to think that, I guess, all the stars with a northern, with a positive declination were basically the ones that were above the flat, pancake sort of environment? I mean, from everything from the equatorial line up to the North Polaris point, did you think that was basically all the stars? And what did you actually think of all the stars to the south, like our Southern Cross?
I think that I thought, and a lot of people have said, there's no way you could have thought that, but I did think that there was a chance that the southern pole star moved, meaning that it rotated, kind of went throughout the outside of the Earth in a day. So basically, Australia would see it in their south, and then it would kind of slowly drift and move so that somebody in South Africa would see it in their south, and then somebody in South America. So I thought there was a chance of that, but again, we just didn't have good evidence, and I didn't trust people as far as who do I go to trust for information from down there. Even today, if you go try and find sunset and sunrise footage from New Zealand and Australia, there's just not a lot. But it's because, basically, what is it? 5% of humanity lives below the equator, or 8% or 7%. So
I think it's about 9, yeah.
9%, yeah.
Yeah,
so,
but I mean, I got some sunsets on my channel either way, so
okay,
I try to do my best with that.
Yeah, I mean, because I think that's the biggest proofs. I really do think now that I see it, it's like, oh man, and again, I was in the camp too that said, before where it's like, oh well, the stars could be unexplained. They're in a different, they're celestial, so they don't work the same. But then once you go down there and you see, once I saw the South Celestial Pole and saw the stars rotating around it, it's so clear that it's just the opposite of what I see here in the north. It's just an upside down version and going the opposite direction, which is what the sphere calls for. So once you realize that it's not like they came up with the sphere somehow and like, oh, let's trick people and let's put them on a sphere. Well, that would be impossible if every single observation that the sphere predicts is what we see, right? So I mean,
yeah, I've tried to ask those two geniuses of Shane and Alan, how it is that, if you were to walk south, that stars which are below the horizon would rise up overhead. How do they peel up out of the ground? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, they would say it was perspective, and then they would talk about what Witsit was talking about during the debate, right? They would say, oh, well, when it gets close, the refraction screws it up, and we just see them all bunched together, and that's what we would see if perspective was true. I'm not even saying that's not the case. The more likely case, though, is that they're all acting as they would on a sphere. The sun, the moon, the stars, everything that we see, the sunrise, sunset, the upside down sun and moon, and the backwards moving sun and moon, and the eclipses, and everything matches the globe. It's what the globe calls for. So it's kind of a no-brainer at this point. I mean, we're lucky, right? We didn't have to go through that as kids, or picture 1,000, 2,000 years ago where you wouldn't have known some of these things. Robotham didn't know about the South because he never went below the equator. So it was very easy to talk. Nowadays, I think that it's ridiculous that we are at the point, that people still have questions about this, because you can just go down there, go to the south and see that it's a complete opposite of the north, right? And it's so true. It's for everywhere. So it doesn't matter if you're at 20 degrees north, go to 20 degrees south 6 months later. If you're at 27 degrees north, go to 27 south 6 months later. And when you see the exact same sunrise and sunset just upside down, there's no other.
Yeah, well, I often think about some of the explorers that came down to find Australia, Tasman and Cook and all that sort of stuff. They would have got down below the equator and they're going, shit, we've lost the Polaris. We have to rethink this now. What are we going to do? We have to find, Orion. We have to find, Rigel. And we go, okay, that's all we can rely on because Polaris is gone.
Right. Yeah, which would have been crazy, right? I mean, and I see a lot of reports of them in the south, off bearing. They were off by 18 miles a day. So a lot of that stuff before, I looked at evidence of a flat Earth, but now I look at it as just the natural progression of learning where we live.
All right, I'll leave that with you.
All right.
Good answers. Thank you.
All right, take it easy. All right, we got DeBunks in the house. DP. I like your voice
How are we doing?
as well. What is that? The fake globe behind you? Oh man, NASA shill. How much are you getting paid for that?
Yep. I've got another version where it spins. It's really cool, but
Who's the
destroys
who are the people that are working back there?
Oh, just random fake people.
Oh,
There's
fake.
no one at NASA's real.
Actors. Actors.
Exactly. They're just stuffed. They're all stuffed.
Nice.
Back to Demi.
I love stuffing people.
Swallows outed me because he said we have the same accent. So now I've got to come clean and reveal that I'm actually South African and that I talk like this, just like Redsweet does.
You could do better. Stick to the Aussie, please.
I'll stick with the fake one.
Yes.
Hey man, I just want to jump on because you've been talking about the sunrise and sunsets and stuff, and like I love all of that shit, which is part of the reason I was pushing Melodome's fundraiser so hard. And thank you to you, sir, for organising that.
Well, thank you for helping out. We really appreciate it. He's excited.
I know. I'm excited for him, and I just want to leech off his observation.
Me too. That's what I said. I'm not afraid to say that. I'm like, I want a $5. What did I think I donated 30. So it's like I want a $30 telescope.
I'm just going to steal all these videos, like put them up on my channal.
Yeah, why
like,
not?
I'm not going to change anything. I'll just reread whatever he says.
Flat Earthers might be used to that. There's a
Just-
couple people like that
just
already. They already do that.
learning from the worst.
Yeah, there you
so.
go. You might want to find a different group to learn from. Just want to warn you on that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But no, it's been funny. The last week, I was watching one of Flat Earth Dave or Dirt the Potato Man's recent Dirt presentations to a bunch of flatties, and he's changed his script slightly.
Is this
which
the
was
one that he did
interesting
at
because-
Flat Earth Social there in the UK or something?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I watched the beginning
Yes.
of it. What kind of thing did he
And
change?
that's what you need because it's so full of crap. Not only is he using his perspective grid to show the sun just moving away, never mind the fact that when it gets close to the mountains or the horizon that he's got on the screen, it just drops 90 degrees suddenly.
And it
with
doesn't.
no
It doesn't like
explanation.
go
It
to
doesn't
that.
just
It
take-
doesn't go to the disappearing. It doesn't go to the vanishing point. The sun.
No, it doesn't go to the vanishing point that he's
Right.
always talking about. It just drops,
Right.
Which is hilarious. But he also now is saying the horizon appears to rise to eye level and that we're all brainwashed to believe that it does. And I thought, Dave, you're the guy who's been saying that the horizon always rises to eye level for over a decade.
Yeah,
at this point.
At least
So
8 or 9 years. Yeah, and then it's like easily demonstrably false because like Ruhif and those guys, they'll go out with a theodolite, take a measurement at the beach, and then every time you go up, that horizon drops. So
yeah, crazy. It's almost like what Dave says isn't true. It's really weird.
well, I don't know. Yeah, it seems like if you're talking about telling the truth is equals that being true, then yes, he has a hard time with that part.
Yeah,
he
doesn't
goes the
quite
opposite,
work.
whatever that's called, when you do the opposite of the truth and you just talk about that. He's pretty good at that.
He's a contrarian.
Yes.
Maybe that's where we should go. They're not truthers, they're contrarians.
Right. Oh man, he sounds so bad
also,
too. God.
It's so painful. Like I did a month or so where I was just streaming it and going through his presentations, and I haven't been able to go back since because it's just so bad. It's so
bad.
painful.
I can't do it. Sometimes I just like get so frustrated. I'm like, I'm not doing this anymore. But how about this one? This is the NBA Jam guys. Got this to say.
Boom! Shaka!
Never interacted with
What
the guy,
fuck?
so it
David
must be a
Weiss
million
thinks rockets are balloons.
for you. Talking about for the Southern Hemisphere observations, you know, just down there. Like, granted, not a lot of people have the resources to do that, especially now, cost of living and inflation and blah blah blah. But the other thing people could do is go to people like Swallow or myself or Where's Wally or those guys and like just ask. Like, you can do that even if you're a flat earther. If you shoot me an email, come to my channel, shoot me a message or something and say, hey, what about this? I can send you pictures or videos of it. It's not a problem. And to that end, I wanted to suggest to you, because we're talking about the difference between North and South, and when you said like just like look west,
right,
and see what the sun does. What if you and I did that from pretty much opposite sides of the Pacific Ocean and like opposite hemispheres? We just pick a date and it'll be different for both of us. If we have like a compass or a phone compass in frame on the camera and we both just look due west
Yep.
And just record like the last bit of a sunset and show what direction it comes from, and then we can just put that footage like side by side. Make sure it's not mirrored or anything weird. We can have some like a sign or something on the screen saying this is not mirrored or some shit.
Right.
To cover it.
I think it would be the only thing I think would be more powerful is if it was simultaneous, but that would take having somebody on the same longitude line. Which, I mean, so where are you at? East Coast or West Coast of Australia?
In Adelaide, so I'm like bang, pretty much center line.
So
of
center
the
line,
country, a little bit to the right.
So then who's yeah? See the north, you don't really have Japan.
Like Max would be closer to you, but even then he's like more inland and
yeah. See, there's
like
and then looking at where
California,
I'm at,
so-
there's nobody south of me. South America's way east of that.
Yeah,
So
there's water.
yeah, you want to go out there in a boat? Just go out there in a
It's
little
like in
dinghy
a
and do it.
boat.
And, yeah, please. No, but I
No,
think
it's
I'm trying. Let me think
but-
about doing that. Seeing if it would be impactful if I film a sunset here and then you film the sunset there. I mean, clearly it would be going in the different directions for both people, but people would say, "Well, it's later. It's different time." Whereas I think what would be really impactful is if two people, one north, one south, are filming the same sunset and both film it going in
Yeah.
opposite directions. Then it's a paradox. That's either there's two suns,
That's a
which
good
nobody
shout.
has any evidence of that. We would see them split off or something, or else it's a globe. So, but I think let me think about it, and let's just do it just for shits and giggles anyway.
I'm going to do it anyway because that Swallow was saying when you mentioned a minute ago talking to Swallow that there's not a lot of footage of like sunrise and sunsets in the south. I'm
Right.
like, well, I'll just start recording some and whack them up. Just set a playlist and
They're beautiful.
here's a
Too.
sunset.
They get good
on
views there too because
this
people like
day.
to see that, especially down south.
Uh,
Because a lot of us. I
and-
mean, when I saw that, have you? So how many times have you been up north?
Never.
Never. So like when you
Never.
when you see a sunset
Like,
footage,
that's in the north, he's never been south. I'm a Glober in the south. He's never been.
right? Well, that makes sense to me. I could understand why you would be a globe earther and be like flat Earth. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. That's what I think everybody in the south should have said. But yeah, I mean once you see, because when I went down there, when we saw the sunset at Punta, it's just so weird because your entire life you've seen one thing, and so to see the sun, I mean, you're just looking at it like that's something's wrong here. It's not right. And then once you kind of rationalize it, that was, I think, the big opening is that everything was stuck in my head about the north, and because the AE map just draws a northbound sun that's going around the North Pole, it's just very easy to forget about the south and not think about it. And then once you see it, you're like, oh, that doesn't match the map at all. Not even close.
It's like the whole Polaris thing, though. It just bent my brain that, like, if Earth is flat, like everybody should be able to see Polaris at all times. And I've not been to the north. I've never ever seen it, and I can't see it.
Right.
So to me, that thing just doesn't exist. It's a non-factor. We get Sigma Octantis down here instead, which is pretty much like the Southern Pole star, but it's very dim.
Yeah, you can't see it, right?
But we've also got all these constellations and everything else that, like.
But I thought that
you
meant
guys
something
just
real quick. I thought that meant
see.
something. I thought that the fact that there was no South Pole star, I thought that meant that the North Pole star was. But when you watch it, when we were down there looking at it, it looks just like the North. It's the same thing. And then just because there's not a star right there, well, people don't realize that Polaris also turns. They think, flat earthers think that Polaris is like the middle point and everything, it stays completely still. It doesn't. If you zoom into Polaris, it's doing a little circle too because it's also not in line with the axis of the Earth. So,
It's
the south
not
is a little bit off.
exact.
Yeah.
It's a reference point, but
Right.
it's not 100% nailed on.
And I think it's actually
in the
moving
same spot.
closer, right? I think it's moving closer like in the next 20, 30, 40 years. I think it'll be its closest and then it will start drifting away further. But
Yeah, but that's another favorite claim. Like, it's never moved. Like,
Right.
it's always moving.
in fact, you can see it move and you can actually do it yourself or go to even Stellarium if you want to see and start fast forwarding it.
And they're tracking it. Stellarium with its 3-minute error of whatever because it has to work with the celestial.
Oh man, Celestial Theodolite, greatest evidence ever.
That thing. Oh my god. I highly recommend you check out Toonstream from yesterday where Jesse and Ruhif break it down.
Yeah, I'll have to watch that.
So good. Just tore it apart. But yeah, I wanted to float the idea of doing the sunrise sunset thing. Or see if we can find someone on the same longitude or whatever. And
Yeah, but I think we should do it just for fun, and then I'll try and find two
goal
people.
for me.
Yeah, I'll try and find two people that could do that. I guess you best bet would be somebody in South Africa, and then somebody up in what is this area here? Poland, Romania, Hungary.
One person We know of one person in South Africa, but he doesn't know how to use a compass.
No, he doesn't know much. I'll tell you that much. And then Sov saying, "Hey, how come there's no north-south great circles? There's just the equator, and that's it. There's no other great circles north-south." It's like every fucking line of longitude is a great circle, dude. Every single one. He just doesn't get it. He's like, "Oh my goodness." And he just says it so sure of himself, and just and these people are all idiots, and are you just stupid to believe this? And it's like, dude, you don't even get it. So,
what a
anyway, you can't even say that. Cool. All right, take it easy. Appreciate it.
I should be working. Thanks, man. Take care.
All right, and we got the...
With 1 second left on the clock, the AE map has been falsified. Game over.
The game's over. It's all over. The fat lady is sung. Nick 7597.
What's up, bud?
What
Can
up?
you hear me?
I hear great.
Hey, yeah, DP, you kind of stole my thunder. Unless you want to argue about neutrinos and anti-neutrinos for a while.
How is you that?
But, no, I don't know enough. So they were arguing.
Neither do I, but I do like to just throw it out there and say some stuff and ruffle some
no,
feathers.
I gotcha. But no, he's right. You need to watch that Celestial Theodolite with on MC Tunes.
Okay.
I think it will make you feel a lot better about your. Well, not that you don't feel better about it anyway, but Austin Whitsitt, that was like his only thing that he tried to that was like his concrete evidence was the theodolite.
Yeah.
Well, not to spoil that, and I can't spoil it in 4 minutes anyway, but when you go watch this stream and watch Jesse break down the data that they get, it is a straight up lie. Like they are literally fudging their numbers to make it be exactly what they want to be. And he called them out on it. And it's pretty amazing.
I wonder what they're going to do because they've really attached themselves to that one. And I would hope they would stop doing that. You would think that like what happened in the South, that it would tell you that like let's be careful until something's for sure, but they're already running with it. And Shane's making posts on Facebook and Twitter.
No, yeah, they won't do that. You know, they won't do that.
No,
they have to live and die with this now. Like
that sucks.
They're going to die on this hill no matter what. And yeah, it's sad. But you know how Jesse, he can really break down all his spreadsheets and all that. And he, it's so funny when you watch this. He literally just reverses their numbers to say, I can do the exact same thing with you and make it exactly like Globe. And they're putting in numbers specifically to fudge all of their data points. And it's pretty amazing. And MC Toon just is having a field day with it.
I bet he's loving
pretty
it.
Pretty hilarious.
I'm guessing that it's a good thing. It's a good thing that they're doing that because I think the more times that happens, the more they're gonna see what they, what they've really become. Which is unfortunate.
I mean, it's plainly obvious to me. Like,
yeah, but I mean, like when I was in it, I didn't see any of that stuff, right? It really, so I don't think they see any of it. It's that they're really like we're on a mission. We're on, we got to expose this lie, and so when they think they found something, they just really attach themselves to it. And then I don't even think they understand it. To be honest with you, I think that they kind of are depending on what's his name?
Yeah,
Hendron.
When you watch the stream, you'll see that.
Okay.
They talk about that, but the part of it that I think you need to pay attention to is the fact that they are adding in numbers on purpose, line by line, with their data to make it work. That's not an accident.
Yeah,
like
that's
it's not some guy getting a random thing and being like, oh, I think this matches. They're like, no, they're doing it on purpose. So this is either
so that's what they're becoming exactly what they said they hated. Right, they got in there and they basically were like, "Oh, the Globe just forces this thing," and they get the numbers and they put it in there, and it's not actual evidence, not science. It's just forced, and then it's like now that's what they're doing.
And then they have the cojones to tell everybody else that they're the liars, right?
I know that's
And then I don't know. I can only have a little time left, but on Will Duffy's stream, last video that he put,
I thought it was good.
I didn't watch the whole thing yet, but the fact that it's the Earth measures flat. What do you think about all the people that say the Earth measures flat, so that's why it's flat? What do you think they're actually talking about a straight flat from one end to the other, or just are they talking about the things that you talk about, like in your backyard? Yes, it looks flat.
Yeah, I think that the repetition gets ingrained in you. So the more times it keeps being said, they just all assume that, and then. If you measure anywhere outside your house, it's going to be flat.
If I go to a small fishing pond in my yard, and I try to measure that, I'm not going to be able to measure any curve. It's too flat. I mean, there is maybe like
but even the movement of water, it's like I said, 660 feet is an eighth of an inch. That's a nickel on its tummy. You know, I mean, that you're just not going to be able to see that.
Yep.
Just not
But
going
yeah,
to.
they're just running with the it measures flat thing.
Well, and I think that's
and I
all the
think
Nathan
that-
Oakley
that-
thing, right? That's the Nathan Oakley because he's saying it because he doesn't understand that they're not even using really triangles, that it's just an angle. And I thought it would be enough when I said, hey, if I go outside of my house and whether the Earth's flat or a sphere, I can still measure an angle to Polaris. So, I mean, that's all it takes. It doesn't need to be a triangle or anything like that. It's just an angle.
And then the last thing, I've always been curious about the burden of proof and how the two different sides argue who has the burden of proof.
Right.
You know, it's kind of obvious if you're in a courtroom, right? Someone is accused of committing a crime. We have the law that says they're innocent until proven guilty. So that's up to the state or the prosecution to say,
Correct.
he did this, and we're going to prove it. That's
And-
because we've established that law.
Correct.
But flat versus ground, right? Like, it goes back and forth. Like, who is the positive claim? And I like the way that Will Duffy put it. It's like, when you say the Earth measures flat, that is now a positive claim. Show me where it measures flat.
Right. If you just say, I don't believe the globe, that's fine. You can say that. But when you've introduced something else, when you say the Earth is flat, well, then that's your claim.
And
So
that would be
you-
a positive claim,
Correct.
right? And
Yep.
now you have to prove it?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. So that's what people should start asking is for the measurements that the Earth measures flat. Because they keep saying that, but it's like, and then what they'll do is, I already know, they'll just shake you off as being like, oh,
Yeah,
come
someone
on,
just
it's all
says-
over. Come on,
Well,
everywhere.
they just say lakes.
Right.
Like he showed in the video. Lakes measure it.
Right.
Well, measure it then, right?
Yeah, and again, it's
So,
just,
I
yeah,
got
it's
you.
ridiculous. So I don't think it's going to be evidence and things like that that gets them out of it. It's going to be time, and it's just going to kind of, I mean, if you haven't noticed, it's kind of dying. Like, what is there to watch? Like, you know, Flat's always a comedy show. Witset's gone. The Ether guys just keep, you know, jerking each other off. It's kind of should be rated XXX probably.
Yeah, I never watch any of the big name guys because I don't bother to like get on their YouTube channels and stuff like that. But Facebook has a ton of
Oh, man,
shit posts on it, and
That's
you know,
the
they're
worst
just
part of it
making
to
fun
me.
of it is because I'll
Yeah.
get on there and I'm guilty of like you're an idiot type comments and stuff like that.
I had a girl message me the other day, like, can you be nicer to people? I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like,
Right.
I'm trying to be nice, I guess. But then I went and read what she was talking about. I'm like, okay, I could have been nicer to that.
Yeah, someone told me I had the cognitive dissonance because
Oh, man.
of what I said. And I'm like, you can't believe round and flat at the same time, right? So if you don't understand the comment, then don't use it as burn.
Yeah, no,
So-
it's bad because they're like so assholish about it, and that's what's so sad to see. Or I don't know if I told somebody else this, but there was this girl talking to me, and she was like, "Well, now that you've gone, what percentage are you sure that the Earth's a sphere?" And I said, "Well, I wouldn't say 100 because I want to leave a little bit open." So I said, "So 99," and she goes, "Oh, really?" And then it was like a 1 with a bunch of zeros after. I'm this many percent that it's flat. I'm like, oh, great. Talk about a turnoff.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Like,
And then
that's so dumb.
the stupid there's just the short videos, the Clark Paynes and the stuff like that.
Oh,
Like,
man.
how is this possible? Explain this.
Oh,
Like, well,
man.
you're dumb and you can't explain it,
Right.
or you're just doing that on purpose to try and get some gullible person to follow your channel.
Which is really
Yeah,
easy to
it's
do.
pretty sad.
Yeah, pretty sad. All right, well, I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Later. We've got Scoundrel. Scoundrel. What up? How are you?
Hello.
How are you? Nice to see you, my friend.
Is my microphone on?
It is. We can hear you.
Okay. I saw you had microphone issues earlier. What's up?
I did. Well, I had mostly camera issues, but
You sound like you're in a bathroom. Do
Is
I
it-
sound like I'm in a bathroom?
does my sound not sound as good as it usually does?
It sounds totally different than YouTube. Like, I guess I'm backstage.
Test.
or something.
Oh, you mean it sounds good on YouTube but not good here?
Yeah, you sound like
I wonder if I do have something set wrong. Let me see what we got here. Where's
you
the
sound like
settings?
you're in a closet.
Audio.
I was curious what your thoughts were on AI video creations.
I haven't seen a really good one, but I mean, I like your video with. Hold on a second. I have the wrong mic on. How about now?
Yeah, now you're normal.
Okay.
Now you don't sound like you're like talking from the side of the room.
Nobody even noticed. So
You sounded like you were in the restroom yelling at the microphone.
Yeah, because it
or
was
something.
using my
Like,
camera
you're-
mic, which is way over there. So, thank you for pointing that out. Now, nobody got to. See, you did ruin the show though, because nobody at home knew that there was even a problem. So now they know that it's even less tips I'm gonna get. Way to go!
I kept leaving. Like I showed up earlier, but like I heard you talking, and I was like, I can't listen to this. So, like I just exited out. I was like, I'll wait till it slows down.
Well, thank you for telling
Like,
me we
get it.
fixed it.
Yeah, I like a way to tell the.
So what is my thought on? I thought I started a clock. Damn it. So what is my thought on AI video creation? I think it'll get great. We're close.
Yeah, well, because your songs, I mean, they're okay. I guess everyone's kissing your ass, but they're okay.
Good. They're pretty good.
I mean, compared to my songs.
Yeah, but I don't know if you massage yours like I do mine. What's the most amount of times you've put through lyrics in Suno? See, I've done some.
Well, now you can edit it to where you're like.
I gotta learn how to do that. Yeah.
If you don't like a couple words, you could literally edit a couple words out.
Yeah, I gotta start doing that. I haven't tried that.
Like if they say, I just made one. I don't know if you want to see my newest one. It might not be rated.
Is it on your channel?
Yeah.
What's it called?
It's called Robo Wash.
Robo Wash?
Yep.
All right.
Robot Wash.
Okay. We can listen to that on the way out.
But if anyone in the chat, I'm looking at your chat. If you want a quick 8-second video, I will copy your chat message and make a video of it within the next 3 minutes. But yeah, I was gonna offer you if you want to do a show, we just do chat prompts from the chat.
Yes.
And I'll make a video of it, and then we could make a song or just.
Yeah, that sounds so much fun. I like doing that when we did it with Crumb and when I did it with the audience. Whenever I did the NASA speech, that'd be great.
But now we can make a quick AI prompt.
Do you use Flow? What do you use?
Yeah, that's what I got. Yeah, I got right now. Flow. I got lots of credits. So if anyone wants a little image prompt, I could make it. It takes about 45 seconds. So get it in quick.
Okay, and they'll put it in the chat for you. If you want anything in the chat, Scoundrel's going to do something for you.
Yeah, why you watch the Robo Wash?
Yes. How long is it?
It's not even a minute.
Oh, is that short? Okay. Well, I'll let you talk for the next minute.
Yeah, I figured out the algorithm.
Nice.
You gotta a song can't be longer than 2.5 minutes. If it's longer than 2.5 minutes, people are like, "Well, it drags out. It's boring." Yeah, you get to the point, and if they like it, they'll just rewatch it. So.
Good point. Okay, I'll find your video here, and then we'll play that. Anything else for people? What else is going on? Are you still on Team Globe? Because you may have noticed that there's been absolutely zero developments on the Flat Earth.
Yeah, I guess we talked. The last time I talked to you was the VIP hangout.
Yep.
I don't know. I've been pretty quiet. I don't really talk to anyone, so don't take it personally.
Well, neither do I. So there's nobody. I mean, I don't have any friends. So
some people in the Flat Earth group were crazy. Like, oh, he didn't reply in a day.
It is true.
Come on, man.
Have you heard from this person? Have you heard from that person? Shifty Eye Shady was gone for 2 days, and people were calling all the hospitals. They're not in any of them. What's going on? Right.
Yeah, just in the chat if you ever want something, just a quick, something that would be funny. I also have a P Diddy. I did a P Diddy courtroom tape.
Oh, so what was with this? So you didn't get very many views on it. The other day I saw this video. I'm like, Mr. B says Logan Paul 100,000 times. Then I tuned in, and it was just
I got 400 views.
It's ridiculous.
Compared to you, all right. Compared to you, but 400.
Well, no, I mean it's ridiculous in that I sat there and I was just like, this is just literally this guy saying the same thing over and over again 100,000 times. How did you count that even? Did you tell the AI to do that?
I don't want to give the secret away.
Yeah, don't give the secret.
No, I sat there and clicked every time you said Logan Paul. I clicked.
100,000 times. All right, we got Scoundrel up. We're gonna play a song because I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. It's called. Wait, I don't see it. Oh, live? Nope.
No.
Videos?
Shorts.
Ah, short stuff.
I'm telling you, it's quick. It's quick.
Robo Wash. Okay, we got it. Play that. Anything else for me?
Maybe.
All right, I'm gonna play it over here so we can see it. And
yeah, I talked to you about doing a show, doing.
No, I think we should do that.
Hanging out
for sure. I'll talk to you. We'll plan it next week. The only thing I have going next week, which I think is gonna be great. Remember when that girl Chandra was on Alex Stein's show with me, and then she came on my show talking about Flat Earth? She was kind of playing a. I think she was a Glober, but she kind of pretended like she was into Flat Earth.
Yeah, she's a struggling actress.
Yeah. She thinks she's improv and all that. So she messaged me and said, oh, you're back on the Globe, and I was like, yeah. She goes, well, can I come on your channel and you tell me about it? So I think it'd be funny just to have a conversation with her where I can kind of point out why we know it's the Globe.
She's desperate, huh?
Yeah, she needs some content, so I figure I need too. So why not?
I know. That's why I've throwing out But yeah, you didn't like my Logan Paul? How long did you watch it? Did
I
you give me
probably
a thumbs up?
I saw about 35.
Well, like when was the music playing?
No, it was just like Logan Paul, Logan or something.
Oh, that was like when I first started it. I didn't know what I was doing, but then like if you look at my newer one, I like where I finished it because there's a joke at the end. So
Okay,
like,
I'll watch the newer one. Which one? Which one? The one that has the less views or the most views?
Yeah, the less one. It has
Okay.
like
37.
It's like 2 hours. It's like 2 hours or something.
That's crazy.
But yeah, but the end's a joke. Like the whole thing. Like I was gonna do the whole build up, but I started my microwave and my power circuit popped. My computer and my computer shut down. So I was like, shit. Like so I was like, my cheap ass apartment doesn't have good electricity where I can use my microwave.
All right, well, we'll play that right now, and then we will. You can go look at the chat and take some ideas.
All right.
Later. Peace.
No one say anything. All right, later.
Later. Okay, we got that one. We're gonna go watch this while I pee. Where'd it go? What happened? Didn't I have it up there? Hold on, I lost the video. This one? That's strange. Didn't I just have it? Where's Scoundrel? Error bad request, this one? Okay, that did not work. Let me see if we can find here what happened there. Just had it. Did I not bring it over? Weird. Weird. I don't know why I didn't. I lost it. It's not down there. Oh, maybe it is. There it is. I see it. All right, there we go. Now we'll be right back. Oh man, John breaks bad news. Great.
Waterproof and fully charged. Let me clean that filthy car. Metal hand slide down your ride. Getting wet. Chrome on chrome down on my knees. Water pressure unlocked with ease. Programmed to take my time. Power me on, I'll blow your mind. I'm your chrome lover, built to please. Finish on my hands and knees. Getting wet, getting wet. Getting wet, getting wet, getting wet. Getting wet. I'm your chrome lover, built to please. Finish on my hands and knees. Getting wet, 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 getting wet. Getting wet. Getting wet. Waterproof and fully charged.
Getting wet, getting wet, getting wet, getting wet, and getting wet. Good one, Scoundrel. I think that to compare that to my work is a little bit rich. Little bit rich. But no, not bad, not bad, not bad. All right, let's get back to the we're gonna go check the super chats, and then we gotta check the submissions from the anonymous folk. Is that what you want to call them? Anonymous folk. Let me get this screen back up. Again, man, I got to figure out what's going on here. Every time I switch off the screen, my camera goes away. And it literally takes like 3 minutes until it comes back. I'm not even touching anything. It'll just come back. So weird. And the light's off on the camera like it's not being powered, which would cause me to freak out. But then every time, see, now it's going to come back on. See? And now the light's back on. That's weird. That's just weird. Something's wrong with that. All right. Oh yeah, we're gonna check over here. We don't want this girl on the screen though. Can we find something else? Can we find something else? Let's go like this. That'll work. All right. So we've got. We're gonna check the super chats first. I said that. And can we get some? Yeah, we got that. Gotta love listening to Kelsey when we can. Kelsey, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. All right, let's look at the super chats. Maybe there's a couple. Remember, we got $50 we're giving away, or we already gave it away. So any help to fund that and get past that, get over that hump, which we did because we had a $100 donation. So we'll take any extra we can. Fan funding, here we go. All right, so we've got up next Dave's Waffles. I think I already said that right. $4.20. Dave, did you get a raise? It's nice. That's a great tip, you know.
Great tip.
You're damn right, Kelsey. And then we've got Singus again back. He already gave 100. What does he got now? $50. Get your cats spayed and neutered, and that's gonna have to make me go to this sound effect. God, those buttons are small. But you know, anytime you have to do that, we got to do the reminder of the. I don't see it now. Well, this is part of the same game show, but Where the hell is... No? No. This one? And somebody's got a perfect bid. Larry. The actual retail price, $210. Oh, sorry. All right. It's like, gentlemen, do I have one number right? Isn't that the... What's that not working? I don't know why that one's not working. All right. Anyway, let's get back to the super chats. We've got get your cat spayed and neutered. I thought I had some sort of Price is Right, but it's not playing. It's not working. And thank you. Thank you for that. Singus, you have made my day. We've also got Derek. The Dullard said, huge respect to the journey that you've gone on during the last 6 months, Jaron. Greetings from the UK. I'm so happy to see you look happy. I am a happy camper. That is true. So thank you very much. And that was a nice tip. It's a good tip. We'll give it a good tip. Thank you.
Good tip.
Human Being in the house. Human Being also $5 says, big love to Melodome. Can't wait to see more Sun stuff. Dave Weiss is nervous. Yes. Dave Weiss is definitely gripping a stick back there. If you know what we're talking about. So thank you. That was a good tip as well.
Good tip.
If you want to hear how nasty she gets, keep that number getting higher. She does get a little crazy. We get into what monster tip. We get into that's probably the best one. Oh, how about this one?
Phenomenal tip.
Yes, it was. I wanted to show you this very cool my touchscreen here. I don't know, it's just the best way to do it. To show you on this camera, and then I will upload her. Let's see here. Just want to show you how cool this touchscreen soundboard is now. What should I call it? Yeah, touchscreen soundboard. All right, let's see here. It's a very bad color in here. Not looking good. Come on. I want to show people. There we go. I like it. Oh, you know what I could do it on? Actually, I'm going to do it on Telegram. If you want to watch this, you can go to... I don't know how you do that. I lied. I'll just show it. Couldn't I do a story on Telegram? I could do that. Let's see here. So this is the very cool... It's a touch screen, just like... And then these are all my categories. See? So we can just go with Enrique. If we want Enrique. And then here.
Lo siento, amigo. I will be good. I promise. I will play la sound effects.
Thank you.
Vamos!
Vamos. And that's the problem, is that little button's so small right there I can barely hit it. All right, so we're ready to go? Can we move on?
Cámara. Jalando.
Jalando. All right. And yeah, let's go.
Your brain took a break in 2008 and never came back, cabron.
Cabron. So there you go. That's it. This is the sexy music. All right, so that is that. We're gonna go check the chart. The anonymous uploaders, they are a little scared to come on to the show. Got a lot of shit to talk behind the scene, but not to my face. Imagine that. Google Forms. We're signing in. We are going to. That's the wrong account. Let's get off the Jeranism account. What do we got over there? We'll go there while I get this ready. And we've got Corey Endrulot, I believe. Did I say that name wrong? I probably butchered it.
Hey, man.
How are you?
How's it going?
Excellent. Yourself?
Good.
TheLiberator.us.
Yes, that's a website I run. I'm a fellow content creator, but I don't like to plug myself too much, man.
All right.
I'm on picture.
Just go there if you want. Go there if you want.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate
Yes.
that. Actually, my friend Alex Landry, he goes by the name Truth Lab. He's been on your show several times.
Yeah.
So I've been meaning to come on your live stream because I think we share some contacts. I messaged you on Telegram once. I don't know if you remember that. If you don't, I totally don't blame you. You probably have tons of contacts, and I'm probably already timed, so I'm probably already screwing myself over. But the point is that Todd Pittner and Mike Adams.
Oh, great guys.
I think they brought us in the same group chat, and I saw that, and I messaged you. I'm like, hey, I didn't expect to see you in here. So I was interviewed on Mike Adams' platform. I was there in Texas, went to his studio. Super cool
Nice.
people. So yeah, definitely plugged into the independent media scene. I'm all about truth, freedom, and especially honesty. And that's why I gave you kudos when you were speaking your mind and you had to go against the grain in the flat earth community. I think it's important that people stand up for honesty.
I think so too. Good point. Well, thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Thank you much.
Yeah, man. So do you want me to just go on and share my
Sure,
message,
whatever you
I
want.
guess?
Yeah, please.
So I know it's July 4th, and everybody out there probably watching this is a truth seeker. I put out a video recently talking about false solutions or distractions in the truth movement, and I think it's very relevant to share it on your live stream since you've had to battle a lot of sort of infighting and people sharing different ideas, and some saying, oh, well, you're not allowed to question that, or you're not allowed to change your mind.
Right.
And yeah, it's like if we're truly truth seekers, I think we need to be able to have an open conversation with people, especially we disagree with. We need to know how to talk to them. You know, Larkin Rose has a whole course called Candles in the Dark where he teaches you, like, you have to ask questions and use Socratic dialogue. So these are just some resources that I want people to know about that I figured I'd share on your live stream.
Okay.
You know, there's a lot of information like statism that I don't see being shared in the flat earth community.
Yeah.
You know, questioning the nature of government authority. Now I know people like Eric DeBay and others have made videos on it, and I don't think they get enough credit for some of like the other work they do. You know,
Right.
maybe they focus so much on flat Earth, it's like all the other stuff kind of gets pushed out, especially when all the mainstream, you know, Globers are like, oh my gosh, you know, flat Earth, but they don't look at any of the other content when he's produced stuff for like years and years. And same
Right.
thing with pretty much anybody else in the scene. It's like we don't just question one thing, we question everything. So what is the one thing that gets people to question things in their life? A lot of people right now, especially relevant to July 4th, are stuck in the statist, sort of conservative, liberal, or even libertarian mindset of we need somebody else to save us. We need to externalize. We need freedom by voting new politicians in office, changing the laws. But
course.
is that actually the truth? Is that actually what we want to do? Is that what's actually going to change the world? That's my challenge to everybody out there. And that's what I want to share with you. So I want to hear from you because I don't want to just ramble on.
Okay.
Have you heard about a lot of these ideas and you know, statism and kind of questioning
Yeah,
the
of course.
nature of government authority?
Yeah, and I've watched Larkin Rose a lot, and you know, I was a big fan of Jeff Berwick for a while, and so yeah, definitely in that camp. And I think I made some changes probably 6-7 years ago at this point that I think were some of the best moves I ever made in my life. Just getting rid of credit cards. I don't own a credit card. So we don't have any bills like that. We don't have car payments because we bought our cars outright. And I think that that's kind of, you know, things people should do is never buy things on credit. It's just, you know, that's a trick because if you can't afford it, then don't buy it. You know, you shouldn't be. So, I mean, things like that. I mean, the government, you know, needs to be much smaller. Now we got cost, you know, they're talking about like they lost trillions of dollars. I mean, none of that should ever happen. It's such a travesty. But it's because you let government get big where, you know, the states should have been left alone, and you can be a United States, but it didn't quite go the way we thought. So yeah, I believe in the, you know, I do see problems with the ideas of the complete anarchist movement. That'll kind of never be the case because I do think we need laws, you know. But I think that if you put the right people in place, then you'd be fine. The problem is that usually shitty people rise into places of power, and then you've got a bunch of shitty people protecting each other in their shitty places of power, and that's probably why countries only last 200 or 300 years. You know, it's because it probably always does that. Yeah, it just always, you're going to have the dirt balls rise to the top because they are okay with stepping on people and lying and cheating. Yeah. And you know, I always talk to good people, like maybe you're the same way, but I have no desire to govern. Like I don't want to be a mayor or a governor. So the people that do, like, might have some little screw loose. Some of them want to help. I get that. But some other people might just be kind of on a power trip.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, to finalize, since I know I'm out of time, Larkin Rose, Mark Passio, would definitely recommend their work. The Jones Plantation movie, if you haven't watched that, awesome. My website, deliberator.us, has a bunch of resources. People can send me articles. I'll turn it into videos. I network with all sorts of people. I have a 5-acre project in Florida. We're growing food together. Permaculture, voluntarism. These are the ideas of the future. Civil disobedience, saying no directly to the system, is the most strategic and effective method in history to create change. And if everybody wants more detail on how to get very strategic, since I network with all sorts of local businesses and stuff, be sure to reach out to me. I'll even help with content creation. Thank you.
Nice. So it's deliberator.us, and what's the YouTube channel?
My channel is Corey Nature is the Answer, and I have over 1,000 videos, whether it's in shorts or videos of
So she
professionally
said
edited
CORY.
free-stream stuff,
Spell it for us.
documentaries, interviews. I've done summits, a
Cool.
lot of things.
Yeah, I'll look into that because I I'm always looking for new people. So say it one more time. It's CORY.
Yes, CORY, and then nature is the answer, and then should pop up.
Okay.
I've been told by bigger channels I'm being suppressed. No surprise. I talk about
Yeah.
slavery and tyranny, but I also talk about the psychology of it. I have one of the biggest projects in history on the nature of authoritarianism called healthrevealed.org, where we actually studied like thousands of texts from Carl Jung to Aldous Huxley, George Orwell, all of the people you can think of, looking at the psychology of statism. And we're bringing the medical field into this conversation, which I think needs to happen.
Excellent. That is dope.
Yeah, I do all my work for free, man. I've been doing it for passion for years. I'm going to start doing live streams like you, so I'd love to get some of your people involved, and we can create more of a conversation and do more streams. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, and I'd love to do a stream with you too. We'll just talk. Sounds like you got a lot of good ideas. So, all right, appreciate it.
I appreciate it, man.
Corey, Nature is the Answer. Check out his YouTube channel and theliberator.us. All right, later, bro.
Peace out.
All right, let's go real quick with this here just to show you what I was talking about. So this is, where is this showing? Here. Can you see that or no? Yeah. So this is the little touch. Oh, I kind of got. Let me see if we get a better screen. That's not going to show you well. How about this one? That's better. That's a better. All right, so there you go. And so yes, this is the soundboard. It's just a display, touchscreen display. This is the very cool. So see, I did all that. It's a touchscreen display, and then these are all my categories. See? So we can just go with Enrique, put on Enrique, and then here. Wait, what? Thank you. Oh, you can't. Okay, I was tripping. I thought you guys couldn't hear the sound effects. That's like my phone couldn't hear it because it's in my headphones.
All right, so ready to go? Can we move on? All right, and let's go.
So the problem is see these little things right here? That's the next page button. And I can't make them bigger, so I talked to the guy who created this program, and he's going to try and do it in the next update. Because I said, the chances I actually click that with my fat fingers, very nil. So I'm going to always hit the sound effect underneath it. So as soon as that gets fixed, make those buttons. Or I said, can I get a button here that says next page or something? So he's working on it. Once you get that, that's cool. You're able to make this. And I would tell you the name of this program, but no, I will. Anyway, it's Sound Show. If you are interested in a soundboard, it's the best one I've found. It keeps great order. You can actually sync it with your files, and it will pick up all the sounds. You can change the sounds inside the program. These are all called categories. You can make quick sounds here, so like Dirth Ball, and just click on time. Oops, didn't want to click that. I meant click on Dirth Ball. Okay. So that's just me clicking this button right here. Over. Hello, mouse. Where you at? Over here. So. Very cool though. It's kind of what I've always wanted. It's a soundboard for real, and I wonder what that's. Does it say safe word banana?
My safe word is banana.
Not sure why that's on the soundboard, but anyway, let's get back to it. We've got more people waiting, and we're getting to the anonymous pussies. Don't worry. Is this for real? Can't be. It's not the Jim Fetzer.
Chair, I wanted to congratulate you for becoming a Globe.
No, that's terrible. Come on. Do you want me to do it? That's terrible.
I just
I've been teaching science for 35 years.
I don't think you understand spectroscopy. Do you understand spectroscopy?
Austin Whitsitt is a miserable. I'm not going to sit here and listen to Austin Whitsitt tell lies for 3 hours while I just sit here and listen to it and have to stomach it. All right, go ahead.
Jared, your explanations are unreasonable, and the reasons.
It's a preposterous with a little bit of mix of a preposterous sauce.
Hey, bring up our Telegram. 3 people submitted prompts real quick, and I just want to give a sample of what
Your
we
work
could
you can
possibly
do? Okay, 1 second here. Let me see
There's 3 of them. The one with the tinfoil hat, play that one last, is the best one. And the other ones, people were really hating on Dick Wayne in the chat.
He needs to be hated on.
I don't know. So a couple of them were about Dick Wayne. People just wanted prompts. But having prompts about certain people would take a little bit more time because I would have to have screenshots of them and then upload them. I can't just type something in and make a video. Are you on Telegram?
I don't see where it's opening. It just says that it's open somewhere, but it's not on my computer.
It's under Scoundrel. It's not under.
No, I'm talking about my Telegram is not opening. Something's wrong with the computer for sure, but it's not opening on any screen. Oh, it did open on my soundboard. That was nice of it. Don't open there. Open over here. All right, so we're looking up there. Forgot my code. Yeah, that's right. And we're going with Scoundrel. KIC3, what are we playing first here?
You can get bottom up.
Bottom up. All right, this girl. Let's see here. We gotta listen to the sound.
Yeah, definitely.
Mr. Dick Wayne, and the sun is smaller than my thumb. Amazing.
Here we go again.
Mr. Dick Wayne, and the sun is smaller than my thumb. Amazing.
Okay, and then we're gonna go up to the next one. I don't know what this one is.
Dick Wayne, oh Dick Wayne, such a pain, always causing a scene. Dick Wayne, Dick Wayne.
That's actually really good.
I know. It's pretty funny.
I mean, you would not know that that's fake. That looks real.
I know. It looks like green screen. Nice.
It looks like a real guy. I mean, it's hard to say. For somebody to say this is not a real guy is pretty crazy. Okay, and then last but not least, I don't know what this one is, but watch it.
Spectroscopy needs a container. You can't just let the light wander around. It has to be contained.
That's good, man. You could do a whole movie like that. That's good stuff.
Yeah, I was like, because I could extend it, so I could make another 5 seconds.
And that's all done with Flow?
Yeah.
Because I know on Flow, Flow's the one you can do like image at the beginning, image in the middle, and then you do like a pan, and that kind of thing, right? Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. I've seen a bunch of these, and I just don't remember which one's which anymore.
Yeah, but I didn't mean to call back in, but some people
it's
have
not
some
allowed, by the way.
prompts,
It's
and
not
I-
allowed. So now you're penalized. You can't call in next week.
It was Jim Fayette.
When I saw that, I'm like, there's no way this Jim Fetzer is going to be great. I'm going to start doing an impression of him. All right, we've got Blah, Blah, Blah. Welcome. Great name, by the way. Blah, Blah, you're on.
Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you great.
Oh, okay, perfect. How's it going?
Good.
Oh, sweet. Okay, so I just had a question for you. I didn't really get to watch your stuff with Dating Vegan, but do you now believe that we went to the moon?
I said that I would not take the side that we faked it. I would not argue that. I would not debate it.
What do you mean by that? Well, so you're undecided on that, or?
I would not argue in a debate that we did go to the moon, but I would not argue in a debate that we faked it. I don't think
Why is that?
Because we don't have any evidence. So I think that if something is faked, you should have an ample amount of evidence, but we really don't. All the evidence that I've ever seen or could come across, and then ask people for 3 weeks or 4 weeks to contact me or get me that evidence, and nobody did. The people who did contact me just said, "Well, we know it's fake." I'm like, yeah, but I'm trying to look for evidence that we can show Dave that he has no answer for, so that we can kind of build a case here, and it just wasn't going to happen.
And there's so many. I think there's so many things too that he didn't mention. Like even when Armstrong originally called in and claimed to be like 130,000 miles from the moon,
right?
He literally lied.
No, they
And
literally
that's
didn't. They literally were
But
130
they
miles.
did. That's part of. It's all part of the NASA reels, right? Because they claimed that they were halfway to the moon, but they were actually recording a circular window. with
Okay,
a
so
camera in the back.
they weren't. Dave actually debunked that, and he did a good job of
I
it.
didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
Let me think what episode it was. It was the first one. So go back and watch the very
If you're
first.
seeing the circular window in the foreground, right?
Correct.
It's completely filled with the Earth floating in low Earth orbit. They even inserted a little crescent piece.
No.
into the
See,
window
what you're
to
doing. What you're doing is you're just repeating from a movie, but you never saw him insert anything in the window. You just
what you can see is work lights in the background inside the spacecraft, and
Correct.
and they had the lights off, and when the lights kind of were more visible.
So
then
why,
you can
hold
see
on.
that
Let's
they're in
stop right
low
there.
Earth
So
orbit
why
the
were
whole
the lights
time.
more visible?
Because they turned it was on part of the outtakes. It wasn't part of the original release.
Right, but they were actually backing away from the window. So right. So they backed away from the window, which then brought into view the work light. So then the work light's on, and then they changed the aperture on the camera. So then anything bright outside is going to fill that window.
Yeah, but wouldn't you just have the camera right up to the window?
So they did. They had the camera against the window. That's what you're looking out the window and seeing. And then they tell them to change it for interior shots. And then they back away from the window. Now, in Bart Cybrell's video, he's talking
That's
about it.
not how I saw it. I saw that they were already in the back when the work light turned on. They came closer, but they weren't
No,
They
but there's
weren't
no
up
work.
against the window.
Well, they were, and that's what Dave proved, because he showed you can actually watch when the camera's zooming and when it's being walked, right? So a camera that's zooming is a super smooth view, super smooth zoom, and then when you're actually moving with a camera, it's not going to be smooth. It's going to be you moving. So he showed that they're first at the window using the zoom to go in and out of the earth, and then when they move to the back of the craft, they're then moving the camera, and that's when the light comes into play. Because they've moved back far enough now that you see that light, whereas before it was pressed up against the window.
But if it was really Earth floating in space, then wouldn't you?
Oh,
have to
wait,
be right
here's
up
another
the
thing.
glass?
Here's another thing. So think about when you do see it out the window, how come it doesn't move? If they're in low Earth orbit, the clouds would move extremely fast. Then it doesn't move at all. You really
Yeah,
should.
I don't.
You should go back and watch, because these are the
It's
things.
just weird because they're using a 1 foot model of the Earth, using that circular window to fake being halfway to the moon.
No, but you're
And it
saying
was a
that
circular
that's
window
your.
the whole time.
But you're claiming that. But I'm telling you that I thought that too until I went and looked at somebody debunking it and realized that it's debunked.
Okay, well, it's difficult to do without the video. Like,
True.
if I had the video and we could actually look at when the lights come on and talk about that, that'd be different, because we're just like, maybe it's a matter of perspective, but even if we don't focus on that, right?
Okay.
It was like $250 million. They had like coins printed. It was in the encyclopedia.
Mm-hmm.
Like all this stuff, and somehow they were just able to go on their first attempt, right? If this was true, like any other technology, shouldn't we be on Mars like 10 years later? Shouldn't we have bases all over the moon?
I agree.
Even with like the South Pole or whatever, right? It took them 6 attempts. I'm pretty sure it killed the first 5 crews or something like that.
Right.
But somehow, the first attempt, they're driving fucking remote control cars around.
Well, not the first attempt, but
golf carts, well, whatever, on the moon in an untested aircraft. And like 55 years later.
But hold on. But you're saying, see, this is the thing, though. You're saying things quickly moving past them, but they're just not the case. So when we had a car in the craft, it was the Apollo 15. So they had already gone twice. So it's not took a car on the first try.
Even if you just, that's fine.
Yeah.
But even if you go with the first time they went to the moon, they did it on the first attempt in an untested aircraft.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. Again, what about Apollo 7, 8, 9, 10?
Well, I'm not talking about that right now. I'm just talking about the first time it went to the moon.
Yeah, no, they went to the moon at 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, but I'm not talking about that.
Maybe
right
not
now. I'm
7,
talking
maybe
about
8,
the original
10.
time. Original time that they
But you
went
understand
to
that
the
what
moon,
we're
right?
saying is a narrative. So you're saying a narrative by saying that they went the first time in an untested craft. That's not true. They tested it on 8, 9, and 10. So this is what happens is conspiracy theorists have already made the decision. And I was right there. So I'm not.
What do you mean they tested it in 8, 9, and 10?
Apollo, they sent a craft to the moon that went around it. Then they did another craft to the moon that went down and almost landed, but then came back and connected. So we just hear these stories from conspiracy theorists, and we just assume that they're true. Oh, it's the first time they went.
But the first time that they actually officially did the mission to the moon is the first time they actually landed on the moon.
What do you mean?
So that was
What do you mean? But what about Apollo 10? What about Apollo 9?
They didn't land on the moon, did they?
No, but you said it's an untested
okay, so
craft.
I'm saying the first time that they had to land it, they had never landed it before. So
no,
the first time
but they
landed it.
but they came right up next to it. So what you expect is that you want. Hold on, but what you're saying. Hold on, but what you're saying is. Let's talk about what they did. Let's talk about what they did back then. But you're saying that because they went and tested it and they dropped the craft close to the moon and brought it back up, that you think on the first time they should have crashed and died. That's what you're saying. So that's not very.
I'm just saying everything else that people have tried to do, and this is the most amazing thing that they claim they've ever done, which
Correct.
it is, if it's true.
I agree.
Right?
Yep, 100%.
Just saying that it's just like the first time they do it, it goes off without a hitch. Like when they actually need to land on the moon, there's no issue.
But they went.
And
yeah, I get you. I just think that.
I get that. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, but like.
I think it would be good if I don't know if you don't like to listen to Dave, but
flying around the Earth, right? If I just flew over North America, it's like, okay, the plane works, we can fly it. And then I fly a little further. That's not the same as making the complete full mission. Like start to done, completed.
Correct. But is that what you would do, right? If you were, let's say if me and you were going to go to the moon and we said, okay, they've tasked us with going to the moon. They've given us, $700 million. That's our goal. So we would not just say, let's just send people in a craft and see what happens. We would have to send a craft first with people and say, hey, what I want you to do is go to the moon, just go around it, make sure everything's cool. Come back. All right. Once we do that, then we take the next step.
I disagree, because if they told me that all people were able to do is like go around it, but no one's actually done it first, I'd still be a little bit weary. Like anything can go wrong, it could land sideways, anything could happen. So it's still there's still a level of something could seriously go wrong and
For
everybody
sure.
could die.
But isn't that part of
That's all I'm
exploring?
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So it's the first time in history that decades later, our tech is worse.
No, I agree. This is why I said they need. This is why they need to go back. It's not even a question.
We can only go 1,000th of the distance to the moon.
Yeah.
So back in 1960, before cell phones, before microwaves,
Hey.
all of NASA computers combined
Right.
had like the computing power of one of our stupid cell phones today.
Right.
And they sent astronauts ahead of schedule on the first attempt to do the full thing 1,000 times further than they can send them today.
I'm not sure they were ahead of
5
schedule.
decades
I don't
better
know
tech.
where we got that from. They were behind schedule because they killed people in Apollo 1.
Yeah, but for the first time in recorded history, technology is better in the past than the future, which literally makes no sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure that anybody would say that. The technology is better now than it was back then. Clearly.
But we can't go back.
Well, it's not a matter of we can't. I guess they would say we can. We're just, it's a politics thing. Here's the thing. I'm not arguing that.
I don't know, because some people say, oh well, because when I've talked to other Globers about this, they say, oh, it's just like too expensive. But
Yeah, I think
don't know,
Globers
man,
need
if you
to.
look around, look how much money the government's
Yeah.
wasting on fucking retarded wars. That
Right.
What is that accomplishing? It's just killing people.
Yeah, I
So
think
why
the
don't we-
globe people need to be a little bit more understanding that it is ridiculous that we haven't gone back. And you can, if you're just going to say like, oh, they have better things to do and they don't have any reason to go back, it sounds bad. It sounds
you know what
bad.
Richard Nixon said? He said, putting a man on the moon is second only to God making the universe.
Yeah, I mean, but we would say
Like,
this, right?
come
If,
on.
but is it the greatest thing mankind's ever done if it's true? By
If
far.
it's true, if it's
Right.
not, it's the biggest fraud, because
Right, but let's say
you say, okay, who killed JFK or who did 9/11, right? It's a tragedy,
Mhm.
and it's just like, okay, we don't know, it's a tragedy, but this is different because it's a positive lie.
Yeah, that's why I told the
right?
guy
So
I
if
was
you
saying
took this away from people, they
Yeah.
would have like a mental breakdown.
Oh yeah,
some
that's
people.
and I don't think it's even possible, like for somebody like Dave McKeegan or anybody like that, to ever say they don't think we went to the moon, because they would be gang stalked until they change their opinion, right? In
Right.
fact, I kind of was. People coming out of the woodwork just saying, "Oh, you don't know enough about this. You're going to be a dumb for another 10 years." But people know me by now that I'm just not going to ever back down to somebody what they want me to believe. Now, what Dave did that I thought was good is I just kept bringing things up and giving him an opportunity to give me the other side of the opinion, right? Because what happens for a conspiracy theorist is, because we only hear the same thing all the time and we never hear an answer for it, we just really adopt that as like the only thing. Well,
Right.
one of those things was the Bar Cybrel part of the video, where I thought that was a cut and dry. Like, well, we know at least that they weren't in this far from the moon; they were in low Earth orbit. But Dave came on, and then he just right off the bat says, "Okay, so let's think. You're saying this is the Earth in low Earth orbit. So is the craft moving? Because the clouds aren't moving, nothing's moving. So it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
I'd love to debate him on the because
he would do it. He would debate you.
About,
He would debate you, but you need to have
magic
evidence.
tricks?
Say what?
Right. If you know anything about magic tricks, when they try to bamboozle people or fool you with a magic trick,
Okay.
the trick's already done. Like when they're giving you the card deck and telling you to pick this card
Right.
and doing all these other things, the trick's already done. It's already gone.
Okay, so tell me, how would
when
you do
you're
this,
watching
though?
Those original videos of
Yep.
how they got there, and they're fucking around with the window, the angles, the camera, the distance, or like that already to me, like there's no sense in arguing like
Okay, but
super in-depth things that you guys are talking about when we can't even verify if they actually went there. Like it's
Well, but there's an entire back and forth audio, right, between the people at NASA and the astronauts. And if you go listen to that, it's in real time. Like it's not, we did this recording. It's in real time, meaning
yeah,
that.
I don't doubt that they're in low Earth orbit.
Okay.
But I don't think that they're on the moon.
So what-
And
what-
there's other things too, like moonlight makes objects colder. You can go on YouTube right now and watch videos of people.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad, man. I did that, and it's not correct. It's because people aren't paying attention to what the elements of the world are.
Well, I've tried it with a laser pointer, and it did go colder.
Okay, so what did you test though?
What do you mean? I did
What item?
I did the What do you mean?
What item were you testing in the moonlight versus not?
Mirror.
What do you mean a mirror?
Like I had I had the what's that screen called on the front of like one of those old projector big screens. I had that in
Like
front of a mirror.
like a Fresnel lens?
Yeah, and on the side of the house. and then it magnifies whatever's hitting it. And on a full moon night, if you actually put the heat sensor there, you can see that it's colder.
Okay, so now
I've
here's
done the
here's
experiment.
here's
I
how you
mean-
do the test though. The test would be now wait till it's a new moon and go do it again, and you would get the same results. And here's why: is
Okay,
because
I'll try that.
yeah, because think about this: if you were to test your house tonight and you tested the roof versus the side of the house, which one's going to be colder?
But again,
But no, no,
Jared,
but hold on,
what
I'm
is a
asking
new
you.
moon?
No,
You
no,
can't even see the moon on a new moon.
Okay,
You don't
what I'm
even know what the hell's going on.
Pretend that the moon is on the other side of the earth. Pretend that the moon's somewhere else. So
Right.
what would be colder, the roof of your house or the side of your house?
If the moon was on the other side of the earth,
Yeah,
which would be
so-
colder.
Yeah, so it's just a cold night. What is colder, the roof or the side?
This is difficult because now I'm trying to not think in opposites. Probably the side of my house.
No, I mean the roof would be colder because it's out in the elements, right? So think of like a fence post is the best way I can think of it. If you have a fence post, what's going to be warmer, the top of it or the side? Well, the side's going to be warmer because it's not in the elements like the top is. The top is out in the
It
cold.
should be whichever is in the shade would technically be even colder, wouldn't it?
No, because that's what happens in the heat. So when you're talking about the sun's out, yes, then you're in the shade. You're colder than because you're not in
That's
the
what
elements.
I mean, yeah, like when you're right, exactly. That's what I meant. When you're in the sun, then the shade would be colder, and when you're in the moon, the opposite should be true.
Wait, what? So but the sun, okay, when you're out in the sun and you're behind a tree or you're under a tree, it's colder under the tree, right? But if the night comes and the moon's out, is it warmer or colder under the tree? Warmer. If you ask somebody where are you going to sleep tonight, homeless man, he's going to go sleep under the tree because it's warmer. So it is the opposite. Because it's the elements. The elements
Well,
are what you're talking
I'm definitely gonna have to try that.
Okay, yeah, tell me.
on a
Call
new
back
moon,
and
because
let me know.
I haven't tried that, but yeah, the last thing that I just wanted to ask you. So you believe that you live on a globe now?
I do.
Okay, so is it true that gravity is responsible for the fact that it's a globe?
Yeah, I think so.
So you believe in gravity?
Well, yes. I mean,
Okay, you still think-
once the sphere is established, then gravity makes sense, right? Doesn't really make sense if it's not a sphere.
So 96% dark matter that no one's ever seen.
I didn't say that at all. Where did you get that from?
Well, that's what gravity works with.
But what do you mean? So they're just wrong about dark matter. So
Okay,
that's
but
like a high level physics thing. Like that's not for me. Well, what are you laughing at? I mean, like, why?
But gravity has to exist in order for it to be a globe.
Correct. So
Because it's caused by gravity.
So let's
So
keep
you
it
believe in
local.
gravity now.
Yes, I just said that. I said
Okay,
if
I
it's
just wanted to. Yeah.
right, but then you went
kind of
dark matter,
confirm.
dark energy, which I'm not even. That wasn't even in my realm
Yeah,
of.
we don't have to get into that.
Okay.
That was just the main question because gravity is the reason why it's a globe. So if you concede the fact that it's a globe, then gravity must also be true because that's the whole reason why it's even a globe in the first place.
Right. So you're still a flat earther.
That's a good question. I'm undecided.
Okay.
I think both sides have serious issues, but I honestly I don't know. I think that you going to Antarctica, it definitely gave us some really good information, and people should be trying to do science, which is knowledge.
Right.
Sort of the Latin word, but instead of arguing and coming up with memes and vapegate and stupid shit, that's just wasting time
I
and
agree.
causing infighting. And I think that with all that stupidity, they just lost one of their better researchers because I can tell too that there's unfortunately a lot of retards in flat earth that post stupid information that you just go look into it for 5 seconds, you know it's not true.
Yeah.
But you were actually doing some solid research, so it's just kind of annoying that now you're on the globe side and you're helping reaffirm their views that are already given to them. Where I
Yeah.
feel like on this side you were doing some actual research, and
No,
instead
it
of people
sucks.
getting butthurt, they should have just like, fuck, he went there. That's literally what a truther should do, is seek truth. And I don't know. I don't know if you're saying that you're a globe because people were such assholes, or if you actually believe in it.
No,
That's why I keep trying to pick your brain on this. So
I think it's
now we've
it's like a 99% at this point. I'm just leaving 1% for a possibility, but I don't think there is one anymore because what you see the sun doing, especially what we talked about at the beginning of this episode, the right left versus left right angular diagonal
I
setting.
understand all that. I had
Right.
a difficult time with it because when I found out about Flat Earth and I was watching some of your content, some of Dave's content, Eric Dubé, and all the rest,
Mhm.
though the two main issues I had was the Southern Cross
Mhm.
and the sun and the stars, what they do in the south. It doesn't really make sense, and nobody really has a good explanation for it. And then
But what about
when
the-
I heard the magnetic declination explanation, I just like a lot of flat earthers I know that they won't admit this. They just go, "Oh yeah, there you go. They have an explanation," but no one really in
Right.
depth looked into that and did the math. I
Right.
can admit I didn't either. So I didn't really have a good explanation for that.
That was
but
my problem too, is
There's
that-
so many things that, like Witsit was saying the other day when he was talking to you. I know he's kind of being like, I'm not picking a side, and whatever. I don't know why he's doing that, but there are some good proofs. Like there are some good proofs, and I think that's why he became flat earther in the.
But they're
first
not
place. I don't
proofs.
think it was
They're evidence, right?
exclusively-
It's evidence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, evidence. Right.
Right,
So
but
that's what I'm
evidence
saying.
evidence doesn't always lead you to the truth. I describe it as, if you're at a murder scene and there's 3 pairs of shoes there, well, you can go process all that as evidence, but maybe only 1 pair of shoes leads you to the correct answer. So it's not like, well, what are we going to do? We're just going to disregard the other 2 shoes? Yes, there's still evidence.
People get released all the time that were wrongfully convicted 60 years later because we got some more information or the technology changed.
True.
So I just think that the sun, it's a natural phenomena.
Mhm.
I don't think that anybody fully understands it. We can't touch it. We can't go to it. We can't land on it. We can't test it. So nobody's doing any science. The only thing we're doing is observing it.
Right.
And I get that the observations make more sense on a globe when it comes to Antarctica and the sun. I understand all that.
But it's not just Antarctica, it's everywhere the sun.
Yeah, I understand. The
Okay.
sun is a big one, but there are still things in FE that also make sense that are difficult to just explain away that line up. So I don't know. I'm still.
Yeah,
I'm still
I was
just
looking
watching
for
the show and trying to
falsifiers, right?
figure it out.
Falsifiers I thought are important. If we can falsify something and we falsify the AE map and it's the only flat map that there can be, then at that point there is no. Is there still issues with the globe Earth? Sure. What did somebody say the other day? Oh, somebody said they wanted me to explain mirror flashes, and I was like, oh man, that sucks, because those I've actually seen and done myself, and they literally, you see them when you shouldn't. So the reason for that is because of refraction. But go ahead.
I've seen other maps too that were before we had Antarctica and Australia mapped out, and they were showing, or no, it was before we had Australia mapped, and they were showing in Antarctica that there was like camels and all kinds of animals.
Right.
Somebody had the exact map, so why would they be showing us that? And it's just so many things. It's not just, I know I brought up the moon landing, but when it comes to the south, there's lots of weird stuff too, like Admiral Byrd, right? He's the only one who really flew over it and got firsthand information. He died, heart attack, whatever. Forrestal got the guy who appointed him to do all this, fell off of a fucking building. That's how he died.
Right.
Admiral Byrd's son died in a
Found in a
fucking
warehouse.
abandoned warehouse.
Yeah.
It's like, and then relatives of dead astronauts, they've died in weird ways.
Yep.
And I just
No, this
I
is.
just don't
I wish more
understand
people were like you. At least that you've said, look at, I've been looking at the evidence, and yeah, there's a lot of things wrong here, and a lot of things we're looking into. But you haven't come to that. It's flat, and all you guys are retards for believing in a globe. I think that's counterproductive.
the water bending really gets me because I understand what you're saying, that we're not used to dealing with large spheres and whatever else, but how many swimming pools do I put next to each other before it starts to bend?
Well, it would never bend.
And I just okay, well then it would never be a ball.
No, that's what you. I mean, that's just that's a lack of understanding scale. You don't. If you watch
But
my
if water
videos.
bends, it turns into a waterfall.
Okay, so
So no one can show me water. Okay, but for science to be
No, but hold on.
testable, like
Yeah.
someone should have to be able to show in a vacuum chamber a ball spinning due to gravitational force.
But that's not
that
how
has
gravity
water
works.
sticking to it.
But you know how gravity works. It's based on the size and the mass. So you're never going to be able to
I
shrink
understand
that.
that, so you can only do it in space, which is, once again, that's not science. It's like we have the answers. We're the special group of people who can tell you these things, but you guys can't actually test it or go there. So we're handing over.
But do things fall to the
people
earth?
we've never met. They do.
Okay.
But you've been on here for how many hours talking about buoyancy and density?
Yeah, but that's
Like,
because
you
I
know,
thought
we
that the
both
Earth was
know all
flat. I thought that the Earth was flat. I
Jared,
thought the
don't
South was a
forget,
lie.
I've watched a lot of your content, right? So
Yes,
a lot of these things that we're talking about right now, you went on for like 8-9 hours at a time, just annihilating.
I'll be
So-
the first one to say that. But well, this is the good thing is that I've now been able to ration. There's nothing that I used to say that I can't now easily explain. So it's not a matter of like, oh, I'm just gonna have to pretend I don't know the answers to those. It's a whole mind shift because I thought that the South was a lie. Once you realize it's the flip of the North, you're like, oh shit, the North and South are opposites of each other. There's no other shape that's going to get us there. And then from there,
the sun acts in opposite ways to each other. Yes.
Well,
An actual phenomenon in the sky that nobody can verify what the fuck it even is. But if you're on the
doesn't
Earth
matter
trying
what
to
it
prove
is. Doesn't matter
But
what it
let's
is.
just say the sky was dark and you're trying to prove on Earth that you live on a ball. You couldn't do it if you didn't have, like, if you weren't going with the sun.
Yeah.
You would just say it's flat.
Correct.
Any test you do would show you that it's flat.
Pretty
The
much.
only reason you're saying that is because of the lights in the sky.
Correct.
Which I know it's retarded, but you also used to say that, so you get it.
Yeah, but I didn't say it like that. I said you couldn't tell the lights in the sky because people would say the sun's a sphere, the moon's a sphere, so we're a sphere. And I say, no, you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. They've adopted that now to mean that you can't use the sun as a measuring stick, which you can. The sun doesn't know in orbit. All right, I got another person behind you. Sorry, I'll let you go.
All right, well, it was a good chat. It was nice talking to you.
You too. Take it easy.
Take care.
All right, we got Jack Talcott in the house.
Hey,
well, I thought he was there.
blessings and thank you.
Wait, hold on, you're not there yet. There we go. How are you? my
There we
friend?
go. Blessings, thank you.
Yes.
I think this is the first chance I've had to meet you.
I think so.
But
I've watched you on other shows a few times, and I know some people that you know. So, but I don't think we've ever talked.
I appreciate this. I was actually sent this way. Suggested it. Maybe I'm overdue. That this is a good place.
Okay, that's a good place. I think that you are always looking for the truth. That's a good thing.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And that's actually what I was hoping to talk about
Okay.
is seeking the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I put it in the chat a while ago, but it was this idea. It stood out to me for a while. Our world is so filled with doubts and fear because throughout time we've allowed secrets to be legal. That's absurd. And when you stop and think about it, someone who keeps secrets from you, tells you lies, that's an enemy, not a friend.
100%.
What is our government doing, right?
Right.
So I'm a little bit kind of radical. I like to think outside of the box, like you.
Mm-hmm.
And we're on this path seeking the truth. I think it's time for us free people to get control of our out of control governments.
I think so too. I think that, yeah, because you can get to a point where we're kind of almost there where it's going to be too late.
Yes.
Yeah.
I honestly think, well,
I don't
I'm
want to say
not
that
sure
too.
where-
Might be too late.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
I don't want to say that, but I do feel that they've done a good job of making people docile. I believe that the Bible is another tool that they use to make people complacent, like Jesus. They're meek, they're poor, they don't save money, they think about heaven instead. And what that allows is evil to get more foothold. And now if you look at the World Economic Forum, they have positioned their personnel to be the coming governors. And so, we're taught in school, we got the 3 branches of government and you got all these governors from different countries. And how could they ever collude? Well, if you have a World Economic Forum that gets together and says, everybody come here, learn how we want to do things. Now go out and you'll become that's exactly what's just happening. So then we're in big trouble because how do you stop that?
I have ideas.
Okay.
I along the lines of what you just said,
Mhm.
it's absolutely the truth. The international banking scheme has taken control between the corporate structure and the banking structure. There's no freedom for anyone. So my idea is tomorrow is July 4th.
Mm-hmm.
I played the role of a soldier, of a citizen my whole life. So I'm part of America as far as I'm concerned. And what I think the American thing to do is to share good things with neighbors. So I'm kind of running out of time, but I really want to try and find a way to speak with Donald Trump and the other congressional leaders by tomorrow. I know that's not realistic, but I'll take the next day or the next day.
Right.
But I mean, they're bringing Netanyahu in next week. I heard on the news he's coming to address the president and the men and women of Congress. Why couldn't a veteran like me?
I think you should be able to. Yeah, especially the people that have the right things to say, and not the people that are just going along with the story. They've already given up any thought process. They're like, oh, whatever they say, and I'll just do it. And they've done a good job of that, right? Making people happy and with their cell phones. And pretty soon they're going to be all on AI. And my son recently was like, "Dad, have you tried AI porn?" I'm like, "Dude, like, you are in trouble." But it's like, that there's so many. I don't want to call them losers. There's so many people that will be attracted to that because they can't get what they want in real life, and you're just going to now have these people becoming hermits, and you're going to have it's all going to go downhill from here unless people wake up and do something about it now. So I agree.
I actually think that's happening, though. I really do. I've become a man of faith. The religions have distorted the teachings and the meanings of what was intended for us, but I find there's a lot of truth. It's not just from the Bible, but the other cultures have prophesied, had foretold of a shift and a change here on earth. And I think we are that time. It's happening with us.
Yeah, it seems like religions are all about control, and then they point people away from themselves, right? So God's over there, the church is over there, but really, I think Jesus said it when he said the kingdom of God is within you. So that's the answer that people need to find, and you really need to stop looking outside yourself for everything and bring it back to looking inside, because that's where the best answers are, and we all know that. We've had that gut feeling before we went against it or something, and you're like, oh man, that I like to think that it's God inside you, but some people look at it differently. But I think it could be it's that your conscience. It's funny because Pinocchio, right? Jiminy Christmas. What was his name? Jiminy Cricket. But it was JC. Yeah. JC was your conscience. Jesus Christ, kind of. So got a little clues in there. But what do you got going on your channel? Anything recently, lately?
This stuff.
Okay.
Wanting to end wars, wanting to encourage people seek the truth within. Right. That's where the truth is found.
Yeah. Yeah, wars is ridiculous. Every war that's ever happened has been because of leaders. Leaders are putting people. It's not like the American people are like, let's go to war. No, it's and then we wonder why. We grew up wondering why other countries hate us when we're like the great bastion of freedom. We are the ones who bring in democracy. But then you realize we just go around to countries and put governments in control that we are in bed with, or that we get along, do what we want them to do. Then you start to realize that we've got, Israel and this country, probably two of the worst. So, that can be fixed. That can be repaired, because it's, like you said, lies, right? It's always lies. It's never the truth that while we go to these wars, it's always something else behind it. World War I was that. World War II was certainly that. You go back and you look now and you start to see the truth of what was going on there, and how, that even the people that were in charge of those camps, I think were Jewish themselves. It's based like Nazi. Nazi is National Socialists and Zionism. It's a combination of the both. And there's things like that are just not known. So if people actually, and again, they're going to believe the history that they're told. They're not going to go look into alternative history because they think that that's dangerous and you're going to end up believing lies. So it's, again, to each their own. But what we're told is certainly not the case. And why anybody would ever think that, we know that the victors tell history. So once you know who won World War II, then you know who wrote the history. And then you should have doubts about that.
If I can add to that,
Please.
The victor tells the stories. We know the news is lying to us, and the news is reporting history daily. So if history is being lied to us each day, we're losing.
Right, and then think of the newspapers and the media that's on. If they can lie now, what could they do in 1950, 1900, 1850, 1800? So I've told people before, you can't even say George Washington was. You can't prove he lived. It's just not impossible. You couldn't. There's no audio recording. There's no video recording. It's just stories. Now, again, I believe you live, but I'm saying that once you realize that, then it comes, it'd be very easy to tell a story that isn't exactly the truth and have people believe it. So, but I appreciate that. Maybe I'll come on your show sometime, or you come on mine. We'll have a good longer conversation than 4 minutes.
I appreciate it.
Thanks. Appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
Yeah, anytime.
Hey.
Thank you too. I love good people who want good things for everybody, and the world can be a better place. So,
amen.
President,
We are that.
President and vice
ones
president.
doing it.
Let's do it. All right, later. We
Blessing.
got Modern Man. Is that what it said? Modern Man.
That's what it,
Is
that's what it says.
If it's Scoundrel again, I'm quitting.
What's up?
What's up? Go ahead.
How's it going? I'm not Scoundrel.
Thank God.
Yeah, man. That was a good call you just had.
No, it's Landon.
I think. Oh, what a bummer.
Yeah, your
I
voice,
know, dude,
voice is a little easy.
It's crazy right now, dude. And I've watched this show a couple times. I struggle to find anywhere online that's people not arguing.
Yeah.
So that's.
Have you? I know you were doing your podcast on AI stuff. Have you found anything that's kind of jarring about AI? The one thing that I found is the amount of people who are losing their mind and thinking that it's sentient.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy to me. And the other thing that I've noticed is there was a site, somebody said it, I forgot, somebody said the name of it. I don't even know if I can remember it now. There's a site where it's like you can go upload any picture of your face and it will immediately show you all the pictures of you on the internet. It's the scariest fucking thing you've ever seen.
I haven't heard about that, but that does not surprise me.
It's very, very scary. It's like there's pictures of me at the Capitol building doing the protest, but it's just pictures of me in the crowd.
Yeah, dude, this is what I'm saying, and this is what nobody's talking about, and it's kind of crazy. I mean, I think Crow's always been kind of talking about this stuff, but where we're at, where I know there's been cases where like you can't break the law anymore because they'll just see you at a gas station and they'll come get you right away.
Right.
All these cameras, they're all connected, and they're all like.
Oh, I was gonna go beat the shit out of Jake a bunch of times, and I just realized, how can I do that? When they find him bloody in the corner, the first thing people are gonna say is, "Oh, where was Jaron?" And they could easily check traffic cameras. They'd find me in an instant. So, where'd you go?
You're back. Here?
Yep.
They just installed $26,000 worth of cameras where I live. It's just like condos, and I mean, every place you go at night around here has like the flashing red and blue lights at night, and it's I guess there's crime, but I mean it's the high tech level of these cameras is so they're just letting the cat out of the bag, I think, now, because they're revealing their hand. They're showing that they can show. I mean, like, so you said the other day how Telegram automatically saves all your photos. It did something really weird for me where it like categorized all my stuff. Not Telegram, but my photo, like the Google Cloud, and it categorized all of my documents every time I ever taken a picture of anything I had written, anything that had my ID on it.
Yeah.
So they have so much information now that this is what happens, I think, right before they do the social credit score. I think.
Yeah, and
I think we're close.
And Facebook has all that data that they use to create models. So like everything that we've ever done the last 10, 15 years online is, we thought it like disappeared, right? We're just, it's just me making comments here on a YouTube video, but all that stuff has been able to be plugged in and used as like a data set. So Facebook has the biggest data set in the history of the world.
Yeah, I mean,
that's scary.
I'd argue that Google might be up there too, because I mean,
yeah,
those two, yeah, it's insane because like you said, I was when I was growing up, it was the beginning of Facebook, and I was in 7th grade when Facebook was big, and so I was messaging everyone there. So all those messages, I found them; they're still there. You can download it. You can download all your data. You can download everything they have on you. It's everything. I mean, if you'd ever taken a photo that you're not proud of, it's still there. Nothing goes away. And I'd always heard that, but I never really realized the implications of that nothing goes away.
Yes, sometimes that's true, sometimes it's false. But again, it's always in our favor or not in our favor. Like I was thinking, like let's say you're some guy and you have a bunch of moon landing footage, right? You upload it to your website and people are like, oh, once it's on the internet, it never comes down. But if that guy stops paying for his server, it's gone. Nobody,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so there is some things on the internet that disappear, and if people aren't saving it from somewhere else, well, then if that and again, is Google ever going to not be able to pay their their servers cost is Amazon? No, it's the people who are like me, who have a website, who have loaded stuff for years and years and years, and all of a sudden you hit a wall, you can't make any more money, and then you lose your server, and then all that stuff gets deleted. So
yeah, I mean, that's why I'm trying to get like this thing going. It sounds really crazy and really ambitious, but if I can make something physical once, I can do it again.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't see anyone else really realizing that. I think the physical space is more important now than ever.
It's the way of the future. Like they've already somebody was talking to me. They're like, "Oh, I heard you're going to write a book." They said, "Well, you know, what I would do is just write, tell ChatGPT." I'm like, "No. I said I would not touch ChatGPT with my book." I said, "See what you're doing there is," I said, "that is going to become the future. That people are going to be able to look right away and know it's ChatGPT, and or know it's AI, and they'll just pretty soon that will not be what anybody wants at all." So it probably is kind of a phase a little bit. There is going to be a lot of jobs lost. There's going to be a lot of utilities that maybe people do now that we won't need so much. But also the commodity being the human soul, the connection to people. That's why, I don't know if you've seen some of these videos. There's a guy who did an expose the other day on AI YouTube channels. So he found some channels that are uploading 250 videos a day. Now, the weird thing about that is, how can Google afford that? So somebody is channels are uploading 250 videos a day, which are multiple gigabytes, and they cannot be making enough money to rationalize allowing that kind of storage. So what's going to happen with YouTube pretty soon? They're going to have to make a choice, but they might actually get to the point where they don't allow it anymore. Like only human beings can upload. Like that's coming. Now I don't know if we're 10 years from that though.
Well, that's what they do to make it to where everyone agrees to have their what's it called, their digital ID.
Yeah, right. That can do.
I
mean, for me, I'm a little bit weird about that. I believe if you're going to be online, then I believe you probably should have your ID online. And the reason I say that is because we shouldn't allow places that people can act like they can't act in real life. In real life, you can't go call people names and act like a tough guy because somebody's going to sock you in the face. But on the internet, you can go on YouTube chats, you can go in comments, you can go in anywhere, and you can act like somebody you're not. And you can provoke people to things that you would never do in real life. And I have a problem with that. I grew up in a world where, real things happen to people. And this is why you don't call fat people fat, because they either cry or punch you in the face. And you learn real quick that you don't want either one of those. But on the internet, there's no noticing you get hit in the face, and there's no noticing that you made a person cry. So it really creates an evil, wicked person. And now look at the world that we're dealing with. The world is a direct result of this way that we've trained people, right? Or the way that people have kind of come up and become. And now they're like, so your political views now are the most important thing in the world, where in the 80s and 90s, it didn't even matter. People knew not to talk about that because it would cause people. But for some reason, the internet's given everybody a voice. And so everybody feels like their comments are important. Their take is important. And it just should be so easy. Even if I believe in abortion, I don't, okay, whatever, then you can still be friends. Like you can just have different opinions of something. But no, now, I mean, they're hated each other. They're enemies. Everybody's either Donald Trump or they're, Kamala Harris. You're one or the other. So it's like, we don't even have individuality anymore, the ability to say, oh yeah, I kind of agree with this, kind of agree with that. No, look at the people that are like left or right? They're like one or the other, and they hate the other one, and they're like, it's a terribly different world than what I grew up in.
Well, the thing is that that's all you'll find online. Is like, if you want to look for somebody, if you need help with something, if you want to learn something, if you have a project you want to work on, if you want to find someone like-minded, it's going to be very difficult to find, but you'll easily find somebody who's going to be mad at you. But with the whole political thing, I'm confused because I thought Trump was like the anti-president or the anti-war guy, and then now with Iran, it's like, it's just, that doesn't matter, I guess. But I don't know if you noticed this, or if you knew about this, but the entire internet in Iran has been out for like 3 weeks. And you can go to Google Trends, and if you look at like Google searches from the last month or so, we
lost you, Landry.
Sorry, I don't have my Ethernet plugged in.
Yes, you want to do that too. No, it's I blame a lot of it, to believe it or not, on YouTube. And it wasn't until recently that I started to see it. And the problem with YouTube is, it's so people get mad at me about not looking at my chat. The reason I don't look at my chat is because I don't want to be influenced by the people watching me, or what you end up becoming is exactly what the chat wants you to become. And that's, I don't want to say it's by design, but it's on every channel. If you look at it, people just become who the audience wants. So you don't even have unique creators anymore. No creators unique in of themselves. They are all products of their chat. This is why Nachiketa and Zetetic Warrior are upward moving earthers. It's because they said it for so many times that now their entire chat is about that. So they are not able anymore to say, oh, I was wrong about that. So what you do, what happens is you've got people that are holding positions and believing in things that they don't even really believe in. They're just they're stuck, and then you have this such a polarizing opposites, right? So like there's the globe earth and there's the flat earth, and there's no real middle spot, because if you opened a channel and you're like, no, I'm in the middle, I don't know which one is more, then quickly the people in the chat will push you one way or the other till you're all that. So then you're fully flat earth, you're fully Vlad, you're fully Sov, you're fully Flatzoid, or you're fully tuned, fully FTFE. And that's just a product of, so this is why we have so much polarization, is because that's what YouTube pushes. And again, here's the, I want to make sure I make this clear. It's mostly about money, right? Because if you don't care, if you're just a YouTuber and you just make videos and you don't even care about making money, then you can be in the middle and nobody cares. And you could just say, I don't care about this chat. But the people that start to make money off of it, they become who their chat wants. And it's the scariest thing to me, is because I never wanted that to happen. So people always, why don't you look at the chat? Well, because let's say I was talking about abortion and I'm saying, hey, you know what? If we force people to have children, oh, well, I was forced to have a son. If I look in the chat and I see a bunch of people starting to say something else, like what about it's a woman's choice? And well, I'm going to be impacted by that. I'm going to be not wanting to just fight with my audience. So what do you start to do? You relax on that point. You start to lean the way that they want you to lean. The next week, it's even more. And then you're like, oh, it's just easier for me to be exactly who the people giving me money want me to be. Oh, that's how I get more money. The more I'm on their side. So this is why you see Toon. Toon just hangs out with his audience and makes a bunch of money. And it's because he's exactly who these audience wants. He's the guy that hates Witsit. He's the guy that calls flirfs. He's the guy that debates. So that's, the audience has crafted who Toon is. Go back and watch Toon 5, 6, 7 years ago. It's a different guy. Different guy. I'm not saying there's a problem with that, but I'm just saying that that's.
But there is a problem with it, though. I mean, it's a sad state of affairs. I mean, it's really. I hate seeing the flirf thing in your chat. I just hate the stigma. I hate feeling like I'm in the same group chat every single time I've ever been in a group chat, like where people are saying, "Oh, flirf this," "Oh, you really," in the Telegram. It's like, it's so dumb to me that I'm like.
Do you notice that I'm the one that always throws a wrench in it? That I'll even fight with my own VIP guys that. Just because I don't like that mentality. Really, there's some guys in my VIP that are like, anything science says, you better believe it. And I'm like, no, I'm just not going to do that. I'll never do that. And I don't think you should have a problem with it. I'm not out preaching it. I'm not writing books saying that I don't believe in neutrinos. But I have every right to say neutrinos, they say they're traveling at almost the speed of light, and they're little bits of particles that have mass, and they go right through us, and they don't even interact with us. Like, it's okay for me to say, like, I don't believe that. They're like, what? How dare you? But you didn't go to school. You don't even know what you're talking about. It's like they lose their minds, but it's like what they would become is the world would be taken over by charlatans. Is once everybody's like that, then you just sneak into science a bunch of bullshit. These guys aren't going to fucking know. They don't even look at it. They never even second guess it. They wouldn't dare. So I'll always be somebody, just in case somebody is trying to squeak one through. Hey, I thought they were trying to squeak through lying about the shape of the earth. I found out they're not. So it worked the first time. It took 10 years. I only got about 7 more of those left. So, or actually only got about 7 of those in my life. So I've already used 5 of them.
But I think it's been really to their advantage. I mean, because I don't think anyone was prepared for the situation we're in now. Where, I mean, yeah, I agree that there should be a level of realism in the internet, because people can be rude.
It's a tough one, because I do understand. But I guess, like, and I hate that, because then you're like, well, what are you going to do if you're the one who says, like, oh, I don't do anything wrong. So, but the problem is, here's the problem with everything, is if you've got a shitty government, then nothing makes sense, right? Like driverless cars. What? But the government might hate me and they might want to drive me into the ocean, so they're going to put me in a driverless car and drive me off the cliff. But if you have a good government, if you have people in charge that are the right people, then a driverless car is a beautiful thing. It gets rid of all road rage. It gets rid of drunk driving. It gets rid of people not paying attention, falling asleep at the wheel. People can now get more work done. They can do homework on the way to school. There's so many things that come with a good technology upgrade, but it requires you to have good people in charge. And I don't think we're there. I don't think we have, we have Nancy Pelosi, and we've got Gavin Newsom, and these guys are they're not good people. They're just not. So I'm a little bit worried for the future, but I don't think it's. I don't want to say. I don't think it's going to be on me. It's going to be on my son. But I'm.
Yeah, well, me too. And I got a 1-year-old. But I mean, and that's we're doing no screens for her for a long time. But I was talking to this guy, Wayne McRoy. He was one of the only few guests we've had on our show. He was talking about how his kids do homeschool and it's all on their laptops and stuff. So from what I understand, there's not even really a way to like.
I wouldn't advise not having them use it. Like they have to use it. No, not at 1. But you have to start to introduce it. It's a part of the future, whether you like it or not. So it's not we're not going to let our kids touch screens. Well, great. They're going to be far behind everybody else. But I mean, you want to limit it and you want to make sure it's educational.
Well, you don't want it to be the only thing that soothes them.
Absolutely not. No, you want to limit the time. We're good about that with Mabby. He's got to get stuff done. It's a great thing to say to kids, by the way, is that whenever they ask for something, to always put it on them doing something. It's just a great way to teach them that life isn't just getting what you want. So if Mabby wants them, we always do something first. Like, well, if you want to do that, then when all your clothes are picked up off the floor, then you can do that. And immediately, it's when you say no, they get pissed because that's the end of the world, right? But if you leave it that way, they don't really have an option to be upset. They kind of just go like, oh, okay, well, if I want to do that, then I've got to do this. So you're actually teaching that there's rewards for putting output. So you can do that at a super young age because otherwise some of these people that are like millennials or a little bit younger than that, they're just like so entitled. I knew this was going to happen too when I saw the way parents were parenting and everybody gets a trophy and, there's no bullying. Like I believe that bullying is important. I think bullying is needed at a certain level because you need people to kind of realize when what they're doing is wrong and what they're doing is not. Because otherwise you just have people thinking that this is why we have people that say they're cats in school. They get a litter box because they say that they're a cat and they can't say that they're not. So then the cat goes and the litter box comes to the school and the kid wears a little feline ears and tail. So crazy.
I mean, I know I've been on for
1 minute and we gotta go.
That's the time, but I do want to say just as like a shout out. I mean, so we have this channel that's really like, I mean, it's doing horribly because it's just,
Well, but it takes time. It takes time.
Yeah, I mean, but and that's not really my main concern. But what I do want is to like find. I still haven't figured out really how to find a good community. There's too many telegrams. There's too many chats. There's too many everything. So, and when you look in one, you see them kind of hyper focused on one thing. But I just want to say, if there's anyone out there who wants to talk about like the future of physical goods and kind of what can be done and AI and like where it's headed, because they also have. I mean, the stuff happening every week is insane. Like last week, what they put those 4 people in charge of the military, like the AI heads of the AI. Did you hear about that?
No.
So the
AI was in charge of the bombing.
No.
Oh.
Well, but so there's like 4 people who were appointed to military positions, and they don't have military background, but they're like leads at these AI companies.
Ah, okay.
So I mean, there's crazy stuff happening every week. You can go talk to it. You can be one of the 2-3 people in the chat at Modern Men Lost Again. And if
so
you want to
make sure you're pushing it out to all the social media.
Yeah.
And then you want to do clips of your show and then put the clips out as shorts, because any of that, you might not think about it, but anytime somebody sees that, they might hit sub. Things like that, because otherwise it's going to take a while to grow no matter what. Even if you had the best content out there, I don't think you'd grow very fast.
Yeah, I think a really cool thing that I want to do is when I have a physical product to sell, I want to just go out and just like be back in the real world, because there is a lot more happening out there than you'd think. They destroyed a lot of it with COVID, I'll be fair, and big corporations. But if you just kind of go out there and like meet real people, most people will be happy to talk to you if you're not like trying to bother them. Like if you ask for directions, most people will help you. Yeah, it's kind of good to remind yourself of that. So, yep. All right.
Shit, I wish I could. I was trying to find that site for you.
Yeah, the one where you can find your face anywhere.
Yeah, I was so disappointed.
I need to see that because that's great for our next show.
And if you, there is a place on the site that you can opt out because that's required by law. So I made sure I did that. You basically just upload your picture and say, eliminate me from your search results. Now, it'd be interesting if I searched it now, if those are gone or still there. If they're all still there, then they're not even doing what they say they're
I
going to do.
always wonder if that like flags you, like when you delete.
Right.
Like,
I know. I was thinking that too, but it's the law in California, so they have to do it. Well, I mean, they're supposed to do it. I can't say have to. Let me see real quick. Search. God, I can't remember the name. If I see it, I'll remember it, but I don't know if I saved it or something. What is this?
Yeah, dude, I mean, I don't even know how.
Anybody know in the chat what I'm talking about? There's a site. It's an AI site. These are people finders, not those. That's them. No. Face check. No. God, what is the name of it? Rocket? No. Been verified. Let me just see real quick.
Yeah, I need to know.
Search people online AI by face. Oh, PIM Eyes. PIMEIEYES. PIM Eyes.
All right.
Face recognition, search engine, and reverse. I'm not putting this on the screen, but I am going to search myself right now and see. Upload a picture of myself. I hope all that stuff's gone. I'll feel so good if it is. Let me see. Upload a photo. Click here to do a photo. You can upload any.
So it's not video. It's just photos.
Photos.
Okay. Well, that's I guess good.
But if you when I put one photo the other day, I was in the garage and I put one photo of me, and I thought like, oh, that's not even a very good picture of me. It's not going to find any. And then it was like,
oh yeah, it's so good.
One of 47 pages or something, and then it was like every video I've been in, protests. I mean, everything. I'm like, oh god.
Yeah.
And so
It's
that's
crazy,
like
dude, 'cause
scary.
Even if
too.
you're a baby, it can tell. Like it.
Yep. Let me see. Do I have any pictures right here? Oh, maybe I should load this guy. I'll load somebody else besides me just to see what happens. I'm not going to tell you the name of the
Dave
person.
Weiss.
Do I have any pictures of Dave? I have him just doing his dirt ball. This one.
You don't have the standard.
Oh yeah, the one that everybody has. I bet you if we did that one though,
he
it would
spins
just
you
be the
before
same.
You go on the show, or he goes on your show.
Here, I tried somebody that we know. We both know. We'll see if this one comes up. Just happened to be on my screen. It's at 80%, 90%. Oh, so it's saying, okay, choose a search anytime, and then you can turn in deep search. Wait, did you have to pay for that? I forgot. Oh, only for advanced plans. Okay, so I can.
I imagine it's
I
a
turn
paywall,
the
yeah.
service. Here, start search. So let's see. This is a pretty known person, and it says about 38 results in 3 minutes. I'm sorry, in 3 seconds, and it it then lists all the sites that you're on. So the Serapeum, Atlantean Conspiracy, Brighteon, YouTube. What is this? See, I don't think this is crazy because I think I might have found somebody's website that nobody knows about. I'm going to click it. What is that? So it doesn't give you the full site address. I can see the first bit of it, but not like the slash whatever.
Yeah.
So you can't. You have to pay to get it. But I can kind of type in that. I wonder why that's. That's his site. That's really weird. So I mean, this is crazy to even talk about this because the amount of research that you can do with this and into people's lives. And
That's
then
what I'm saying, dude. Like, and I have
Oh,
a troubled past,
scary.
dude. I had a rough teenage years. You know, I got
telling me.
you know, when I was like I was a teenager. You know, I got.
Should I start telling people all my secrets just so they don't come out the wrong way?
Well, it's one of those things where it's like I mean I'm not a felon. That's
Me neither.
That's good, but it's like still. I mean, I have stuff, and they used to say 7 years and it went away, but I guess not anymore.
I know it does for your credit.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Everything is just changing, man. It's like.
Oh, I'm just trying to see if this is what page is on here.
But with jobs and stuff, I know you said it's been tough. It's like
Oh man.
it is a whole different world than it used to be.
Yeah, it's much different. And I think you do need to. You know, I didn't make a point to like go up to people and actually push for it. I think that's what you do. If
It's
you
a
want to get a
huge
job, you have to
thing
do
now,
that.
Yeah,
You have to do that.
because you're just a statistic. Otherwise, they're not even looking for you. They have like
No,
software that.
they're not even looking at like resumes. Nobody's reviewing them or anything. ASEY photograph. Let me see something real quick. ASEY photograph. ASEY photo. But there's so much research you could do with this because it's just insane. What is this? All right, I'll look at this some other time because there's.
What do you think about like a contest, like to get people to your channel? Like, hey, I'll pick one of the first.
It's
however
not
many people.
This channel's shadow banned, so it's done.
Well, yeah, but you know, like just as a general concept.
Yeah, but I mean, how many people are you going to reach with that information? Like, let's say, how hard would it be to reach 1,000 people to tell them that we're going to be giving away $50 tonight? It would be pretty difficult to do, and then it would only be an increase of 1,000 views. It's not really the bang's not there, but I do think that you know, you just have to get. I think I need to start a channel on a different, start a different channel. Okay,
I just feel
I'll
like
look
it's so
into
shorts focused now, and that you have to be doing it like
I don't think they do
rapid
very well,
fire.
to be honest. But
Well, no, they don't do well, but
they're flooding the market. They're gonna have to do something. They're gonna have to stop it, because if you have AIs that are able to put up 250 videos a day, can you imagine that? So now you're competing. But I still think people want realism. Like, have you heard? There's so many videos that have the AI voice. I mean, when I hear that, I turn it off. Yeah.
But dude, that's the thing. It's getting so good that I feel like by the time people are tired of it, they won't be able to tell the difference anymore. I mean, you can have like there's the
That's
Speechify thing. You can have like all these people read what's on your screen, and it's just. I mean, some of them sound a little weird, but I mean, like this main
Dude,
sponsored.
You've
one
seen
is just
11,
the
right?
news.
You've seen 11 Labs.
11 Labs. Yeah, dude, I tried it, and I mean, it's like
It's
scary
perfect.
because it's
Yeah. I could do myself, and nobody would know the difference.
I had to tell my family, because they hear about these old people and
Yeah, I told
scams.
people, make sure you do that. If you don't have a secret word already, you need to get with your
we did,
family.
yeah.
Get with your family, have a secret word, because your grandparents or your parents are going to get pranked by somebody calling and pretending to be you and saying that they broke their nose in a ski accident, and they're getting sent money. And so
my dad's girlfriend, my dad's girlfriend's dad has sent $10,000 to Katy Perry because he's dating Katy Perry, straight up.
Oh my goodness.
He thinks he's dating Katy Perry.
There was a guy that I won't say his name, but I know him. But some people know him. Completely smart guy. I thought he was smart and everything. But then one day he was like talking to me. He's like, "Oh, did I tell you I have a girlfriend?" I'm like, "No." Yeah. Good for you. All right, awesome. Then like a couple weeks go by, and then he's talking about this girlfriend, and then another week goes by. He's talking about, but he's always talking about her like she's not around. So then I'm like, "Oh, where does she live?" "Oh, she lives, back in Belarus or something." I'm like, "Oh, you've had a Skype conversation with her, right?" "Ah, you know what? Her camera's broken."
Dude, that was like back in 2010. That was a red flag.
I'm like, dude, but you've talked some other way. No, the camera's broken. Oh, what about her phone? The camera's broken. The back camera and the front camera.
One of those random texts that came in that was like, "Hey, wrong number." Well, while I'm here.
Well, then I said, "Dude, tell me you haven't sent this person any money." He's like, "Well, like a couple weeks ago, their family got in some trouble. I had to send them a couple thousand." I'm like, "Dude, that person's not real." "No, you got to be kidding me." Of course they're real. And then didn't hear from him for a couple months, and then found out. So anyway, I gotta let you go. We got a bunch of people. We got
man.
one person.
All right.
Thanks, huh?
Modern Men lost again. Come to the Very Dead channel.
Come check it out. All right, we've got CB says, "Love your content. Do some more deep dives on topics that are quasi-conspiratorial. Love your deep dives." Thank you, CB. Maybe he's the person in line here next. Let's see. You're on the air. You're on the show.
Hey, I just wanted to, give you a call and to give you some encouragement.
Thank you.
I've been enjoying your content now for a couple of years,
Sweet.
and I think there's a space for it. Like, you got high production value, you got good information, and my one example that I have is I don't know if you've checked out the Y files at all, but it's kind of like that line of they give you the information up front, and then kind of like, okay, here's what are the facts afterwards, and sometimes you come out a believer.
Yeah, no, I think that if I start all over, there's a chance. I don't think you can do it with this channel. That's just because once you're shadow banned, well, that means they don't put you in the up next and what's coming up next and the these feeds. So if I'm not getting pushed to new people and then I just lost my entire Flat Earth audience, well, then there's nobody else to talk to because they're not pushing my video like they would if it was standalone. So I got to do probably something new sooner than later.
Yeah, well, wherever you go, let us know
for sure.
Was
that you who sent the $10? Thank you very much, by the way.
That was me. Yeah. No, I like to
Appreciate that.
no.
And I was going to give you one of this one.
Good tip.
There we go.
Thank you. And you brought up a question a minute ago, or like, what are the AI things that you're seeing? What's really disturbing to me is these like young men and young women that are like falling in love with their AI.
It's ridiculous.
And, like giving it personalities and stuff.
Yeah, they think it's sentient. I've seen videos of people like my what do they call it? Replica or something? My replica is alive, and it's and I've seen people who have like videos about people that are divorcing their wives or husbands because they fell in love with the AI.
It's sad.
It's so sad. It's like, but it just shows. I mean, I've known people like that they don't do well having conversations with other humans. So it's like they see that and they're going to run right to it.
Yeah,
it's just
no, I
it's
definitely know
too
those people,
appealing.
too.
I mean, for me, I need the flesh and blood, but for some people, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, and one of the things I was seeing was I don't know if you've seen this, where all these like websites and stuff are decreasing in their traffic because people are using ChatGPT, and I worry that what happens when like the actual primary source material is gone,
right?
And nobody's writing books and stuff.
Yeah, it's not a good outlook. I'm hoping that people are just kind of smart about it, but I mean, the thing is, you're always going to have scammers. The scammers are going to take advantage of that big time. But I think that people can get smart. It takes a while, and then more people need to be upfront with things that happen to them. Because I think that being a crypto guy, I know a lot of people who have come to me. They made a mistake and they don't want it to be said. So that means that there's people behind them that have made mistakes that aren't telling anybody, right? So. Right. And that's scary because then it means that, so there's a lot of people who got into crypto, got screwed, now got out of it, and they're out there talking shit about it, but they just aren't telling people the real reason is because they got scammed and they did something they shouldn't have. Or so it just kind of sucks because you don't want to have people make decisions like that because of their own bad moves. But that's, because I do know people who have made mistakes on crypto and they make one and that's it. They're done. They'll never make another one. So you kind of hope, like this guy who was dating that so-called girl. I don't think he'll ever make that mistake again. So it sucks when people have to make mistakes in order to learn. But I mean, that's kind of what mistakes are for. So,
right. Well, keep up the good work, man. I'll be here for it.
All right. Well, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Later. All right. We're gonna look at the forums here and see if we've got any people. Went back to that Jeranism account. We need to go over to the JC Campies. So it's so stupid. If you ever have a chance, don't make a brand account. Jeranism is a brand of my JC Campy Google, but it doesn't let me do. I can't even do family ads or what it's called, YouTube Pro. If I try and give it to my Jeranism channel, it's like, oh, you can't give it to brands. But it's like, well, that's the one I use to watch videos. So you suck. That's what I was trying to say. Let's see how many. What's your guess? How many submissions do we have? 4. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Ready, set. Go. All right, so we got Izzy, I believe. Izzy says, I wrote in last month telling you I am a WWF member now, thanks to you and TFE. It really feels like the final straw for me on many top conspiracies in general, COVID, 9/11, etc. But each deserves a re-examination, obviously. Yes. I don't know. It never separates it. Let me go over here and put it in the sheet. It's easier. Put in a spreadsheet. Thank you. Wait, what is all this? Hold on, maybe we get a lot more than I thought. Okay, I don't know if these are all from this time. 6.5. Oh, those are old. Okay, I was gonna say I don't know about these. This is 7.3. Okay, that's the right one. So we've got Megan says. We'll run this one. You do know that NASA calls it the dark side of the moon. The phrase is more of a pop culture leftover than a scientifically accurate term. Thanks, Pink Floyd. Yes, but if you heard that, that was the head of NASA. And he said, oh, well, the Chinese, they're on the dark side of the moon, which is the side that never gets light. He flat out explained why it's the dark side of the moon, which is not true. It gets light half the time. So he obviously doesn't know that because he's not calling it dark like they do far side of the moon, dark side of the moon. He's asking, well, we don't know why China's going over there. It's where it's always dark, so we're not going there. That's what he says. But why wouldn't you go there just the other half of the month when it's light? Oh, you got more stuff. It's only dark to us because it's the far side, the half we never see from Earth. Yes, I see what you're saying there, but I don't think that's what he meant. I don't think thinks it ever gets light, or else he wouldn't have said that's why we're not going there. All right, so that's good enough there. I gotta fix this Google. She's never comes over right. The half we know. Okay, that's good. Then we've got West Side Girl Reacts. Always here, always appreciated. She says, all credit in the world to you for that Reds rhetoric. Oh my God. Abortion. I think you have more productive talks with Flatzoid at AT2 is what? AT2 is Reds PJ. Oh God, who is that guy? The guy who is crying and like just spouting off, and you're not even listening to I'm asking questions, and it's just like, holy smokes, what's going on here? Yeah, that was pathetic. I always find that happens when somebody asks me to go, like somebody messaged me and they're like, oh, Red's Rhetoric's talking shit about you. I'm like, I don't care. They're like, no, he's saying that you were lying the entire time. You've always been a Glober. I'm like, what? Doesn't even make sense. And they're like, oh, and he says you're afraid to. He's asking Dave to moderate, but I'm like, what do you mean asking Dave to moderate? Like, why isn't he just? I'm like, I'll go over there. So I go over there and say I'll go on the show, and then I went on the show. If you guys haven't seen it, I think it's up on Red's Rhetoric's channel. It's a waste of time. But then he proceeds to tell me that he thinks I've been lying the whole time, that for 10 years I've been a globe birther. And it's just a ridiculous position. It makes no sense. It doesn't have any evidence at all. And everybody keeps coming up there and telling him he's wrong, and he just won't listen. He's just like, well, it's my opinion. It's so funny because he's like, it's my opinion. I don't care what you think of my opinion. It's my opinion. It's like, yeah, so that's how I was with the flat earth. Get over it. My opinion was the earth was flat. I found out I was wrong. Get over it. It's like you accept that you just have an opinion, and you're like, it doesn't matter if everybody else has a different. Right. So I had an opinion that the earth was flat, and I was wrong. Big deal. Get over it. Subscribe to my channel for all your music reactions videos. That's West Side Girl Reacts, by the way, if you want to go there. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. Let me give you her link. If I can figure out. Come on. Somebody needs to teach me how to use Google. Oh, wait. And I feel fine. REM time listening. There's the link. Come on. This way that this thing answers and then it puts them all into the spreadsheet. It's impossible to read the whole thing. Let's put it down here. This is for West Side Girl Reacts. That's not it. Why didn't this grab it? Hold on. Wait, what? How weird was that? Okay, and we'll grab it again. Okay, so that'll go in. Thank you. There's West Side Girl Reacts. All right, and we've got to get all the super chats. I got it. Oh, Dave Waffle House here. I didn't know that, Dave. I didn't know. If we would have known, we would have given you a shoot. I gotta learn. I gotta get these bigger buttons. It takes too long to get over it. There we go. Waffle
From the Waffle House, located just off the Beltway.
Off the Beltway. I'm looking at all these. I'm like, what does that mean? What does that one say? What's this one?
Yes, water finds its level. Do you have anything that is exclusive to Flat Earth?
What was that? Couldn't hear that one.
Earth's curve, still undefeated.
Nice one.
All right, turn your head and cough.
I don't want to do that. I know what that means. And then you got doctors all falling in love with me. I don't want this. I don't want this shit going on. All right, Aniger. I almost fell for that one. Nice one. I think they're trying to get me to say a bad word, but I avoided it. We've got saying NASA is a waste of money. Saying NASA is a waste of money. Is that the end of your point? Saying NASA is a waste of money. Better song, subscribe, and click like. Okay. Oh. What? What is this? And then you gave me a Google Drive video? Come on. What's this thing doing? Well, let me grab that link. Grab it from right here. Control copy. I don't know what this is. It could be porn for all we know. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Control V and see what you gave me. If it's porn, I'm going to be very upset. We're going to find you and we're going to hatchet you with a hatchet. Imagine that. Alright, let's see.
I've got a shoebox apartment.
Scoundrel, of course.
In the city lights, where the neighbors all brag about their latest fights. Their cars are faster, their smiles are fake, and I'm here feeling it's all a mistake. Keeping up ain't living, it's just chasing the wind. Trading all your moments for a race you can't win. I'm breaking these chains, gonna pave my own way, leave the Joneses behind, see a brighter day.
Okay, that was not worth sending to me. Let's put it that way. Let's just put it that way. All right, that's from a Ninja. And we did Megan, yes. And we did West Side Girl Reacts, yes. And now we got Izzy, the other last one. All right, I wrote in last month telling you about WWF, and now thanks to TFE, it really feels like the final straw for me and the many top conspiracies like COVID, 9/11. But each deserves some re-examination, obviously. But boy, it's hard for me to erase the memory of the countless pieces of content you've made on NASA lies. To me, it's still like, why the fake floating and the hairspray on the ISS? Please address this mostly, like, so we were wrong calling all of NASA Comedy Hour lies. Also, forgive me for not finishing the series yet, but where do you currently stand on the moon landings, were real or not? My point is, I'm somewhat ready to pull back on many of these conspiracies, but there was just so many things we had questions about. I would love for you to have a more series of re-examining them and just debating yourself and your old videos so we can see where the thinking errors were. Lastly, I want to give you mad credit in your Witsit debate. I find it amazing how all of this has exposed how much I wrongly thought Witsit was a genius. Although it's a funny in hindsight now how much he's gotten wrong, i.e. Trump, Antichrist, clones, etc. Like always, thank you for your research and selfishly sharing the truth with us. Thank you, Izzy. That's nice of you. I see what you mean, yes. And yeah, I need to re-examine all those, and I think that's the best thing to do. And that is a true sign of somebody who's not afraid of the truth. If I just said, I'm not going to look at any of those things, I want to believe the moon landing's fake, then you are afraid of the truth. I am not, and I'll go with it wherever it goes, even if it's uncomfortable. And yeah, the moon landing is uncomfortable because it's something that I've always just pushed to being fake. You asked where I stand now. I stand in the middle, although I don't think I would debate either side. However, I think one side clearly has the majority of evidence, and that's the we went side. And the side that we didn't go, I think is severely lacking in evidence. And I think if you asked any of the people, excuse me, any of the people who believe that we faked the moon, if you ask them, or faked the moon landings, if you ask them for evidence, this is where you'll start to see the hole with conspiracy thinking. Is think of all the things that came out when Trump got shot. Like, all of it was just shit thrown against the wall and this and this, and everybody's just making shit up and everybody's just saying whatever they want. It's like they have an addiction to it. It's like it's a sickness. And then what came from it? Like the story literally died a week later. And it's just funny how much focus and energy, and I just wonder if we're actually putting energy into what these leaders want, what they want energy behind. They know that we're going to, you put up something a little fake and everybody's going to go on top of it and they're just going to bury it. But it's like, are they just distracting us? So I try not to care about the things they want me to care about. Now 2 more people have to come in. Okay, these last 2 because I don't want to do these all night. Back again. Oh, this is the same thing. Why the lies with the harnesses and the hairspray on the ISS? Well, again, so the very first, I can just tell you a couple things that we looked at. Austin Thompson, who did a great job of starting to notice some of these things, was sending me some videos, or I'd send him some. Like, there's a video of that guy. He's like a Polish astronaut, and he's in the back, and he's like in the bathroom doing something. And then you hear like he goes, oop, and then you hear like a ding, 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 and he kind of like looks around, and you're like, oh shit, man, these guys dropping screws. Screws shouldn't be falling in the ISS. However, if you actually look at the real footage, he never drops anything, and the actual hook is attached to the door. He just turns it, and then Flat Earther put the sound of it dropping because he happens to kind of look down, but he doesn't actually drop anything. And there's pictures of little men sitting on the side of the ISS footage, but it's not them. But we've realized some of those are fake. So yeah, you just got to be really careful because now it's hard to trust anything video. It's just hard. So it's got to be up to you. You got to look at multiple sources, and then when you adopt something as being true, it's probably true. People will love to say, like, if it's in the news, it's fake. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. If I grabbed my AR-15 and I went out in the street right now and shot my entire neighborhood, I would make the news. If you don't think I'd make the news, you don't know what's going on in your life. And then they would probably put some spin on it. Oh, Flat Earther, he had Flat Earth beliefs. They would put that spin on it. And then people would be watching. They'd be like, oh, that's fake. And they would just chalk up the whole thing to it didn't happen. Sometimes that's okay to do. But I think other times we need to recognize what things are actually happening in life. And it's okay to recognize those things. Not every school shooting is fake. Okay? A lot of people think that. They're just like, oh, if it's on TV, it's fake. If it's a school shooting, okay, so what? You don't think there's any chance that upset kid that's been a little bit teased or something is going to go into a school, I think that you are greatly naive. So greatly naive. Oh, we got somebody over here. I don't think I saw you. Devin, welcome to the show. Devin.
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Good, you?
Pretty good.
All right.
Start
your
yeah,
clock.
I just got into this just from sheer fascination, just like the psychology that goes behind flat Earth. I'm wondering, like, how you even got into it, because a lot of people get into it. It's like purely religious, it seems like, but I never.
Yeah, it wasn't for me. It was really just having too much time on my hands, to be honest with you. I mean, I quit my job. My wife quit her job, and we opened a bookstore, and we spent about, I don't know, 2-3 months inventorying the shit out of our bookstore. So we had all this, everything was online. All the books were online. It's all perfect, pictures, everything. And then we opened the store, and we didn't get any customers. So it's because it was my first time really doing anything on the internet, and I guess I never thought about how do you get traffic. So then we had just a lot of time on our hands. We were kind of getting scared, but then we got picked up by an app called Wanello. I'll never forget what they did for us because that was huge. They basically reached out and said, "Oh, we have an app, and we just pick up a bunch of stores, and then we sell your stuff in our stores, and you give us 5%, whatever it was." And we weren't getting any sales. So I was like, "Okay, go ahead." So then we started moving 5, 6, 7 books a day, and my wife was taking care of the packing and the shipping. So I really didn't have much to do. The store was already inventoried. I'd help a couple people in customer service. That was it. So I was able to start doing research into things that I'd heard in the past. Like my buddy had told me in 2005 that 9/11 was an inside job. And I was like, don't ever say that to me again. That's dumb. But then when I'm sitting at home, now I'm getting used to computers. I'm running a store, and I just have all this free time. So I started doing searches and stuff like that. And then as we're learning things, my wife and I kind of broke away from the religion that we had come up with. She came up Christian. I came up Catholic. And then when we were talking about having a kid, we kind of got to conversating about what we would raise the kid as, and we both had different opinions, right? So she was like, well, the Bible is God's word. I'm like, no, the Bible's not. It's written by men. It's written by the Catholics. So we kind of had this impasse. And then we said, well, let's pray to God. And I still remember laying in bed, holding hands and praying to God if he can give us 1 year to actually diligently search our beliefs. And if he's real, then we'll come back to him and everything like that. So we did that, and within a couple weeks, it was over. We were all done with religion just because we reread the Bible on our own with an open mind kind of at it. And we just couldn't agree with some of the stuff that was in there. And we just said, that's probably not God. It sounds like it's man that wrote this. And anyway, so we then decided because we had just kind of been jaded with our religion. So we're like, let's build our belief structure from the ground up. So let's not believe things until we can prove it to ourselves. And that sounded like a good idea. We're like, okay, great. So then like a day later, we had a 2-story house, and she's looking out our bedroom window, my wife, and she said, do you think the earth could be flat? I'm like, what? No. And she's like, oh, but don't you think? I was like, no, the earth cannot be flat. Like planes go around it. And that, you've gone to the east and gone to Germany. I've gone to the west and got to the Philippines. So I was like, clearly the earth is here. So she's like, okay, sorry, whatever. So I'm like, yeah, that's kind of stupid. And she's like, well, I thought we were starting our beliefs all over. And I'm like, yeah, but not from the very bottom, right? Some things are fundamentally true. So then a week or two went by, and I was looking into the moon landings because I really felt like the moon landings were huge because can governments keep big secrets, that kind of thing. And then I found Eric Dubé's site. I don't even remember how, but it was the Landing Conspiracy. And I think on the front page was a picture of the AE map. And so that was the first time I saw it. And then I started thinking in my head, like, oh, wait. So I just told my wife that's dumb because planes can go around it. Now I'm looking at this AE map that planes can go around. So I'm like, I never thought about that. So it was very eye-opening to realize how quickly I was able to dismiss something because of a incorrect preconceived notion. And then from there, I kind of looked at that map like I need to debunk this because I don't want to tell my wife like, oh, you were right. I'm sorry. So I was like trying to debunk it quickly. And I saw, that you can't go north-south here. There's no north-south circumnavigation. So then in looking that up, I found, there's only like 2 guys who claim to have done it. And then I found a guy in December, I think, of 2014 that had tracks on his plane that was going to try and do north-south circumnavigation in a plane solo to break a record. And he went to the South Pole, went back to Brazil, then went towards New Zealand to Australia, back up to Alaska, and they gave him the record. And that was kind of the big thing for me because I was like, now we're giving people records for circumnavigating when they didn't circumnavigate. Oh, sorry, you can talk more. So anyway, that's kind of that was my first big thing, was that they had just given a record to somebody for circumnavigation that didn't circumnavigate, and realizing that billions of people circumnavigate east-west every year, but nobody does it north-south. So it was very like, all right, this is kind of looking, but there was all these things like, well, then this has to be true. But as we kept looking, I was able to find answers for most things. Granted, not the southern stars, not the things that we now have issues with. But I think that's what people fail to realize is that, yeah, there's a couple kind of points with flat Earth to make you go, yeah, that sounds right. But people, I think, hear a couple and then they're like, oh, and all these people are, okay, I'm in. But once you've made that cognitive choice, now your brain changes the way you review information. Once you're like, this is my belief, now that your brain's going to protect it from outside influence, which is not a good way to get away from faulty thinking. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, to me, like, no offense to you because you believed in it for a while, but it's just beyond idiotic. Just because we live in a time where there's like gene modification and hypersonic flight and discovering like God particle. Like, you think in 2025 we can't go a few miles up and see what's under us? Because like their argument for everything is like, how could we know?
Right.
Like, how could it's insane.
Yeah, it's all based off of the fact that we don't go to space. Most people don't go to space, and so it's very easy if you're going to push a conspiracy to say like, well, nobody can go to space, right? Because it's not like ask a flat earther if they believe in New Zealand. They'll all believe in New Zealand. Well, why? You haven't been there, so it's one of those things where because it's so far removed from like everybody, it's just easy to get away with. And I really think that some people probably joined flat Earth. This is something I've thought about recently. Because they looked at it and said, oh, this will never be known, right? They looked at it and said like, oh, I'll just get in on this idea because I can just keep pushing some side of it because we'll never get to the bottom of it. So I think that there's a lot of those people. And then, so when we did get to the bottom of it, well, they can't have that be known. So they're just pretending like it didn't exist or it didn't happen. But it's because they kind of thought they would be here for a while or something. And we kind of ended that. At least in my mind.
I mean, it's just, there's thousands of just the most brilliant people that have discovered this.
Yeah, it's idiotic.
Like,
I agree.
Way crazier than flat Earth for so long, but like a lot of people don't read into that. They don't read about all the scientists that have gone back for years to do the things that they've done.
Right. It's like there's like Sov's still out there in Flatoid saying there's no 24-hour sun. I mean, that's like you have to be basically a single cell amoeba, I would think.
I haven't been following this for that long, but I remember before you went, some people were saying things like if it goes east or west, or if you can see it the whole day, it's for sure round. And then they went back on it like instantly.
Yeah, Sov
did anyone be like, did anyone else say I was wrong, or were they all just like, no?
What do you mean? You mean like they changed their position back to globe?
Yeah. Did anyone else say, oh, I messed up, like I was wrong?
Yeah, Patricia Steer, Paul on the plane, Robbie Davidson. Okay. Those are big though because people don't realize how big Robbie Davidson was. The man who put together the summit or the conference the first 4 years really. I guess he did Edmonton, North Carolina, Dallas, Denver, plus others. So really big for him to do that. They definitely realized, I talked to each of them. They all called me the week that they made their decision just to ask me questions and to kind of double check on some things. But they kind of said, okay, I trust you. I trust that you went down. You're not lying to me. And if that's what you saw, then it isn't explained by a flat earth. And if I would have known that, I would have never been a flat earther to start with. So I thought that was pretty telling because I'm the same way. I mean, like nobody will be able to find a video of anybody telling me that the sun sets left to right for people in the north and sets right to left for people in the south. Because I just had no idea that. I've never heard that before. But I think it's so huge because on a flat earth, it's a paradox. Can't happen. You have two people watching the same sun go separate directions. It's impossible. And then on a globe earth, it just matches perfectly. And that's all you should need. Once you realize that the earth is mapped on a sphere, go look at Google Earth, find a friend. Guess what? Your friend lives on that sphere, or at least mapped on that sphere. Now, if you call that friend and say, hey, can you verify your sunset, sunrise times and angles for the next 2 days? When they give you back exactly what the globe calls for, and then you do it outside of your house and you get exactly what the globe calls for, call another person or two and that's it. You only need to verify that with 4 people because then what you're saying is that those 4 people that you randomly selected match the sphere Earth perfectly, but then somewhere out in the world that's wonky and well, then what does the world look like? Like a balloon, like a half blown up balloon that's got the dome and everything, but then the little squiggle at the bottom or something. It just doesn't make sense.
That's just not geometrically possible.
No.
Unless you have like 2 suns, like that's probably
sure.
What they're guessing.
But we would have evidence of that. We would be able to see them split off and that kind of thing. Or there'd be 2 GPs of the sun.
But I'm joking. I bet that's what they're talking about, though. It's like some kind of.
Oh, they already are. It's apparent suns. It's manifesting suns. We don't know the real sun. It's a mean sun. That's what Banjo said last week. Is because even the globe Earth uses the mean sun. It's like they don't even understand that, and they're like, "You're gonna make a whole claim about it." It's funny.
Yeah, the phrase "apparent sun" so funny to me.
Me too. And apparent means that you can see it.
Right.
I think they're using it wrong too. But thank you very much, Human Being, for another gift membership. I don't know if I mentioned that. And then I see.
I guess I was just wondering, like, when all's said and done, what do you think is going to be the knockout punch where it's like impossible to deny? I was thinking like an amateur rocket to like 250,000 feet, because then you can actually see the curve. But like in an easier sense, I guess just chartering a plane going east, and if you come back the same way.
No, because that works that way on a flat map too. So I don't really know if
you have the equator go one direction.
Well, the equator's interesting. But I don't think you can actually keep track of that. Like if you were able to go straight in the airplane, but that's just not the way planes work. You wouldn't even be able to do that in a car, to be honest. Because
just in a way where you never go west. Like if you're always going east, maybe you'll go a little bit northeast because you have to go to another airport. You're not going to go around the whole globe in one tank of gas. But
you realize you'd be turning unless you're at the equator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the equator is the big one. The equator, and I've always known that the equator on a flat Earth is clearly a circle, and it's quite pronounced. And then the equator on a globe Earth is a straight line.
Right.
The only straight line that's east-west on the globe. That is, a great circle. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I would have to think about that answer because it might be worth spending some money on, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because I saw on YouTube someone actually did an amateur rocket to like 230,000 feet, and you could start to see the curve. I mean, I don't think until you get up to like 300, 400,000, it's like it becomes pronounced.
Yeah, and then that's why Globers going around saying they see it from an airplane. That kind of, it's like, okay. I mean, it's just a little bit of a stretch.
You have a giant ruler, maybe.
Maybe. Or bigger windows, right? Like a pilot's window that has, you can pan across, probably has it there, but not out of a passenger window, doesn't seem like.
But yeah, I would just love to see like an experiment that's like, because your experiment was that, but.
Well, I think that I know MC Toon has talked about interested in going back to the canal. I do think with the right people there, I think if we got up higher, like now that I realize really what refraction is,
right.
You can get up higher and get away from it. So even if you're, instead of being 5 feet above the water, be 15 feet above the water is a vast difference because by then the air is actually evened out. It's not got that hot right next to the cold. So but I think something like that would be cool just to, like, I do think there should be a permanent something in the world, whether that's in Utah or something like that. There should be like some structure that somebody can walk and actually measure with and say, oh yeah, the Earth's curved, and then leave. And then you could bring kids there for field trips and things.
Right.
But we'd have to think about what that would be exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think like you said, I heard you talk another time about it. The problem really is just scale. Like people just don't understand scale. And that's
I mean, I had somebody laugh at me yesterday because they were like, yeah, but I don't understand water. I know water lies flat. And I said, yes, water lies flat everywhere, and it's a sphere. And they're like, water lies flat and it's a sphere, and they just start busting up laughing. I'm not even going to help you. I said, yes, the spheres can be so big. Imagine if there's a sphere as big as your city right now. So just imagine your city, huge, and a sphere that big. Wow. Now picture we put a bunch of ants on it. Are the ants going to know that they live on a ball, or are they going to think it's flat? Well, even if they had little abilities to measure things like we do, they would probably think it's flat. It would take some other observation, be it the sky or whatever, for them to start to rationalize where they were. And I think that's what happened early on. And I think they were able to predict things. They were able to do eclipse cycles and things like that because they were observing and making notes, and then they saw cycles. But yeah, I mean, figuring out Kepler and figuring out Copernicus is pretty epic.
Yeah, like for me, I'm kind of a space nerd, so like discovering new things in space is so interesting to me. For you to like rediscover space must be kind of cool.
Yeah, it feels good that I at least. I'm not a big fan of some, too much of the CGI, the flashy stuff, the stuff that's like overly fake. But the real stuff, I'm very interested in, and I think it's a shame to go too far on it because it really is the best thing humanity's ever done. So I don't like the idea of just like, okay, we went to the moon, just over it. No, I mean, if we went to the moon, that is mankind's greatest achievement, and so I think that the people of the world are deserving of another one.
Yeah. I just meant like broad sense, like places we can't even ever get to. They're like light years away. It's interesting to learn.
Yeah, I mean, those are, again, I'm okay with that, but I also think that what do they say? The closest star is 28,000 miles sorry, 28,000 years away.
4 light years. So it's
Yeah, 4
about
light years, yeah.
90,000 years going with rockets that we have.
Yeah, that's crazy. So I mean, because
that's our local neighborhood.
and I think if you even pay attention, like how many people would have to have children, it's like a huge amount of generations would have to all be born on that ship. And I mean a ton. Yeah. If you're talking 28,000 years, what are they?
Yeah, that's like an ethics thing too, because you're born into
Yep.
something that you're
Right.
signing up for.
There's just a lot of things that go into that. I don't think people ever go to Mars even because they'll kill each other. Like we can't. Have you ever been on a plane for 15 hours? When people are done with that flight, they want to fight you.
Yeah, and I saw a diagram the other day about like how tight it would be. The amount of fuel it takes to go there is literally like 8/10 of the whole ship.
Oh, see, I didn't even think about that.
Such
Yeah,
a
people can't do that. People would go crazy.
Yeah.
I mean-
And their rockets be blowing up.
Yeah, and there's like when we go on a car ride, you can't even do like 4 hours without having to stop, get gas, get a water. You just be on a ship for months.
I mean, the main problem is the muscle deterioration because you can't really work out properly. Like you can run on like a treadmill that's weighted you down, but you lose like a
Good point.
percent of muscle like every couple days, I think. So I don't even see how it would ever work.
Yeah, I don't either. But maybe that's one of the problems is that they're trying to push it too much. Is like this is the future. Like Elon Musk is just you're not going to Mars. The guy's just not going to Mars. And in fact, yeah, I'm worried about Elon Musk a little bit because I do think that, like, don't you think like the whole idea of how many companies he's a CEO of, it doesn't seem real.
Well, we shouldn't have ever let them privatize the space program.
No, that probably should always been, at least.
They should have never done that. I mean, ever. I mean, SpaceX has done some crazy good stuff,
But there's still like, if you look at where we were with NASA in the 60s, 70s, like we shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel, which is really what he's doing with Starship and having to, he's never even put people in it. He's still got to land people back on there. Then we got to land people somewhere. So it's like a big old tied up kind of money thing. He got a bunch of subsidies. You can't, his entire car company was selling cars for $40,000 that cost $45,000 to make. That's not a good business model.
You've got bigger fish to fry. Well, it's actually the same topic, really.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of getting. It's like the same thing. It's the but he seems to me like somebody who, okay, so if you're a owner of a company, you have to have a certain cadence about you, right? That's just the way it is. You can't be like him. Like he'll just like spout off at people and fire them and just call them names. Like that's not realistic.
I can't handle him. He's like the cringiest person I've ever seen.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm the same way. He's like you would never get away with that as a like why do they try and sell it that way? Like that wouldn't be how you would like when he went to Twitter. Remember that video of him and he's like carrying a sink? It's just like so stupid. Oh, I'm bringing this sink with me. Okay.
Yeah, and he's like during his keynote speech, he's like, "Finally, comedy's funny again," and like everyone is just like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, it's so bad. You ever seen the guy dance? That he is an alien. I think he did come from Mars.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna let you go. We have somebody behind you. Have a final word.
All right, brother. Have a good one, man.
All right.
Good talking to you.
You too. Later.
All right. Bye.
We got Mo Bear. I like that name. Mo Bear.
Hello.
Hello, Mo Bear.
Hi, can you hear me, Jaron?
I can.
Okay, I'm glad I finally get to talk to you. You're
welcome.
one of the people that I actually trust online. And when you went to Antarctica, I actually no longer flat earther.
All right. Congratulations. Sorry if I put you there.
However, like there is one thing. I mean, I completely now don't think it's a flat, but there's one thing I wanted to maybe clarify to you.
Okay.
I mean, I know you're more experienced than me, but on a flat Earth, like when the sun, like if you imagine it, like on the Mercator map, like the sun in the middle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Any person who's like on the outside circle of the sun can see it rise from the right to left. Like, can you imagine it?
Yeah. So this is the problem that I erase your mind right now, and I'll show you. Because here's the problem: people keep saying the same thing to me, and it's because I'm not doing a good job of explaining it. So here's what you have to start it with. You live in the north?
Yes.
Okay.
Near New York.
Okay. So if you're watching the sun set, you're looking west, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So if you picture what the sunset right now, you're looking west. Which way does the sun move diagonally? Does it move from your left hand to your right hand, or from your right hand to your left?
Left hand to right hand.
Right. So then if you turn to the east now, and you're about to watch the sun rise, Is it moving from your left hand to your right hand or your right hand to your left?
From my location, from left to right.
Right. So being in the north, the sun will always be left to right for you. In its in its diagonal movement, when you're looking east and watching the sunrise, or west and the sunset. In the south, it's the opposite. So in the south, when you're looking west at a sunset, it sets right to left. And when you look when you look east at a sunrise, it rises right to left. The problem with that is, of course, if you think of a flat Earth, how could somebody in the south be watching the sun rise right to left? That means it's coming from the south. Well, what is it doing over there? That's not where Australia is. Australia is way to the left. So then if you turn and face the west where it sets, again, it's going south. Well, what's the sun doing going south? It needs to get around the world. It needs to get around the north to get back to where. So that's what I mean by left to right. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, I understand. So it's because it goes slightly to the south. That's your point.
Yeah, it doesn't go slightly to the south. It goes south.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the way I imagine that, it's possible that people can see it rise from right to left, and the way I imagine that they can say it's okay. It's like just as predicted, also on a flat.
So wait, but you mean how would it? So let's say it is a flat model. So how would somebody see it if they're looking west? How would the sun set right to left?
Okay, I'll tell you how. Let's imagine that the circular map, the flat Earth map. Let's say the sun is on the equator exactly.
Okay.
Any person above the equator, which is like the inside the circle.
Yep.
We'll see it rise from left to right. But anyone outside that circle, imagine from his view,
yes.
imagine.
Oh, maybe I was wrong again. Sorry, but I know that. So what you're talking about is when you're looking north and you see it go left to right, and then you just turn around, face south. Now it's going right to left. Okay, I get that. But we're talking about simply talking about looking west. Okay, so a person looking west either is going to do one or the other. It's either going to go left to right or right to left, and it's different for north and south. South is always, as soon as you cross the equator, you're in the south, and now your sun goes right to left. And if you go north, now it goes left to right. So it's only talking about looking west or east. So if anybody ever starts bringing up north or south, they're not paying attention to the argument. The argument is the sun is moving. We know the sun is going in the direction that we see it go. So if it's moving right to left, then it's going left. But if somebody in the north at the same time is watching the same sunset, they're seeing it go to the right. So that's a paradox, right?
Totally understood. I mean, all those is just things that could work on both models, and unfortunately, most of flat earthers are religiously believed, they're religious people.
Yep.
And those religious people will. It's like telling them God doesn't exist. They will tell you.
Well, that's why flat Earth will never leave, because they married it to their religion.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your time, and I'm really happy I got to talk to you.
All right.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Later.
All right.
So that's probably the biggest problem I've heard. I do think it's the number one proof, but I think that I'm not describing it right, and I probably should stop saying left to right and not say that we're talking about looking west or east, because nobody gets it. So just looking at this real quick again, just so you can see where what the problem. What the problem is with people not seeing it. Where is my pen? Okay. So the problem is with people, they're saying here, if you're standing here looking north, then you would see the sun coming from your right to your left. And they're like, well, that makes sense. Right. And if you're at the north looking south, you would see the sun come from your left to right. So they're like, oh, Jaren's describing something that's easily explained on the flat earth map. But I'm not doing that. I'm saying don't ever talk about north or south. Just talk about where the sun sets, which is always going to be to the west, and where the sun rises, which is always going to be here in the east on a flat earth, right? So that's your two directions. Now talk about anybody who's standing here looking west, or anybody who's in the north looking west. Which way does the sun go for both people? Well, it has to go to the right. There's no way this person here in the south should see the sun go this way. What sense does that make? How could somebody in the north watch the same sunset as somebody in the south, but this guy sees it goes left, this guy sees it goes right? Now we know it has to go right because it has to get over here to Australia and it has to get to these places in South Africa. But then when you go from here Okay, so now we're saying both guys, when looking west, see the sun go opposite directions. But let's just talk about for right now this guy in the north. Okay, so this guy in the north, he sees the sun go left to right. And actually, it looks like this if you ever, we'll bring up a video in a second. But if you've ever seen the sunset in the north, it looks like this, right? The sun's going down in this direction, and then it sets like this. Now, sometimes you might see it if you go further north. You're going to see it more and more like this. Okay, maybe even more drastic there as you get to like 82, 83 degrees or something. And then as you get closer to the equator, you're going to see it more down until you get to the equator and straight down. Okay, so that's what we see. Oh, you can't see that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Move this down a little bit. That's what I was trying to show you. So I was saying, you know, if you're closer to the poles, you're going to see the sun do this. When it sets, as you get closer to the equator, eventually it goes straight up and down. And actually, if you go far enough north, you're going to see this part here no longer set. It's just going to go around the earth like that. Okay, so that's what we get when you 24-hour sun in the north. Now, let's talk about, so this guy looking west, and then let's just say that he also just turns around to watch the sunset or sunrise. So there's west and there's east. Okay, but because he's in the north, he's always going to see the sun, no matter what, go left to right. It's going to set left to right, and then it's going to rise, pretend like that's still the horizon. It's going to rise left to right. So it sets left to right, rises left to right. That's what this guy sees in the north. You can't see that anymore. Let's move it up. Okay, in the south, it's the opposite. So this person's in the south, and he's looking west for the set and then east for the rise. And again, this sun's coming this way, so he would see it rise left to right. And this guy, when he watches it set, it's going to come around here, and it's going to set. Oh, I see what I'm doing here. So he would see on this side it go left to right. My bad. But that's not right. He actually sees the sun go right to left. He's in the south. So the sun for him goes this way. Okay, and then this guy sees the sun go this way when it sets. So you can see we've got a huge problem. If the flat earth is true, then we've got two people looking the same direction, but one person sees it goes left, one person sees it goes right. That's weird. And then if you have those same two people looking east now at the sunrise, the person in the north would see it rise this way, and the person in the south is going to see it rise right to left. Okay, so that's weird because it only fits a sphere. And so that's really what you want to try and get across to people, is that there's no other way to describe that. There's no other way to explain. It becomes a paradox. Because in a world where you have somebody here in the south and somebody here in the north, and you say, hey, both you look west. Okay, they're both looking west. Great. And then if the sun is seen going left to right and then right to left, that's what each of them see. The sun do. Well, the sun doesn't split. It doesn't split into two. So what's going on there? And then same thing if they're both looking east. They both look east. This guy's going to see the sunrise. You have to kind of turn yourself from the left to the right. And then this guy sees it going from, again, turn yourself around from the right to the left. And again, it's going in two different directions or coming from two different directions. So one of them coming from here in the south, one's coming from here in the north. So again, that's not matching the AE map at all and never will. And you can't get around it because you have to know where the tropics are. The tropics are here, and you know where the North Pole is, and you know where the North Celestial Pole is, and there is no way around that because we can't. Otherwise, what are you going to do? Move the continents? Well, now none of the maps work. They need to be where they're at, and we know that they're out there. So anyway, just want to point that out, that's why I think that's a big deal, at least to me. So. Boring. Thanks, Homer. All right, Enrique, knock it off. Let's get out of here. What was I going to show you on Google Earth? That's it? We don't need that anymore? I don't think so. We got nobody on the call line. Good, good, good. We have any more submissions? We have a one. He says, Douglas says, I propose that you can't say they have to go back to the moon until you've gone back to Antarctica. No, what are you talking about? People go to Antarctica every year. There's people there now. So I don't think you people are listening or understanding the difference between the moon and Antarctica. Just like somebody who messaged me today, he says something about, oh, it is kind of the same as the pyramids. That we don't know who built the pyramids, but we know that they were built. I'm like, yeah, we can go see them. They're there. So the people saying that we went to the moon, man went to the moon, we can't go see man on the moon. If you know, and again, to me, if it's the greatest achievement ever by mankind, then mankind should go back. I didn't say the same people from mankind. I didn't say like it has to be Buzz and Neil. Just like you wouldn't have to be me and Witsit to go to Antarctica. Anybody can go. The difference is with the moon, and people just don't want to buy that it is a place that you can't go, you can't verify. And then they show you like, oh, here's our L-Rock pictures, and look at they match it. Yeah, okay, well they came from the same company. That's not proof of anything. Would you allow me to show you proof that I can generate myself that I'm the only one who checks whether it's real or not? Like, you wouldn't allow that. You wouldn't allow it. So it's kind of the same thing. But I get your point. But I do think it's okay. I love when people say, I propose that you can't say they have to go. I'm not saying they have to go back. I'm saying they should go back. Hey, NASA, put a goddamn man back on the moon. Because otherwise, how do they not realize with time? Like, this is why I know that they don't care about the country. They don't care about people. They don't care about, if they cared about learning and teaching kids things in school, if it was about making kids smart, then there would be a 24-hour camera down there that you could take into classroom and show children all the time. It'd be easy. They'd know how eclipses work. They'd know everything. But they don't want that. The point of school is not to make you educated. It's to be just educated enough to work their machines. So you have to be ready for that. All right, we've got Larry P. Larry, I'm not answering that. Oh, boy, you people have issues. Well, Larry, I'll answer you. The answer is yes. How about that? But nobody needs to know that. So you can know that. Is that all of them? I believe so. Good. Any more super chats? We are clear on the super chats. All right. So we've got tomorrow, the Jeranism Friday Unplugged show will be live and in living color. So come by, check it out. We'll be in the Unplugged arena where the lights are always plugged in. It's just part of the thing. It's a whole thing. Don't want to talk about it right now. But I think that's it. I think we have done a good show today. Wait, was there something that we were... Oh, no, it's something else. What does he got to say here? What do you got to say, NBA Jam? Okay. No.
When you get dunked on like that, you really ought to consider retirement.
Oh, that's something else. What's this?
The Earth is a sphere, or RuPaul isn't queer.
It's a good rhyme. Good rhyme. And I believe that's good. We're done there. Okay, good. What's this? Not sure what that one is. All right, how about this?
Rejected! No map, no model, no game, no clue!
Yes, that's true. All right, we are...
Damn! Flat Earth can't play tonight. It appears they have lost their balls.
Oh, yeah, that happens. It does happen. Like, I thought we were going to see Shane St. Pierre. Didn't come by tonight. Where's
Big shocker! Shane St. Pierre is sitting out tonight's game.
Oh, he's sitting out again? It's too bad. Too bad. And Steven Alonso, is he playing tonight? I wonder why it does that. It's so weird. I gotta figure out why it's doing that. Just starts this thing and fades right out. I don't know why it does that.
Refraction rejection!
Funny. All right. We'll listen to the moon landing song on the way out here since everybody likes it. I like it too. I like it a lot.
All right, turn your head and cough.
See, I hit the button because the damn arrow buttons are too small. I thought there was one more I wanted to do, but I can't find it. What's that? No. What's this one?
He said, the horizon always rises to eye level. Well, so does my middle finger.
That is funny. What's this one? Did it again. I don't understand why that does that. Witsit, what's this one?
Oh, no! Did someone say a fact? Pass to Witsit in the corner for a fallacy finger roll.
That's good stuff. Thank you guys very much for the super chats. I do appreciate you, Singus, for stepping up, and Dave for the Waffle House. We always appreciate it from just around the Beltway. And what's this about?
He's on fire! Oh, wait. Nope. That's just his ego melting down.
All right. Been fun. And... Good, I like all those. Okay. Is there anything else I need to tell you? Yeah. Oh, so by the way, if you want to help me out, you could do that. You could do $Jeranism on Cash App. That'd be great. If you enjoyed the show, send $1. If everybody did that, it'd be great. But usually I do that and I get no bucks. But that's all right. $1 would be great. If you want to send 10, even better. But if you want to help the show, you can do that as well. Help the channel. I do have a couple things on my website I'm going to show you. Let's put them over here right now. So if you go to Jeranism.com, there's some things coming on the website soon, so be ready for this. How did I end up at crypto? Don't need to do that. Let's get back to the regular website. There we go. So you can also support if you want by going to one of these buttons here. Oh gosh darn it, stupid screen. Stupid screen. Let's go with this one. It's prettier. All right, there we go. So there's lots of things here. Calendar, or one-time support, monthly support, yearly support. But if you go to shop, there we go, shop.jeranism.com, you'll get to the store where you can get consultations if you want. But the most important thing here is the Moringa. This is the very first ever Jeranism branded item. And I haven't had any complaints. Everybody's been really happy with it. We've done quite a few sales. And it's 100 count. It's veggie capsules. It's sourced from India. I had to get approval from people about what I could put on the packaging, what I could say, what I couldn't say. But everybody who's taken it reports back to having better shits. Believe it or not, better shits. Yes, you heard that here. First. But it makes a nice little compact for you, little special delivery. So definitely check that out if you can. That'd be great if you purchase that. Get a lot of return shoppers there, and we do appreciate that. And then if you want to become part of the VIP, we get together every first and third Saturday of the month. We have a guest joining us each time. Last time we had I'm brain dead. Who did we have last time? Oh, Jonathan Morandi. So that was fun. He talked about the documentary, all that stuff. Talked about TFE. Talked about being in Antarctica. I just said in Vegas. Talked about being in Vegas. Oh man, the jig's up. They know we're in the sphere. It's all so easy. I mean, you should have known right when you saw no footprints. No footprints, and then Vapegate should have done it. And the green screen by Will didn't help anybody. And the drone thing, obviously it was going to crash into the wall. We had to stop that. And so, I'm just kidding. People will believe that, though. I get it. I get it. You don't want to believe something very strongly, so you're going to come up with anything you can. But you'll never come up with any kind of evidence, actual evidence. You'll never come up with any kind of proofs because there is none. And that's the way it goes. But do remember that you can falsify things. We have falsified the Flat Earth, the one and only Flat Earth map. There's only one. There'll only ever be one. And it's falsified, which means the Earth cannot be flat. End of story. Time to celebrate and get down tonight or something like that. So please, I don't want to hear any crying and complaining. It just is. The Earth is a sphere. Guys, we'll see you soon. We're going to listen to the Moon song. But until then, I remind you guys, please do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe that you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. You can. And tell Dave Weiss he's a Dirtball. Who's going to win Dirtball tomorrow? Find out tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific, right here on Friday Unplugged. I remind you guys to support the show if you can. Help out. If not, just share the show. That would be very impressive. Share the show, or maybe come into Facebook and help me fight some of these demons, a.k.a. Flat Earth believers who want to get very upset at me and call me a sellout and everything else. And if I'm a sellout, well, let me tell you, I took the lowest payment in the history of the world, $. $. It's really good. Really good payout. I should have probably tried to talk to him a little bit more about that amount that we agreed at, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? All right, guys, till tomorrow. I have enjoyed myself. It was a good show. Good calls. They're better than last week. Better than last month. I don't have any desire to end the show for next month, which I did last month, and I wanted to end it. And I'll do this month, but we did. All right. Much love to you guys. We're going to be out of here. Enjoy the moon landing song. And until then, where is that intro? There it is. Until then, this has been Jeranism. Much love to you guys. And peace.
If we went way back in 69, if that was real and y'all ain't lying, then that's put a man back on the...
Sorry, I had to fix this. Now you're good.
69, with tech is dead and gone. Ran code off punch cards, now we're swiping on our phones, but no boot since that's half a century past. Who would have thought that one small step could be the last? And burn the blueprints. Come on, stop with the cap. You don't lose how to do the moon, bruh, that's a trap. Artemis is late, Constellation got trash. Starship keeps exploding, SLS burns cash. Promise moon by 2020, got delay after lie. You went from world's greatest feat to our rockets hardly fly. So it Buzz and Neil made it through the Van Allen zone. And get your ass back out there. Stop hiding that way back at 69. If that was real, and y'all ain't lying, then NASA put a man back on the moon. Always over budget and always way behind. You need 5 more years and another $1 billion. And you promised to put a man back on the moon. If y'all pass the belts and that's the truth, then load the rocket and show us all the proof. Hey NASA, put a man back on the moon. Yo, Bershit crashed, Vikram crashed, Russia's Luna 25 straight lunar trash. Peregrine dead, Constellation gone. Blue Origin is a carnival ride, stop me if I'm wrong. You had the crown, now you stalling like a clown. Got SpaceX gambling while your budget bleeds out. Saying soon we'll land, yeah I heard that too. Back in 2004 from freaking George W. 50 years of maybe billions blown on plans, but not one damn boot in that lunar sand. So if the science is settled and y'all really went, then do it again. Stop paying rent to pretend. If we went way back at 69, if that was real, and y'all ain't lying, then NASA put a man back on the moon. Always over budget and always way behind. You need 5 more years and another $1 billion. And you promised to put a man back on the moon. If y'all pass the belts and that's the truth, then load the rocket and show us all the proof. Hey NASA, put a man back on the moon.
They said we went in 69 with no computers, but now we got AI, GPS, touchscreen cockpits, and they still can't land a fucking robot without blowing it to pieces. Something don't add up, homie.
They say the moon's too far, like that line just sells. But they sent a car to Mars, man, what the hell? You filming high res on a 1 billion mile probe, but your moon feed in 69 look like a strobe. Look, if it's see-through Buzz and Neil got their curtain rosin string, then fire it up again and do the damn thing. Don't show me cartoons, don't bring me delays. Don't spin me dreams with the Artemis phase. We seen all the lollygag wasting our green. Some even ask if our green is paying green screen. Just stop with the talk, the gas and the lies. Either put up a flag or kiss the past goodbye. If you did it back then, and that's really the truth, then strap in tight, shut the fuck up and show us the proof. The longer you wait, the more obvious it gets. As things become late, there's no more bets. The one question left is did you put a man back on the moon? If we went way back in 69, if that was real and y'all ain't lying, then NASA put a man back on the moon. Now always over budget and always way behind. You need 5 more years and another $1 billion. And you promised to put a man back on the moon. If y'all pass the belts and that's the truth, then load the rocket and show us all the proof. Hey NASA, put a man back on the moon. Put a man back on the moon. If I were you, I'd put a goddamn man back on the moon.